Section 1 of 5 Stories by Albert De Pina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cindy Morton. 5 Stories by Albert De Pina. The Star Guardsman, Part 1. Europa was the only sanctuary for Earth's doomed millions. Yet to hold it, Mark Lynn had to fight his traitorous overlords. And he was destined to lose, for his weapons were antiquated, his allies a fragile, peaceful race. Your business? The Martian proctor's parchment-like face was blank as he examined Lynn's pass card impassively. Since when are internationals given explanations? Mark Lynn's dark green eyes glowed. I've been given none. In the council hall, humility's essential. The tall Martian drew himself erect arrogantly. See that you observe it, then. Lynn barked laconically and, turning, entered the tube while the violet-eyed planetarian gasped in incredulity. When the door of the tube in which he had been transported opened silently, Mark Lynn found himself before a blank, polished wall of berylloy. But as he stepped before it, the wall slid aside to reveal an austere room of duraplon, whose walls were buckled in places as if they'd endured tremendous pressure. Part of the room was marked off by berylloy cables, where a bas-relief of man's progress had crumbled to the floor and had not been removed as yet. The ceiling seemed uneven. The polished expanse of floor was asymmetrical. Across an enormous desk, now covered by a plotting chart, a figure dressed in the purple uniform of a scientist, with the golden cord of the psychologist, gazed at him placidly out of level hazel eyes. The short-cropped hair that escaped the confines of the tight silver keps was golden brown, unruly, and the oval face, freckle-sprinkled, had the serious expression of a precocious child. Mark regarded the girl gravely, startled at her youth, although being accustomed to female scientists, her sex did not surprise him. He remained silent, as the etiquette of 2022 demanded when before the ruling class. You've made a characteristic beginning, Spacer Lynn, the girl observed coldly and gestured toward a visi-screen at her side. Was it necessary to leave the proctor frothing? At the moment, yes, Mark replied evenly. Martian arrogance annoys me, scientist. The girl frowned slightly. I'm Dr. Fortune, she stated after a pause. The council has decided to honor you with a mission. It is a problem particularly suited to your, talents. Your record shows a rare agility of mind impossible to find among civicans. That's because controls 1, 6, and 15 failed to affect me, Mark said, smiling, unconsciously displaying magnificent teeth, dazzling against the background of his space-tanned features. Because you're the girl began irritably, then checked herself. No matter, Spacer Lynn. Why not finish it? Mark sat down, stretching long, sinewy legs until he sprawled, relaxed and loose-jointed, so that it seemed even his magnificent muscles would never be able to lift the great body. Atavistic is the word. He grinned engagingly and hooded his eyes slightly as he appraised Dr. Fortune with undisguised admiration. The young scientist reddened, but she continued in a quiet voice. You were selected because you evolved the expedient of taking internationals on space exploration in defiance of council law that no international can serve more than 2 years in one position. By simply shifting them to different levels of work on the spacers where they would be unlikely to contact each other and incidentally manage to keep yourself as a spacer long after your term had expired. Your record shows also that you circumvented the non-voting status of internationals by organizing civicans into groups to vote for the interests of internationals in exchange for confidential information on planetary resettlement so that they could obtain choice localities. There's a fundamental necessity of calling worn-out laws to the attention of the council by evasion when they refuse to listen, Mark explained affably. Dr. Fortune straightened angrily, her hazel eyes gold bright with annoyance. You were not summoned to discuss revision of existing laws, she flashed. That impudence of yours hardly becomes. She was at loss for words, belonging as she did to the highest hereditary rank in the realm. The smiling assurance of Spacer Lynn, 3 ranks beneath her, and his frank insolence was a new experience to the girl. Mark Lynn laughed joyously. The admiration in his eyes deepened. Thank the eternal stars, he exclaimed. Have you gone mad? The girl's voice was tight with fury. Dare you laugh at a scientist? No, not mad, merely happy. First, the council calls me because, being international and beyond civic control, my individualism and my freedom of action are useful. You, of course, approve. Then when I show you those very qualities, you're furious. And I'm happy because... His voice dwindled. Yes? Go on. Her words were sheathed in velvet, but her eyes were feral like flaming topaz. Because it's paradoxical and shows you're still a woman. Lovelier than any I've ever seen, he finished almost in a whisper. Dr. Fortune looked as if she were about to slap his face. Remembering the dignity of a scientist in time, she gazed at Mark Lynn with a mixture of feelings. Finally, something of his infectious good nature, of his open admiration, touched her, and she laughed quietly. You are right, Spacer Lynn, she acknowledged. For a moment I forgot I was a psychologist. It's a quality about you that for an instant made me feel less a scientist and more but never mind. We'll be together for the deity knows how long, and it's futile to begin by quarreling. Lean forward so you can see this chart. I'll explain. We'll be together, did you say? Mark was delighted. Then give me a dozen problems. Yes, she replied dubiously. As a psychologist, I'll be part of the expedition. You'll find that this one problem will be more than enough. The girl pressed a button on her desk, and one of the undamaged walls began to glow until it became an astromap, a reproduction of charted space. Each planet was indicated in relative size, and in the lower center, pulsing angrily, a thin red line marked Comet seemed to be approaching inferior conjunction with Terra. Is that the problem? Mark asked. Simple. When it enters Terra's orbit, life on Terra ceases. Evacuation's the only possible solution. I knew that a comet was approaching, but not being an astronomer, I didn't compute its trajectory. Besides, being on Io is like being in exile. News hardly ever reaches us there. Will it destroy Terra completely? No, not entirely. At first, indications were that it would enter the orbit of our system at such an angle that Terra would be destroyed. However, we've checked with the observatories on Pluto since then, and it has been determined that it will merely enter the field of attraction sufficiently to shift the axis to opposition. Of course, this will render Terra unfit for habitation, perhaps for a century or two. Therefore, as you realized, evacuation's the answer. I'm listening, Mark said earnestly, as the magnitude of the problem before them struck him. However, you're aware I'm not an astronomer, and the technique of evacuation could best be handled by the council itself. I'm afraid I still don't quite see what my role's to be, but whatever it is, I'm ready. Turn your attention to this plotting chart. Dr. Fortune indicated the map on her desk. These areas marked in red have already been affected. Tremors have increased, and volcanic openings are occurring in these and these areas, never dangerous before. While you were on Io awaiting orders for another exploratory journey, we began to attempt resettlement of our civicans and ruralians on other planets, even giving them their choice of occupation and of planets. Quite a concession, you must agree. Quite. The irony in his voice seemed to escape her. We have succeeded in resettling 2/3 of Terra's population on Mars and Venus, and a limited number on Mercury. This last world only offered limited space at best in its twilight zone, and it was necessary to construct subterranean cities beneath its dark side, the frigid half. But that's another problem. Now, however, Venus refuses to accept any more Terrans, and Mars has also closed its doors to us. Under existing treaties, they have no right to exclude Terrans, but we're hardly in a position to enforce them now. Hardly, Lynn agreed sardonically. The problem's further complicated by the innate characteristics of this remaining third. Dr. Fortune paused and gazed very intently into the dark green eyes of the spacer before she resumed. They're for the most part internationals, rural aliens, who originally refused to undergo Controls 1 and 6 and were not condemned to power reserve because of the increasing need for vitaminic flora. As you no doubt know, vibroponics, due to some peculiarity of the radiations, are greatly deficient in certain vitamins. The balance are planetarians from throughout the system who flatly refuse to be repatriated. And last but certainly not least, religious and philosophic groups. The former, fanatical believers in ancestrals and atavistic cults who choose to regard this cosmic tragedy as a manifestation of divine wrath and devote their time to frenzied, masochistic meetings and revivals. The latter have turned stoic and choose to see nothing in our civilization worth living for, claiming that all incentive has been removed. Consequently, they prefer to meet their fate on Terra. In short, the last third is completely intractable. I'm amazed the Council's taken no measures, Mark exclaimed. Oh, measures have been taken, of course. The philosophers have had rank and prerogatives, even when they had scientific honors nullified. The religious groups have had their food allowance reduced to the starvation point and all their privileges recalled. The internationals... Here she paused again as she regarded Mark. Since they're free thinkers and the most dangerous of the lot, were ordered to report for control treatment under penalty of death. They promptly took to the fastnesses of the mountains and deserts by the millions and are existing on game and vegetables to be found in the now abandoned regions. They are armed for the most part. Mark Lynn was openly grinning now, but the girl chose to ignore it and continued. Unfortunately, our armed forces are too busy keeping order in the new resettlements, or they would have been subdued long ago. The resettlements have been supplied with seed, tools, cattle, metallic substances, concentrated fuel, machinery, in fact, everything necessary for successful evacuation. This last group would have been similarly supplied. They were even given a reprieve for their insubordination and offered special terms. The Council can be munificent. For an instant, her voice rang with exultation. But they absolutely refuse evacuation except... Except what? Lynn was all attention, sensing that this was the core of the problem. Except on their own terms, the young scientist exclaimed with a trace of bitterness. But why don't you permit them to decide what manner of death they're to have? What possible interest can the Council have in what to them is an atavistic, intransigent group that detests our system of planned existence? If the prospect of a continuation of this civilization gags them, even in another planet, then obviously their choice to remain and die here should be respected. Mark's voice was very soft. The limpid hazel eyes of the girl mirrored her shock at Mark's words. Impossible! It would be horribly wasteful and a distinct failure on the Council's part. Those lives can be useful. The Council never fails. Amen, Mark Lynn exclaimed archaically. And where do I come in? The irony of his present situation didn't escape him, that he, an international, a strata of the highly complex social order, considered most dangerous, should be called in to solve a problem of such magnitude, involving, of all people, internationals in intransience, would have been fantastic to anyone not acquainted with the subtle and at times Machiavellian methods of the Council. Dr. Fortune handed him a rolled, tissue-thin metallic cylinder for an answer. "These are your orders from the council," she said soberly. "I'm but an agent, as you know, just one among the scientists who will be in charge upon arrival. Do not read it now. It is final. Take this card. It is a permit to enter a scientific newscasting booth and scan all available data for the past year. We know that out of the remaining third, roughly 300 or 400 million at best will be transportable. The balance are far too old to withstand the journey. Their power potential is negligible. In any case, they'd much rather die than leave. But it's the 300 or 400 million transportables that are highly useful for the particular purpose of the council that we must, or rather," she smiled faintly, "you must convince." She opened a drawer and extracted a gleaming metal disc. "These credits will be ample," she said, extending it to Mark. Lynn's eyes widened. 10,000 credits? I've had to work as many years for that amount. Dr. Fortune smiled. "May you live to spend them, Spacer Lynn," she said cryptically. "Greetings." Mark Lynn wanted to speak, to ask her social name, anything that would delay his departure from her office, but he knew the interview was at an end even before she turned to the mass of figures and data on her desk. Spacer Lynn threw a rapid glance around the room. They were still alone, but he knew that the entire interview had been minutely recorded. The august body of scientists of the First Order who composed the council took no chances, especially with internationals. The adventurers, the pioneers who opened up new worlds for the maddeningly impersonal efficiency of the council to take over and remold. But Mark didn't care. There was little that they didn't know about him in detail. Mark Lynn, in common with a few million others, was a product of his time and station, one of the immense legion of war orphans that the constant and increasingly destructive warfare of the 20th and 21st centuries had left behind. He was automatically a ward of the Executive Council. Now that the wars had finally been abolished as wasteful and inefficient, the ultimate goal of the social order was achievement. It had become a religion. It was instilled into infantile minds with the first toddling steps. It was propagated through 1,000 subtle means. It was a constant threat in the background of every living being under the government of Terra. Achievement was the inexorable law. It might mean producing so many tons of vitaminic flora during a span of so many years, or perhaps the production of metallic substances, or the exploration of so many worlds, as in Mark's case. Regardless of the task imposed, its final successful and unequivocal completion was the achievement for that particular being, and woe unto him who failed to achieve. In Mark Lynn's case, having been given over to the International Police for training as an astrogator and having finished his course with brilliant honors, he had been given a first-class exploration rating and trained in outer space navigation. Years of successful interplanetary and outer space exploration and research had given him an unequaled experience as an explorer. It was his duty to give the Council implicit obedience and to reserve his thinking for the problems of unexplored worlds and outer space. The Council rulers of the world state frowned on thinking without directives, especially by those beyond control, such as the internationals, of which Mark Lynn was a great leader. Thinking led to individualism, and the latter to conflict of opinions, eventually to become conflict of a far more deadly sort. The recent past was an unerasable record of promiscuous thinking. It had brought too many problems, social and economic. It was wasteful, slipshod, and inefficient. So it became a matter of unalterable policy to train each individual rigidly in that station in life to which he was best fitted, where he or she could function with maximum efficiency toward achievement. It became essential to apply control, one, which instilled into the mental patterns a dreadful guilt of waste, whether of energy, credits, or time, much as the ancient Puritans lived in the fear of their consciences and could never be comfortable or enjoy frivolous moments or leisure. Control 6 became an obsession to achieve, subtly replacing the emotional complex of what in an earlier day was called ambition. Until nothing, literally nothing, could stand before that one all-important goal. And finally, Control 15 became an absolute need for guidance, a pattern that subtly replaced the instinct for security of the 19th and 20th centuries, so that all problems, all crises were solved by the Council. An attempt to make individual solutions resulted in an awful sense of aloneness, of absolute insecurity that could drive a civican or a ruralarian to the verge of a psychosis. There were other controls, some major, some minor, but these three, 1, 6, and 15, were the three imperatives. Mark Lynn was impervious to them. He had to belong to the internationals. With a sealed cylinder in an inner pocket of his tunic that boasted a golden sun embroidered on the chest, Mark left the building and made his way through the milling crowds in the streets. They were all hurrying to some individual task: office workers in the black gowns of their calling, artisans with wide tooled belts, the violet-eyed Martian proctors who acted as guards, and the tiny slender Venusians with their varicolored wings and melodious voices. Scientists of the various orders were hurrying to the transportation belts, while technicians in their bright blue tunics went in and out of different buildings. There was no confusion, no disorder, despite the evident haste. Shops were closed, deserted, or wrecked by earthquakes. Many buildings were in partial ruins, others had huge cracks along the sides. Yet, from the public visa screens posted along the street came glimpses of beautiful scenes and soft, seductive music. A light, powdery snow was falling, and the wind danced a saraband unchecked. Weather control stations must have failed, Mark said inwardly and breathed deeply, gratefully, the keen, icy freshness of the wind. An old woman, a ruralarian, carrying a huge bundle, spied him and eagerly grasped his arm. "Greetings, International. Pray give an old woman information. I farmed my allotment and achieved 10 years ahead of my plan, and now they tell me I must move to Venus. I don't mind the moving, though I mistrust those winged creatures, but I'm old and very tired. Does my moving mean I'll have another allotment to achieve? Must I clear Venusian land? Tell me, International, if I'm assigned to a freighter, will the gravs be likely to shorten what remains of my lifespan?" Mark laughed at the loud avalanche of questions. "Peace, ruralarian," he managed through his laughter. "I doubt you'll be required to achieve another allotment. Didn't the government grant you sufficient credits for a new start?" The ruralarian woman pulled out a package of rank Venusian cigarettes and contentedly puffed on one after lighting it. "Yes. When the earth tremblers ruined my land and a mouth of fire finished it, a proctor came from the council and gave me enough credits to last a body a lifetime, then told me to make my way to transportation. But I can't bring myself to spend those credits, International. It's wasteful. I'd rather achieve another allotment. Why, I haven't bought a thing for 50 years that I could grow or make myself. I've been some time getting here from the Arizona sector, for the shakes disrupted the conveyor roads, and I lost a lot of things when another mouth of fire pushed up where the road was and blew my cart to the four winds. It's a miracle I'm here at all. But about that freighter, will the gravs—" "Ask for sleep freeze. It will be given you in any event. If anything, it'll lengthen your span, and the journey will seem like an overnight trip to you. If you need directing, a proctor will assist you. Greetings, ruralarian." Mark tried to make his tones as kindly as he possibly could, but realizing the woman was eager to make conversation, he ended the incident. He was still on duty. "Greetings, International," she replied, disappointed, and heaved the bundle to her shoulder. Mark had not walked 10 paces when instant correlation between his senses, mental synthesis, and muscular reaction made him swerve aside, bending over at the same time. It had been the horror-shocked expression in the eyes of a technician barely 3 paces before him that had sent the spacer hurling to one side, half bent over, bowling pedestrians aside like 10 pins. A thin pencil of light flashed where Mark's head had been seconds before. Mark had turned without pausing and saw a tall international whose yellow tunic bore the red whorl insignia of a conveyor road inspector. Mark's molecular rate was faster than any other strata, purposefully, because of his calling, and to the spectators it seemed as if he twisted, turned, and flung himself into a prodigious tackle all in one motion. The attacking international, fully as tall as Mark, went down under a terrific impact. His Atmo pistol sailing through the icy atmosphere in a falling arc, but with the agility of a Martian helicorum, he was up and snarling, "Traitor!" through clenched teeth. With a cry of baffled fury, he launched himself at Mark unhesitatingly, one hand fumbling at his belt. But Mark ducked, sidestepping. He was icy calm now, although the reason for this attack baffled him. Mark was in his element in a fight. The International Police trained its wards to be fighting machines, deadly in their efficiency. Explorers had to be. 2. Mark wheeled as the attacker hurtled past him, and his straight left went unerringly to the man's head, jarring him. Automatically, Mark's training came to the fore, as everything else faded, until it was only Spacer Lynn and a murderous enemy. Mark's right was a peg upon which he hung the attacker's blasting blow, while he used the boxer's left, long and weaving, throwing it swiftly like a cat sparring with a mouse dangling by the tail from its teeth. His left bounced off the attacker's chin. It was a little high, but the man rocked on his heels. The killer rushed. Mark let his heels touch the ground, refused to run. The attacker was too aggressive and eager for complete defense. Mark caught him with a left and right and calmly took a murderous hook to the belly without flinching. Then he let his right hand ride, dropping it down like a sledgehammer. The attacker's face seemed to lose contour. Its features blurred as the face went gory. His feet crossed and his knees went suddenly rubbery. The conveyor road inspector fell with a crash and didn't get up. Mark became suddenly aware that 2 Martian proctors flanked him, deadly Atmo pistols pressing at his sides. "Silence and obedience, International. Follow," came the crisp, laconic order from the senior proctor. Instantly, a visiscreen lighted, and a cold, imperious voice directed, "Remove the attacker. Dispose as power reserve. Spacer Lynn, proceed on mission." In unison, the 2 proctors saluted, and the Atmo pistols disappeared. It was the voice of the council, through some subordinate. "The eyes and ears of the universe," Mark Lynn exclaimed ironically in a whisper. The commentary reaction must have been psychological as well as physical to bring about crime in a social order where for centuries it had disappeared. Or had it? Mark wondered. How many secrets, how much factual data the council kept from the people? No one would ever know. But why try to liquidate him? He'd just arrived from years in outer space. Surely he couldn't possibly have enemies on Terra. Was his mission known? And come to think of it, just what was his mission actually? Meditatively, he tapped the cylinder in the inner pocket of his tunic. Could that have been the motive for the assault? "Palanth!" Mark Lynn exclaimed delightedly as he spied a dandified Martian leaning against a column of cryophrase upon entering the lobby of the International Police Headquarters to report. Tall and sinewy lean, with the exaggeratedly narrow waist characteristic of the Martians, Palanth gazed startled at his companion of many adventures from behind a silken square of Venusian spider silk drenched in the overpowering fragrance of Venusian jasmines. Only the violet eyes were visible, startling against the background of his flaming hair. In the tight-fitting yellow tunic of an international, he resembled an ancient, narrow-waisted cretin come to life, but for the flaming mane and towering height. "Greetings, O bird of ill omen! What malodorous wind blew you in from outer space?" He dropped the handkerchief long enough to reveal chiseled nostrils and white, even teeth as he smiled heartwarmingly. He placed his left hand on Mark's shoulder in the immemorial gesture Mars reserved for the closest friends. "1 sec, planetarian, while I check in." Mark grinned, also placing his hand on the Martian's shoulder. Knowing how it annoyed the Martian to be called by a lower rank, Mark stepped into a booth that automatically recorded his status as the Visiscreen panel glowed into life. Spacer, Mark Lynn, Exploratory Astrogator First Class, reporting. Under sealed orders from the Supreme Council. Last station, Io, awaiting further orders. In 1,000 departments that recorded global information and checked it in detail, even psychologically, Mark's words automatically became part of the endless record, but there was no answer. The Visiscreen faded to a smoldering green and went blank. Strange, Mark muttered to himself, stepping out of the booth. These orders must be final. He touched the slight bulge made by the cylinder he carried. Curiosity was beginning to needle him, but orders from the council could only be opened in absolute privacy, especially sealed orders. Palanth was waiting for him, the eternal handkerchief pressed against his nose. A brilliant pananagram, blood red and flashing, made a deep spot of color against his left earlobe. Everything about him seemed indolent, aesthetic, super refined, and the exquisite fragrances from the known universe with which he drenched his squares of silk, thanks to his mania against human odors, added to the foppish effect. Have you come to twist the tail of the comet, O thou especially not wanted? Palanth waved his handkerchief, diffusing jasmines in the rich austerity of the lobby, as he lounged back against the column with a sigh that might have meant anything. His yellow tunic, as near the color of gold as he dared, without actually being the hue reserved for the supreme head of the council, shimmered like watered silk. His slender hands flashed with acerines and calthulites. Breathtaking as usual, Mark was grinning from ear to ear. Especially that god-awful jungle fumes you're soaked in. Ah, I can breathe. My only defense against you creatures, Palanth said languidly. I need replenishing, Mark. Shall we go? Lord, yes, I could eat at a European. Mark checked himself as an odd tight expression came into his eyes and his hand tightened on something hard inside a lower pocket of his tunic. He fell unaccountably silent for a moment. Palanth strode beside him with a lithe, tigerish stride which belied his now forgotten languid pose of a few moments ago. His deceptive exterior, which many, to their final regret, had found could disappear like lightning, still made him seem like a planetarian fop whom the council permitted harmless foibles for reasons of their own. I never hoped to see you again after that crash on Europa, Palanth exclaimed with a relieved sigh. You're so reckless, Mark, and death is so permanent. Of course you are not reckless, Mark taunted with obvious irony, remembering how the Martian International could explode into action like an enraged Martian Hela. In your superior wisdom, there's no reason to take chances. Everything's planned in advance. Logically. Coldly. Bah! Do you recall that little incident on Venus when they served you imitation Thessalian and that little Venusian baggage tried to dope you with... Cease, O chattering, Palanth interrupted, as near being embarrassed as it was possible for him to be. The rest of what he said was buried in the perfumed handkerchief which he hastily pressed against his face as they joined the crowds that filled the avenue. But what are you here for? It is permissible to know? Mark asked soberly at last. I may as well tell you, Palanth said, his tones muffled by the handkerchief. You'd never have the imagination to guess. You probably have been appointed to regulate the last batch of outgoing freighters en route to various space stations in order to relieve congestion and ease pressure of transportation. There may be something else, eh? Mastermind. But there's that last something else that you'd never guess. Inductive reasoning tells me that a freight coordinator would be assigned to freight problems. Let me talk. But this seems to be the last time that old Terra is going to send freight anywhere. I feel there's one last measure to be taken against the unpredictable. Something calculated to checkmate a future result. Oh, I know I sound as if I were talking gibberish, Palanth, but, well, it's still sort of foggy in my mind. I'll know more when I read my orders. I've already read mine, Palanth said quietly. I'm persuaded they're not very different from yours in the last analysis. It's a gigantic game, Mark. Then you know? Yes. It was almost a whisper, almost a telepathic assent. But here's our energy center. Let's go on in. Once within the vast dining hall known as an energy center, they selected a table and from the menu the number of the meal that suited them, pressed the numerically corresponding stud on the panel above the table. The food came on a conveyor belt that passed beneath the floor and emerged from the center of the table, which was hollow and had a panel that slid aside as the food arrived. Well, what have you learned? Palanth asked Mark as they began their meal. Mark outlined what he knew and added a few conjectures of his own, and Palanth's face split gradually in a wide grin. A pretty mess. How many of you flesh-eating mammals are there left to transport? The irreconcilables, the dissenters. Roughly about 500 million. They're an amazing mixture of internationals, philosophers, and Rollarians, the three most individualistic strata. It would be easier to ray them down, let the comet wipe them out in due time, than to go to all this trouble of persuading them to evacuate, Palanth retorted coldly. Still, to my Martian mind, they're far more valuable than your herds of controlled sheep. At least they can think for themselves. However, in a controlled, beneficent political economy such as the world state, any such benevolent treatment as raying them down or abandoning them to sidereal extinction is outlawed, a quiet, mellow voice said behind them. Both Mark and Palanth looked up with a start to see the exquisite oval face with the serious, limpid hazel eyes of Dr. Fortune in her purple scientist tunic. Palanth rose instantly and bowed. Mark was but a fraction of a second behind him. It's a rare honor for spacers to enjoy socially the company of a scientist, Mark said gravely, but his eyes were dancing. Probably just as well if you express such unorthodox opinions freely, she replied, sitting between them at the table. However, we have a long journey ahead. Might as well begin to know each other, as we really are. Her smile was an adventure, and when she turned her head to survey Palanth with frank curiosity, Mark noted that her hair escaping the tight-fitted kepsis was almost the color of dark honey in the sun. A long journey, Palanth murmured as he picked absorbedly at something on his plate that resembled purple popcorn. A long journey where? How? And to what end? What are you eating? Dr. Fortune asked almost too casually instead of replying. These? Oh, candied violets. Palanth's languid pose had returned, aware that many eyes were upon him in the crowded energy center. Don't you have enough perfume as it is without eating it too? Mark growled. Peace, O spawn of unthinkable misfortune, Palanth said grandly and filled his mouth with the delicacy. Dr. Fortune laughed aloud. It was like the tintinnabulation of clustered silver bells. Fraud! She exclaimed amiably. If I were not acquainted with your past record, I'd think you were a fop. Does that prose ever fool anybody, Palanth? The tall Martian grinned, shrugging his shoulders. Who knows? It's been so long since I've had an adventure for a bride. He quoted a line from the famous Terran poet of the 21st century. He's done it so long it's become second nature with him, Mark said inelegantly. However, the perfume business is no pose. Wait till you see his collection of extracts. Palanth glared at him, but remained silent. Just then, a growing tremor shook the energy center, and one of the walls split from floor to ceiling. Their table fell with a crash, and the hum of food conveyors ceased. Voices rose in startled exclamations, and the crash of other tables added to the increasing noise. A convulsive heave rent the floor, and the continuous series of audio pictures on the visiscreen ceased abruptly. After what seemed an eternity, in reality seconds, the quake subsided, leaving wreckage behind and the pale, strained faces of the guests. Even here in North America, the very heart of the world state, the quakes are increasing, Dr. Fortune said thoughtfully. Our estimates gave us 8 more weeks before the proximity of the comet neutralized astrowarp evacuation. It seems hardly possible, but there may be elements in the situation we have failed to calculate. I believe the sooner we complete evacuation, the better it'll be. She glanced at Mark speculatively. I suggest you read your orders this evening, once you're registered at the International House, Spacer Lynn. That's my plan, Mark told her. And speaking of unknown elements, I'm still puzzled at being attacked by an international today. I was unaware that I had enemies on Terra. What could the motive have been? Attacked? Palanth was instantly alert. Why didn't you tell me, Mark? The spacer shrugged his shoulders. It was a minor incident. Only, its mystery bothers me. I've been taught that there's no crime on Terra, and I am too unimportant for political liquidation. You forget, Dr. Fortune said softly, the profound dislocations brought about by this unforeseen situation. 2/3 of Terra's population have been evacuated. Another third, the most intractable, refuses cooperation. There are many sympathizers in high places. In the inevitable confusion, the efficiency of the world state has been impaired. What would have been impossible a few months ago can happen now. You're not only our chief explorer, but a name to conjure with among internationals. Your word has never been broken. Being suspected of having become a subservient tool of the Council is enough for certain elements to consider you too dangerous to their aims. Therefore, guard your life, Spacer. But I'm not a tool, Mark exclaimed fiercely. My allegiance to the Council only involves my life, not the lives of others. I'll not defraud them, dissenters or not. Dr. Fortune smiled quietly as if contemplating some inner scene. The bright hazel eyes were veiled, and whatever activity went on behind the smooth forehead was masked. The confusion within the energy center had subsided, and the guests were leaving now in orderly fashion, but as fast as possible. It's time to exit, the girl said casually. Pity we were interrupted just when we were beginning to really know each other. Suddenly her manner changed, as with what seemed an unconscious gesture, she removed the tight-fitting cap, and her hair fell about her shoulders with a gleaming patina of dark gold. Her smile had the demure sweetness of an embarrassed girl. Her eyes were soft and luminous as she gazed first at Mark and then at Palanth. There's a strato cruiser of the First Order leaving at 6 for a resort on the Gulf of Mexico. Havanal. It's perhaps the last time we'll have a chance to see it. Shall we? She hesitated. Shall we dine there? Rose mantled her cheeks and her long lashes swept downwards as she made the suggestion. Havanal? Mark was enchanted. Martian music and food to tempt archangels? But how can you and I enter Havanal? It's open only to special permit. You're not by any remote chance forgetting me? Palanth inquired with elaborate irony. I've never seen Havanal. Besides, I'm sure Dr. Fortune would like to use some Parnassian for the occasion. Parnassian? The perfume of the butterfly orchids of Venus? Why, Palanth is worth more than colchites. It's the rarest, the most unattainable of extracts. Dr. Fortune clasped her hands in ecstasy at the very thought of it. Then her rigid scientific training asserted itself. But I couldn't wear it. It's like evaporating a fortune in credits within a few hours, she said unhappily. Bother. Control 1. Forget it for one memorable night. Palanth was exasperated. I know its antidote. And I have it, he said savagely. So have I, Mark said, grinning. Thessalian? The girl was startled. It was the forbidden Martian liquor of the gods. It could achieve almost miraculous cures when taken in tiny doses. It gave the sensation of ineffable happiness, and when taken to excess, it drove the addict hopelessly insane. We still haven't solved the problem of the special permit, Mark reminded them. I have one for a party of 4, which I haven't used as yet, Dr. Fortune said with a hint of shyness. You'll have time to read your orders, and then I'll pick you both up at the International House in my helioplane. Agreed? Agreed, both Mark and Palanth said fervently. They watched the slight figure of the girl as she made her way through the crowds with precision, her purple tunic vivid against the white carpet of fallen snow. Her mind was well guarded, Palanth thought out loud. It is a mind of power, or I would have contacted it, Mark barely whispered without moving his lips. Still, there can be nothing at Havanal that we can't cope with. Palanth shot a powerful telepathic vibration at the Earthian spacer. Have you had the feeling of being under spy ray, Mark? Yes, for months, but I've guarded my mind, and as you know, the Council's spy ray is not quite effective on those beyond controls 1, 6, and 15. We're beyond conditioning for penetration by their mental synthesis. At times, they're able to obtain partial ideation, which they reconstruct and reform into thought pattern trends. But hell, our thought trends and individualistic patterns have been known to them all our lives. However, we are being used as tools, indirectly. We have no proof, Earthmen. In any event, within certain limits, we are still free agents. Their orders may be one thing. What we do is another. This cataclysm has shorn the world state of most of its power, on Terra at any rate. Mars and Venus would sweep the resettlements off their planets if the Terran fleet weren't constantly on guard. Havanal may give us an inkling of what the game is, Mark observed. The whole secret lies within the reason for evacuating the irreconcilables. The Civicans, Guildians, Technicians, and Ruralians are merely the base of the pyramid. Between them and the scientists, there's a gap that must be filled by the internationals and the philosophers. Without pioneers and thinkers in the abstract, their rules static. Their scheme, whatever it is, fails without us. Mark was telepathically communicating with Palanth his conclusions as they neared the International House. Palanth's violet eyes narrowed in amusement. They no doubt have a surprise for us in store. How poetic that we should be the ones to surprise them. The Martian waved his perfumed kerchief, and the sparkling iciness of the breeze was scented with fresh jasmines. 3. Mark's hand tightened on the hard object he carried in a lower pocket of his tunic. It seemed to him as if an immeasurably distant vibration reached the very top of his brain, where the most difficult thinking is done. It was a fleeting thought, the barest sidereal whisper, that was gone almost the instant it impinged upon his mind. Could the final answer lie there for them? With Terra gone, or made uninhabitable, they would be homeless children of space, unless they subjected themselves to the prostatic, uninspiring existence of the planetarian settlements, limited by space, rigidly under council control, their lives but pawns in a gigantic game that was planned for centuries to come with a cold, mathematical impersonality that reduced life to a mechanical phenomenon. Mark shuddered slightly. Yes, Palanth, poetic justice indeed. Come to my apartment at International House. I want to tell you a story. The story of what happened on Europa when I was Mark the Daredevil, recorded as Hugh Bentacourt, the surname of my mentor before I earned my rank and the right to use my own name. Jim Brannigan was my second in command when he crashed our ship on Europa. He was smiling with a distant look in his eyes. Later, they met Dr. Fortune. She was still sheathed in the filmy tunic of silver violet she had worn at Havanal. The fragrance of Venusian butterfly orchids was a faint invitation to desire, but her firm, capable hands at the controls sent the luxurious helioplane hurtling through the stratosphere at a dizzy speed above the continental cloud bank. Dawn was beginning in a young flood of opalescent fire. The ship was dipping, and the clouds were swirling. Dr. Fortune sat silent with an enigmatic smile on her lips. Mark Lynn didn't speak lest he break the spell, while Palanth leaned back in his mullioned seat, eyes closed, recapturing the past memorable hours. At last the terrain became visible. It seemed only seconds, and they were hovering above the immense interplanetary field where vast spacers awaited launching. Built to accommodate hundreds of thousands, their titanic proportions dwarfed everything around them. Dr. Fortune touched the controls of her helioplane, and instantly the ship veered and aimed straight for one of the spacers. She flicked a lever and locked the controls. Calmly, she released another lever, and the robot pilot took over. She leaned back with a sigh. Her shoulders slumped, silent still. Mark Lynn's eyes widened. "What are you doing? We'll crash against that spacer." He leapt to the controls, but the locking mechanism had been set for arrival and could not be unlocked until the ship came to a stop. At the urgency in his voice, Palanth jerked forward, wide awake, in time to glimpse the cavernous proportions of the starboard port of the interplanetary spacer yawning open to receive them. As it entered the stupendous spacer, the helioplane decelerated suddenly, coming to an abrupt stop that pressed them back against their ultra-padded seats as if a gigantic hand had pushed them back. Instantly, the spacer's port closed automatically without a sound, and vari-colored lights flashed within the ship. A bell rang shrilly, insistently somewhere. "Strap yourselves immediately and push that small lever on the side of your seats. It'll convert them into couches," Dr. Fortune directed hurriedly. "Prepare for launching." She herself was already busy converting her own seat and then strapping herself. From a pocket of her tunic, she took a tiny box and, opening it, took 2 pellets, which she swallowed. Within seconds, she was unconscious. Mark reached over and took the box from her nerveless fingers. "Fanadol! For those who do not wish the sleep freeze. Palanth, do you want any? Or will you withstand the grafts?" "Neither. I'll submerge my conscious mind and thus preserve everything that occurs in my subconscious without suffering the effects of acceleration." "So will I," Mark agreed. His dark green eyes were lambent with fury. "We've been tricked very neatly, old spacer. We're going somewhere willy-nilly." "The first trick's theirs." He gazed at the unconscious form of the girl with a mixture of sorrow and anger. "The same old story on a higher plane," he whispered to himself. "A memorable night, and the next day shanghaied into space. I wonder if the ancients staffed their crude water vessels in this manner." As they submerged their conscious minds, a buzzer vibrated throughout the interplanetary spacer. A tremor went through the beryllium alloy monster, and suddenly it catapulted into space on the astral warp, robot-controlled until beyond the gravitational pull of Terra. The tiny helioplane, tiny in comparison with the titanic spacer, hung suspended in a special cradle to minimize still further the effects of 2G's acceleration. Dr. Fortune and the 2 internationals were too valuable to take chances. But the incongruous 3 were beyond inductive thinking as the stellar virgin leapt away from Earth. They didn't hear a mechanical voice order, "Free fall into orbit 3. Presently the ship settled into the warp. After a while, the same mechanical voice ordering, "Free fall into orbit 9. Presently, the space drive took hold as the interplanetary cruiser warped out into free space. The normal gravity plates began to function, and instantly the pressure ceased. Color returned to Mark Lynn's face. He was the first to awaken. From where he lay, he could see the still form of Palanth, a fallen, disheveled giant, and the fragile figure of Dr. Fortune, pale as death and as still. A pang of pity shot through him. Then, remembering, a surge of anger made his eyes grow cold. Leisurely, he unstrapped himself and stretched, then went over and unstrapped his 2 companions. Well, we're together for better or for worse, he sighed. Just then Palanth shuddered and opened his violet eyes. At sight of Mark, he sat up abruptly, passing a dazed hand over his eyes. Then he saw the still unconscious form of Dr. Fortune, and recollection came to him. She's still asleep, Mark said softly. Let her rest. We'll have ample time for explanations. Suddenly Palanth laughed. Shanghaied! By Jupiter's red spot! He searched assiduously for his eternal kerchief. Ah, here it is. Then remembering, my extracts, all my fragrances that have taken years to collect, left on Terra. He cursed venomously in 5 interplanetary dialects until he was out of breath. Magnificent, Mark commented admiringly. Palanth subsided into smoldering fury, his great eyes almost black, the chiseled nostrils quivering. To him, it was an appalling loss. Go on, don't stop now, Mark urged him, grinning. Later, when she wakes up, you won't be able to mourn your perfumes. Now's your chance. Besides, I'd like some of those remarks for my own collection, planetarian. You'll find them in your private quarters awaiting you in the spacer, a wan voice said wearily. I feel as if I've been mangled. Dr. Fortune sighed tremulously. Both men turned toward the girl, but her slender body had not stirred. The eyes were closed. Only a tiny, tired smile hovered on the curving lips. Didn't know you were awake. Mark reddened at the recollection of the lurid language. Praise be to Antares. My extracts. Where are they? Where are my quarters? Let's get out of here. Palanth could think of nothing but his priceless collection. Without them, I'd have to condition myself to pollution. You're not very complimentary, Martian, Dr. Fortune chided, her hazel eyes flickering open, and she sat up. The girl surveyed Marklin with calm, clear eyes. What? No violence? Not even recriminations? What an utterly erroneous conception the council has about you internationals, she observed and waited for Mark to speak. We don't indulge in futilities, Dr. Fortune, Mark replied, but perhaps you can give us an inkling of what this is all about. I think we deserve at least that much, scientist. The girl seemed to meditate in silence. An odd, half-fearful, half-ashamed expression fitted across her face. Yes, you deserve a great deal more than I can offer you, Spacer Lynn, but I'm afraid I can only give you another unpleasant experience to chalk up against me. It's all part of a pattern agreed upon even before you and your companion arrived on Terra. It was thought that only your influence on the internationals and philosophers could persuade them to evacuate. They'd believe you, where they would never trust the council. It was necessary that you be seen on Terra. When you entered the council building, it was visiscreened in detail throughout the world state. Your encounter with the attacker on the street was seen by countless millions. It had to be established that you were on Terra and in touch with the council, so that your audio visiscreen broadcast should be considered authentic. But I didn't broadcast. My orders from the council were to promise all international philosophers and Rolarians, in fact all dissenters, a habitable planet to which they would be transported in sleep freeze, together with all metallic substances, seeds, plasms, drugs, food, in fact everything required for their normal existence for a 5-year cycle, free from interference by the government of the world state, provided they agreed to furnish the world state with an equal amount of materials within 100 years. I never believed for an instant that the council would relinquish control. The absolute lack of weapons or of any machinery to fashion them was in itself a proof of intention beyond the letter of the offer. I meant to refuse to broadcast to the irreconcilables my personal guarantee as demanded by the council. Besides, I know of no such planet. That is why I took you to Havenol, Dr. Fortune nodded sadly. The council anticipated your refusal. Your psychological data easily told them that, and since at Havenol only those with special permit could enter, The guests were specially chosen so that none without the scientific circle knew you were there. Thus, your broadcast became authentic in the minds of the dissenters. You noticed there were no visa-screens at Havanall, under the excuse that nothing that did not contribute to pleasure could be permitted. But I tell you, I didn't broadcast. Mark was becoming exasperated. You keep on harping on that. No, but your double did. The girl's voice was opaque. Turn on the visa-screen on the spacer, you'll learn the truth. Everything that has been visa-screened on Terra since your arrival was recorded in the spacer's telecast. Simply select the broadcast of the date and hour when we went to Havanall, and it will be shown on the visa-screen panel in the commander's quarters. Your double, part resemblance, part surgico-synthesis, even imitates your voice within 1/10 of a microgram of its tonal quality. Detection was beyond human power, Spacer Lynn. If I ever get my hands on him. Mark's fingers clenched spasmodically as his face went dark with passion. You never will, the girl said sadly, nor on the double who took the place of Palanth. Even that detail was taken care of, perfumes and all. Her smile was bitter. By now, both have been converted to power reserve, their usefulness having ended. There was an uncomfortable pause, the silence becoming oppressive in the luxurious heliplane of the girl. Who's the commander of the interplanetary spacer? Mark asked at last, his agile mind already seeking means to circumvent the snare. You, was the laconic reply. I. Has the council gone mad? Do they think that after what's happened they can place a spacer in my power and still command my allegiance? I can loose their damn patrol in uncharted space, and I will! No, Spacer Lynn, you'll have to find a more definitive solution than that. You see, you promised millions a planet of freedom, where they could build a new civilization, patterned after the old American Constitution, but on an even greater, a wider plane of being. You promised them freedom from the council, and a chance to develop untrammeled, not only their minds, but their emotions as well. You do not know it, but your double was trained as a great actor. Years of conditioning and training taught him to ring the changes of emotion on human souls not deadened by the controls. Reports showed that millions wept, that a tidal wave of joy coursed through their ranks, sending them pouring like a human cataract into the awaiting spacers. And sleep freeze, Mark. 4. Have you the figures on how many agreed to evacuate? Mark's face was white and tense. Palanth was silent, immobile, in the hieratic attitude of Martians in deep thought. Roughly 300 million. I received the secret report just before we left Havanall. Where are they now? Mark forced himself to ask. Traveling in space under robot control. When they arrive within the orbit of Europa, they will remain in an orbit calculated to parallel the trajectory of our universe in space, in relation to the orbit of Europa, so that they will be like satellites of that planet. You will find an instrument in your quarters which, when operated, activates a vibrational beam of such potency that it will contact the robot control of those spacers, causing them to land on the planet at various places and intervals. The major task will be to administer the antidote to sleep freeze, but as each dissenter is awakened, he or she can join in awakening the rest. Your task is to build a civilization of Europa, a civilization with all the technical science of Terra, and to thoroughly develop that planet. But why Europa? It's a bleak world of cold and bare rocks, lit by a hellish crimson radiation from Jupiter's red spot, deserted, inhospitable, but habitable and rich in minerals, a large world with which to replenish a ravaged Earth. The moon, our Luna, will go, Mark. The Council plans to eventually move Europa from its orbit to take place of our moon. What happened to you when you crashed there is known to the Council. They inspected your ship and found it had been expertly repaired with rare metals and superb skill. By spy ray, they obtained enough out of your mind to obtain a pattern. You didn't have reserve oxides with you on that trip, yet oxides had been used in repairing your ship. An assortment of special tools were needed to make the repairs. Tools you didn't have with you, yet the work has been done with a skill that surpassed that of our best technicians. And finally, it was established that your skull had been crushed from behind. Yet you arrived in perfect health, the bone fracture entirely healed, and with thrice the energy reserve of a normal man. As a psychologist, I worked on the report. It was startling. I see. And if I refuse to be a part of their plan? Mark's voice had the flat tones of a man condemned to death. You will be sentenced to power reserve, and Europa taken by force. A scientist will be placed in charge, and armed proctors brought to preserve obedience. The Council hopes such measures will not be necessary. It will mean a constant struggle with the dissenters, and Venus and Mars might take advantage of the situation to begin the ancient wars all over again. That is why they are willing to give you a free rein. Ultimately, of course, they envision the planet as a satellite of the Earth, its population under complete Council control. I'll not live to see that tragic day. Mark's voice held infinite conviction. Neither will I, seconded Planth. I suppose you're the direct representative of the Council? Mark asked the girl. You'll keep them informed of everything we do? There was contempt in his deep, bitter voice. Don't spare my feelings. Dr. Fortune smiled with a quiet sadness. I've told everything but what the Supreme Council instructed me to say. I was to tell you another story, to play enchantress and keep you lulled, if necessary, in a fool's paradise. But controls 1, 6, and 15 never quite worked with me. I've had to feign a lot and mask my mind, lest I be condemned to power control. We psychologists are very few. It's our only defense. Those we instruct in the techniques of the mind must join our guild and swear allegiance to us. Why do you think I arranged to come on this trip? For the love of the Council? I'm a woman, Mark. I want a home instead of a clinic, and a husband instead of an order for fertilization. I want to experience the rapture that is love and have children. I came because I thought the very qualities in you the Council means to utilize might be the means of circumventing their purpose and make us free. An incredulous look of surprise spread over Mark's face. For an instant he wondered if the Machiavellian tactics of the Council could extend even this far. But with a determined mental effort, he probed the girl's mind and found it was unguarded. There was no trickery, no deception in her mind, even as the tears that blurred the lovely hazel eyes were genuine. Venus be praised, he exclaimed fervently, and it was all he could do to refrain from taking her in his arms and kissing away the tears that were rolling down her cheeks. She speaks the truth, Palanth said telepathically. There was a trace of embarrassment in his thoughts. She will be a most valuable ally in our fight. Mark smiled. His face had lightened, as if a profound grief had been removed. You already know we'll fight, eh, Palanth? But of course, O Terran of dubious intellect, the Martian said grandly and waved the sadly crumpled kerchief, now almost devoid of its overpowering perfume. He was himself again, eager for the intellectual struggle against overwhelming odds. What sort of intelligence is there on Europa? Dr. Fortune asked, once more in control of herself. Exquisite beings with a mental power beyond our own, but resembling nothing human, Mark replied. Let's leave this Helio. I'm anxious to inspect the spacer. I've never commanded a ship this size. How many are aboard and what are they? Palanth inquired. I hope they're internationals. I don't know the figures, Palanth, but I'm certain at least 90% are internationals. I do know at least 500 scientists of various categories are aboard. They'll be the first to be awakened from sleep freeze. For a journey's end, they will take charge. And who's going to give them the antidote? Mark asked silkily. Robots. Time to administer it in the moment we land on Europa. They have orders to direct resettlement without interfering too much. And of course, they are the eyes and ears of the Council. They are the only ones who have the necessary equipment for interplanetary communication, as you'll find out. I think they need a long, long rest. Don't you, Palanth? Mark was smiling. Indeed, O protector of the martyred, Palanth exclaimed grandiloquently. They must be tired, very tired, of anything but sleep. I've never seen these robots, Mark Lynn thought aloud. Are there many, Dr. Fortune? Approximately 50. More than necessary, but they're to be used on landing by the scientists. These robots, Mark, are humanoid in their mental processes, able to perform tasks too difficult for human beings, especially in the mathematical field. They are created secretly, for the peoples of the world state must not know of their invention. There would be no need for labor if they were to be produced in sufficient numbers. Production of necessities and luxuries could be increased 1,000-fold, and it would destroy the present social philosophy of the world state. It would remove the credo of achievement. It would abolish the standards of rigid thrift and conservation in a world of undreamed plenty. And finally, with robots able to solve the most intricate problems, the absolute need for guidance would be neutralized. The Supreme Council had these robots built for their exclusive use. Only 1,000 exist. We've been allotted 50 because Europa's been acknowledged as a major achievement. Can they be neutralized? The robots, I mean. Mark was thinking at a furious pace. These robots are impressionless, blank, so to speak. Their only motivation is to administer the sleep freeze antidote to the scientists aboard. After that, the scientists can direct them to required tasks, and each problem, as it is solved by the robot, remains in its mechanical neural pattern for repetition if necessary. They're wholly metallic, almost indestructible. Whoever uses them first is their master. End of section 1. Section 2 of 5 stories by Albert De Pina. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cindy Morton. 5 stories by Albert De Pina. The Star Guardsman, Part 2. 5. It was then that Mark, unable to restrain himself, bent down and kissed her. It occurs to me, he said very gently, that I've never known your social name. Lucero, the girl whispered. It's an ancient, almost forgotten name of the Romance languages now lost. The Evening Star, Mark breathed. No wonder you're golden. Forgetting Palanth, he was about to take her in his arms when the latter coughed with the dry hacking sound of the Martians. Are we going into the spacer, or have we changed our minds? He inquired of the universe in general. Terra's being wrecked. We're shanghaied aboard a sleep-freeze coffin polluted with 1,000 scientists and 50 imnical robots. We are headed for an unexplored moon of Jupiter in the mesh of a gigantic plot, and 300 million victims are dependent on our wits. Yet 2 highly specialized humans on whom the fate of the universe depends are oblivious of it all, like 2 Phobos-struck Colodonus. Ugh, what a race! O mind of ultimate understanding! He bowed at the mention of the Martian All-Highest, the nameless god. Both Lucero and Mark came to, faces crimson, smiling sheepishly. Together they left the helioplane and went down an emergency ladder into the interior of the vast interplanetary spacer. Within the Stellar Virgin, the silence was intense, the silence of a dead city. In the luxurious quarters provided for the scientists, the latter lay soundless and inert in the almost ultimate oblivion of sleep freeze. They were 10 in number to each mammoth cavernous stateroom, and in the very center, upon a throne-like dais, motionless and lifelike, a gigantic robot sat immobile, awaiting the end of the trip, when, for the first time since they were fashioned, they would perform the only task impressed upon their virgin brains. Mark Lynn went silently from cabin to cabin, to all outward appearances, inspecting the ship, but inwardly, his mental processes, geared to the apex of their wide awakenedness, grappled endlessly with the problem of the robots. If the scientists awakened from their sleep freeze, thanks to the antidotes, they'd instantly command the robots for their initial tasks, and thereafter they'd be masters of that incalculable source of power. With the robots under their command, the scientists would be masters indeed, able to dispose of the machinery within the spacer at their will, to manufacture more machinery, build weapons, and, in short, control Europa. He thought of the thousands of internationals in the spacer's hold, and his head ached with a sustained effort. It was a little thing that gave him the clue, the intense pain at the base of his brain like a constant hammering, and Mark considered an infinitesimal dose of Vanadol. It would banish the pain as if by magic. "Vanadol!" he exclaimed, electrified. "By lo! Vanadol is the answer. How much Vanadol have we got aboard? Palanth, search the medical stores and find out how much of the stuff we've brought along. Hurry!" Mark's eyes were sparkling, green as emeralds. Lucero regarded him curiously. "What's so important about Vanadol, Mark?" "The scientists must not awaken until we have the robots under our command. By giving each scientist a heavy dose of Vanadol, enough for weeks of sleep, we circumvent the antidote for sleep freeze. It's this way when we land. The mechanism within each robot, timed for release on arrival, activates them for their one and only task, the administration of anti-sleep freeze. But since each scientist will have been thoroughly drugged with Vanadol, they'll be released from sleep freeze, but will continue to sleep under the powerful narcotic. The robots then will be given such commands as we decide on and will be entirely answerable to us three alone. They will facilitate immensely the task of making Europa truly habitable, and since they are almost indestructible, will be the most valuable of all weapons. Let's get busy. If there's enough Vanadol, we've won the first round after all." Presently, the Martian returned. "There's tons of the stuff," he announced. Mark had to explain it all over again. 6. Panadur. Mark Lynn breathed softly as he glanced at the stark grandeur of Europa from one of the glassite ports. It was night. The macabre glow of Jupiter's red spot enveloped the satellite in a red opaline haze that made the vari-colored cliffs gleam with twisted flames in deep crimson and orange and purple. Over all, an eternal mantle of snow lay like frozen spume. Mark opened his hand and looked at the jewel he held. It was pulsing now with a fiery radiance. The great spacer was lying in the cup-shaped hollow of the immense valley, resting on the blanketing snow, just as once before a tiny cruiser had rested crippled in the fantastic European night. But it was different then. Mark remembered his chilling awe at the dantesque panorama and his shock when Jim Brannigan had found life on Europa. The strange, exquisitely furred bipeds with slender arms and six-fingered hands. He had thought them animals then, despite the bright intelligence shining in the beryl eyes of the creatures. But he'd learned differently in time, when Jim had crushed his skull from behind and the Panadurs had saved him by absorbing Jim's life energy and transferring it to him while he lay unconscious. That was the miracle, that the metabolism of the Panadurs could absorb energy from any source and transfer it at will. They were telepathic, and their leader had given him the jewel to facilitate communication if Mark ever returned. It was like the remembrance of a dream to have the past pass in review through his mind as he methodically donned his Allurium suit and turned on the heating unit. I'm going out alone, he said firmly to Palanth and Lucero. I owe the inhabitants of this world a debt, and whether we remain or not is for them to decide. You see, this starlight jewel, that's the star of Panadur. By concentrating my thoughts, it acts as a sort of transmitting crystal and will make it possible for me to reach the leader of the Panadurs. I will return. He smiled reassuringly into Lucero's distraught face and Palanth's scowling one. Why can't I accompany you? The Martian growled. Since when must I be left behind in the face of danger? Am I an old woman, Mark? But there's no danger, Palanth. It's a promise I gave that never would I bring any intelligent creature to Panadur without their approval. This world's a treasure house, and the Panadurs are a treasure in themselves, for their fur is finer than anything in the universe, including Neptune's moons. I know of a vast cavern floored with oxide and cliffs of pure metal. Europa, or rather Panadur, is an inexhaustible source of power. It remains with them, the Panadurs, whether we remain or not. He smiled at them again, almost pleadingly, for them to understand, and without another word, stepped through the airlocks and was gone. They could see his tall figure in its gleaming sheath outlined in the unearthly glow until it disappeared in the distance. Mark Lynn let his mind be passive. Contact with the alien intelligence had been made. The jewel in his hand was now a burst of radiance as he traversed the valley in the direction of the cavern country, and at last he was before the gigantic mass of cliffs he sought. He entered a low, gallery-like cave that wound downwards into the bowels of the cliff, following the twisting turns as the gallery widened and the luminescent walls became even more luminous, until at the end of a turn a burst of radiance met his eyes and he was once more in the grotto of titanic proportions, lighted by the glaucous radiance, like the green light beneath the waters of a shallow sea. At his feet, crystalline and powdery, the entire floor of the grotto was covered by oxide as far as his eyes could see. Mark had the odd sensation of living a part of his life over again. He waited in silence. Mark knew that thousands of burning beryl eyes were peering at him from concealed openings in the walls. He felt the mental rapport with their leader that was rapidly absorbing from his mind all that could be obtained. The wait was interminable. At last, a silvery gray furred being was before Mark, seemingly having come from nowhere. Its exquisite triangular face, with the wide-set beryl eyes and broad forehead, were startlingly human. "Greetings, twice come!" The faint shadow of a smile seemed to cross its features as he telepathed the thought. "When your space machine landed, we feared the worst. But we are reassured. Your mind tells us that countless of your kind hover asleep over our world. What would you have us do?" "Your permission to remain," Mark sent the telepathic reply, and then, in a welling flood of thought, poured out the story of what had happened on Terra, the resettlement of 2/3 of the population on other planets, and finally their abhorrence of the Terran government and its methods. "Allow us, O Panadur, to build a new civilization on your world, a civilization where we may achieve happiness in freedom. We bring over 2,000 space machines laden with everything we can possibly need and millions of eager beings. We will transform your world into a paradise such as you have never known. Weather control stations will give Panadur freedom from cold and darkness. Cities will be reared in beauty, and to you we guarantee forever freedom from attack, for if we do not remain on Panadur, whom the Terrans call Europa, the Council of Terra will never rest until it has been subjugated by its interstellar fleet. Your minds will be ravaged, your people will be enslaved. Blood redder than the angry spot of the greater world will flow in rivers." "And how can you prevent them from doing so, in any event?" the Panadur asked. We will make your world impregnable. Each one of the spacers that brings our people here will be turned into a fighting cruiser. The minds of the greatest scientists of Terra will be utilized for our advancement, and these scientists, 500 of them now asleep, will be delivered into your care as hostages, together with 15 robots placed under your command. We will ensure your safety in return for your scientific aid. We know you have no tools, even to repair a small rent on my cruiser. When I crashed here before, took hundreds and hundreds of your people and the tools I had, plus weeks of work. The result was magnificent, but I know how handicapped you were. My robots will build you machines of power, and we will give you that which you may choose from our ships. In ensuring your safety, we ensure ours. One for all, and all for one, O Panador. Fate has decreed that your world is in danger. Shall we join forces? It is true, Terran. We have achieved mental mastery, but we've never conquered our environment. Our hands, he extended fragile six-fingered hands without thumbs, are hardly suited to fashion tools. But with machines that create other machines, and metal beings such as I saw in your mind? A faraway look came into Beryl eyes as the Panador leader paused. Let your mind be passive, that I may contact and transmit to my people. They must know the entire story. Mark complied, and instantly, as if a tremendous force had struck him, he reeled in darkness. Consciousness fled. He never knew that not far behind him another being fell unconscious also. It was Palanth. The Martian had followed unseen, unwilling to let Mark risk the unknown by himself. The hours slid in silence under the unchanging luminescence of the primordial cavern, now filled with countless Panadors in hieratic attitudes. At last one of the beings stood erect and made a silent motion. Waves of pure energy began to course through Marklin and Palanth. But when they awoke, all the Panadors were gone save their leader. Mark dazedly stretched his long limbs and looked at the Martian uncomprehendingly. Then slowly remembrance came. So, you did follow me after all. Disobedience of orders in an uncharted world. Do you know the penalty imposed by the Council? May the Council swelter in Venus's deepest swamp, Palanth spat irreverently. Didn't intend to take chances. Your life's too valuable, O scourge of the planets. Under a grandiloquent manner, he tried to hide the mixture of bewilderment and awe with which he gazed at the placid Panador leader. He still had not quite decided what had happened to him. The Panador, in turn, gazed inscrutably at the being from Mars. Its delicate nose wrinkled slightly at Palanth's mingled fragrances. What went on in the Panador's prodigious mind was unknown to the two men, for the 3-foot-tall leader's mind was not in contact with theirs. The faintest hint of a smile hovered over his placid features. At last he began to send. The tragedy of your world, twice come, is only less startling than that of your government. Your leaders are a paradox. With a philosophy of achievement, they conceal the greatest achievement of all. Men of metal to enrich your lives. With the goal of conservation and economy, they waste the most precious of all things, life. From such a government, we can expect but destruction. Yet your people reared without controls are dissenters. I fear they might not accept our guidance, that at some future time their will to power might create an even greater problem to be solved. However, there is no alternative now. We accept the 15 men of metal, O Terran, but above all we must have the sleeping ones whose minds we will study. We Panadors must guard against a future paradox. Your people, he paused and gazed from Mark to Palanth, may remain. The mental rapport was broken, and the furred leader disappeared into the depths of the cavern, leaving Mark and Palanth to retrace their steps to the Stellar Virgin. For the first time in her highly trained life, Lucero felt the full impact of loneliness as the European night swallowed Mark and Palanth. At last she chose action rather than endure the atavistic emotions that had begun to grip her, and methodically she flitted silently from compartment to luxurious compartment where the scientists dreamt their drugged sleep. Carefully she scanned their faces and was struck by one overwhelming fact. This was no collection of second-rate scientists for the solution of routine problems, but an assemblage of the first order. Now inert and helpless in the coma of Vanadal, presided over by a sphinx-like robot. The last compartment was much larger than the preceding ones, and by far more luxurious. During the previous inspection, Mark, Palanth, and herself had had no time to come this far, and the girl was startled at its complex magnificence. Equipped for research work, it was a miracle of scientific devices, from energizing cabinets to a bewildering array of surgical apparatus and tools. Only one man occupied it, and on the raised dais an immobile robot, but the face that Lucero bent over made her gasp with involuntary fear. It was the face of Verdugo, the infamous cerebral surgeon whose gifted fingers could change an entire ego with a few movements of the atomic scalpel. The sight of the dreaded scientist in their midst was startling enough, but what made the girl turn ashen was the sudden flutter of the surgeon's lids. A painful groan came from his lips as he trembled and opened his eyes. The sight of Lucero bending over him seemed to reassure him, for he smiled faintly. Behind Lucero, the towering robot glided noiselessly to peer at its awakening master. The girl was unaware it had moved. "Shall I bring a measure of Thalassian, master?" The middleman's richly modulated voice rose without the slightest mechanical inflection. For one shattering instant, the girl felt as if her reason was taking wings. She remained utterly still, as if in the grip of a paralyzing hysteria. But her training saved her. Slowly she turned and gazed into the strangely human features of the metal giant. At close quarters, she noted the smooth barreloid construction of the superb outer shell, the indestructible optics of non-abradable, chemically inert crystal with microscopic adjustments. But most important of all, she sensed that here was a brain which had attained full growth. Powerful, experienced, and organic. "Yes, bring me some Thalassian, Alcoran." The surgeon assented wearily and half rose from his couch with a sigh. "The sleep freeze reaction is far worse than I had anticipated." "The antidotes have been given." "2 antidotes, master," the super robot answered instantly. 2? For the love of Terra, if it took a double antidote, I must have been given a dose big enough for a helicorium. "Dr. Verdugo," Lucero interrupted purposely, now entirely calm, "there's life, intelligent life on Europa." She didn't intend that Alcoran should have a chance to disclose what he must have known. "Yes?" Dr. Verdugo was all attention. "Bring the Thessalian." He waved an imperious hand at Alcoran. "And don't stand there like an effigy. Must your orders be given twice?" He glared at the robot. "Proceed, Dr. Fortune. Intelligent life. What is it like?" "Humanoid, but furred against Europa's eternal cold. They seem to be telepathic." "Telepathic. Remarkable. I must have a specimen without delay. Have my scientists been awakened?" "We've just arrived, Doctor. They're being given the antidote now." Lucero was once again her coldly efficient self. "Your Thalassian, master." Alcoran extended the small glass and waited while the scientist drank, closing his eyes against the ecstasy imparted by the liquor. "Help me up." The girl complied, stifling a grimace of distaste as his arm encircled her waist. Verdugo stood on his feet with the girl's help, weaving a little, and finally recovered his balance. Telepathic, he murmured, the light of some fiendish purpose gleaming in the coal-black eyes. Order some of my scientists to secure a specimen immediately, Dr. Fortune. The girl bowed. Master! Alcoran's voice was insistent. You must... Silence! Never use the word must to me. Never! Verdugo had drawn himself to his full height. Ever since I synthesized his brain, he's got the idea that he owns me. I had to order him not to stir from his seat during the entire voyage. I wouldn't have had any peace otherwise. He smiled at the girl and waved toward the super robot. I synthesized his brain from 3 of the finest intelligences on Terra. You mean you transferred 3 brains to Alcoran's helmet? She asked aghast. But didn't they retain their memories, their personalities? Of course not, my dear. I never do things by halves. And now I must inform the council we have arrived, and the discovery of life on Europa. He walked toward the immense metal wall, and his slender hand reached out to touch a spot. Silently, the huge metal partition rose upwards, revealing a hidden alcove in the very center of which, taking up about 2/3 of the available space, stood a gigantic machine. A telemagnum, Lucero breathed. Alcoran, contact Venus, the council hall. Dr. Verdugo ordered his super robot. The latter came noiselessly forward. Once seated at the console of the incredibly complex mechanism, his agile finger ran without hesitation over the banked keys, after pressing a master switch that lighted serried ranks of powerful tubes with an eerie violet light. Give my orders to my scientist, Dr. Fortune. It is imperative I have an European specimen immediately. Dr. Verdugo made a curious grimace that accentuated the evil expression stamped on his features. Then he nodded in dismissal. With a great effort, Lucero quieted her swirling thoughts. She had no doubt but that the super robot knew about the administration of Vanadol. If Verdugo learned of it, he would instantly report it to the council, and at least part of the fleet would come to investigate. Against the fleet of Terra, they were powerless. I'll not deserve this world and the freedom if I fail now, she told herself. White-faced and grim, she began to carry out a plan that was slowly growing in her mind out of sheer desperation. Once again, she retraced her steps from compartment to compartment and began motivating each robot, commanding them to administer the sleep freeze to the men and women in the lower tiers. One robot she left, the one in the compartment next to that of Dr. Verdugo. She had a task for that one. When all the robots save one had been sent below, she went back and entered the next to last compartment. Arise and come with me, she ordered the robot. I'm your master. You will obey my orders implicitly. The metal monster stirred as if some hidden mechanism had come to life at the vibration of her words. It arose on frictionless bearings and stood glittering before her. She opened its breast and inspected the masterly work that had been done on the control panel. Its eyes, lit now by the glow of intelligence, seemed uncannily human. Lucero knew this specimen didn't possess the Machiavellian intelligence of Alcoran. Only Verdugo could accomplish such satanic piece of work. But it was larger and more powerful than Alcoran, the latter being a specialized product for intricate mental work. Resolutely, Lucero marched to Dr. Verdugo's compartment, followed by the fearful metal servant. The scientist had already completed preparations for a vivisection when the girl entered and was bending over a multitude of helixes of finest wire, sensitized silver. An array of electric and atomic-powered instruments, from tiny silver-like scalpels to razor-sharp saws, gleamed on tables at his sides. Fulgurance cast ultra-visibility light upon the white-swathed couch where the victim was to be strapped alive. Verdugo did not hear them enter, but Alcoran did. Instantly, the super robot gave a warning cry at the sight of his metal counterpart and stood before the girl and robot like an impassable wall. Attack! Lucero did not waste words. Destroy it! She pointed to the slightly crouching Alcoran. 7. With a blasting roar, the girl's robot lunged, and Alcoran sprang forward to meet the attack. It was a nerve-shattering impact, like that of two armored prehistoric monsters engaged in a death struggle. Behind the metal men, both Lucero and Verdugo maneuvered for position, their Atmo pistols blazing a path through scientific instruments and furnishings as they fired over and around the struggling robots. The awesome din of the gigantic battle was deafening as the compartment was slowly converted into shambles. Once Alcoran managed to grip the leg of Lucero's robot, and the latter went crashing against the vivisection table, instantly pulverizing it. But with a leap that carried it half across the vast alcove, the robot charged Alcoran like a battering ram and driving him into the telemagnum room with the impetus of his leap. The explosion of shattered tubes and crashing metal, the singing hum of ripped barrelloy and pulverized plastico, was drowned by the clang and thud of the gigantic bodies as they strove to wrench each other apart. And now, only the litter-strewn floor was between Lucero and Verdugo, the latter oozing blood from a seared shoulder where an Atmo blast had touched. Deliberately, she aimed her Atmo pistol, even as the surgeon simultaneously raised his, but her blast only disintegrated a fulgurant on the ceiling, while Verdugo's fatal pencil of violet light speared an empty spot, for at that instant the hurtling form of Alcoran spewed from the alcove, barely grazing the girl, but such was the terrific force of his passage that it knocked her spinning against the wall, where she collapsed. Behind Alcoran, hurtling like an avenging angel, Lucero's robot came charging with but one thought: destruction. "Alcoran!" It was Verdugo shouting hoarsely at his creation, now spread-eagled on the floor. "Run! Follow me!" He dived for the passageway as Alcoran, damaged as he was, his brain shaken by the terrific concussion, arose and sped after him. At the sight of the fallen girl, Lucero's robot checked his rush, hesitated, and finally bent over her. He raised the still form as if it were a feather, and stood for a moment as if trying to cerebrate. Finally, it deposited her with infinite care on the couch where Verdugo had slept. Then it began to search what cabinets had not been destroyed for a stimulant. It found the decanter of Thessalian, that miraculously had escaped destruction. Gently opening the girl's mouth, the robot poured a few drops down her throat. Just then, Mark Lynn and Palanth burst into the room. Shamble was before their eyes. Mark went white with apprehension and leapt to Lucero's side, but the robot placed a formidable metal hand against the Earthman's chest and growled, "Back, Terran! Come no nearer!" Palanth slid toward them, Atmo pistol in hand, just as Mark drew his, but at that moment Lucero opened her eyes and groaned softly. "Mark!" There was a universe of gladness in her cry. She waved a limp hand toward the robot. "This is Mark Lynn, and the others Palanth. Your masters also. Obey them." The robot stepped back, and Mark kneeled at her side. "Are you hurt, my darling?" Lucero shook her head and tried to smile. Palanth turned to the robot. "Tell us what occurred in detail," he commanded. Thus it was that from the metal lips they heard the entire story with photographic accuracy as far as he had seen. "I might have known they had one last counter-check," Mark reproached himself. "I should never have left you." "Who could have foreseen this?" Lucero raised herself on an elbow. "Even I had no idea that Verdugo was with us, not to speak of his bringing one of the only two ultra-specialized super robots in existence. We'll have to work very fast, Mark. There's nothing, literally nothing, that Alcoran cannot accomplish in a scientific way, provided he has the materials. Verdugo may even have him build a telemagnum and communicate with the council." "But where's he going to get the materials, my dear? A telemagnum is a tall order." "I don't know, but I do know that Verdugo has the mind of a fiend and the skill of a genius, and Alcoran's triple synthesized brain and under Verdugo's control." "We'll deal with the surgeon." Palanth's voice was deadly. "And we shall deal with Verdugo and his scientists," came the quiet telepathic thought. Both Marklin and the Martian turned, seeking its source, and saw framed in the doorway to the alcove the silver-furred figure of the Panadur's leader. "That was the agreement," the Panadur added after a pause. "Thousands of my people await without to carry him away." Lucero's robot took a step forward, tentatively, and then gazed questioningly at its mistress, and suddenly a wave of energy from the Panadur stopped it, dead in its tracks. "The agreement will be honored," Mark acquiesced, "but one has escaped, O Panadur, and Klonos knows where in that maze of rocks and caverns he's now hiding with his super robot." "That's our problem, Terran. The agreement was 500, and 500 scientists we shall have." "You will need 15 robots immediately," Mark said thoughtfully. "Lucero, my dear, only you can command the robot, so place 15 under the Panadur's command. Are you able to walk?" "Of course, I was only stunned." She rose from the couch and left the compartment, followed by her ever-watchful metal man. The Panadur seemed to melt away as it glided into the hall. "And now," Mark addressed Palanth, "we must begin to land the spacers. I have the radio beam. The sooner everyone has been given the sleep freeze antidote, the better. Internationals first. They are our best fighters, just in case the Council has another trick up its sleeve. Then we must find some way of increasing the spacer's resistance to the disintegrating beam. The alloy used on robot's case shell is the clue. They're impervious to atom blast. Weather stations next. Robots to be detailed on that, and machinery stations to turn out mechanical robots and more machinery. Tools, weapons for defense. We're really fighting for time." "I know, but even then, I can think of nothing that can stop Terran's fleet if it ever comes to Europa. It's practically invulnerable, or Venus and my own Mars would have shaken off the Council's domination long ago." "I have an idea, Palanth. It's far from clear, but if it works, it has to do with radiant energy. Even the fleet couldn't withstand that." "Radiant energy? Have you lost your mind? Who can control a radiant energy vortex? Besides, we have no means of releasing it. Stop dreaming, Mark." "It isn't a dream." Mark shrugged wide shoulders. "But come, let us take a look at the scientific exodus. I'm certainly glad to be rid of them. Hope the Panadurs can cope with that tribe." "What do you suppose the Panadurs really want with them, Mark?" "Probe their minds, of course. Panadurs have surprising intellects, but they have neither tools nor scientific techniques. I suppose they want to learn all they can from our sleeping beauties in order to achieve their own inventions. Panadurs are thumbless, unable to make tools. Thus, their development has been purely along mental lines. Since their metabolism requires no food, as they are able to absorb energy directly, they have bypassed all domestic arts and sciences." The steadily increasing noise from the tiers below had now become a cacophonous din as more and more internationals came to life. The Panadur leader, bending over a scientist for the nth time, probed, delved, and searched the innermost recesses of the quiescent brain under the scalpel, but at last he straightened with a baffled expression. The European cavern was a vast catacomb under the gaseous radiance of the radioactive walls that spread a green stela on the faces of the sleeping scientists, flanking the walls in lengthening rows. The Panadur knew what had been done. He'd even tried the delicate process, but the secret of transferring a living brain, minus its personality, and the seat of entity remained unsolved. None of the scientists brought from the Stellar Virgin possessed the secret technique, and many Panadurs had sacrificed themselves in vain as their brains died under the Atmo knife. Presently, the Panadur leader raised his delicate face. The brilliance of his eyes increased as he turned to face the tunnel that led to the cavern's entrance. Then the single thought flashed out. "Enter!" It wasn't long until the silence was broken by the tread of heavy shod feet crunching the glittering oxide crystals, and Mark entered, followed by Palanth. The awful responsibility for 300 million lives and the transfiguration of a world had left its mark on the faces of the two men. "We bring bad news, Panadur," Mark said bluntly. In his preoccupation, he unconsciously resorted to speech. One of the space vessels had been looted of vital supplies that can be used for the construction of an interplanetary radio. Verdugo took the opportunity to steal its radio installations with the aid of his robot while the passengers celebrated their arrival on Europa. If Verdugo builds a telemagnum and contacts the Council, it means war. "And war," Palanth seconded, "means the Terran fleet against which we are not prepared." "When were the supplies stolen?" 3 revolutions of Penur on its axis ago. We learned of it today. Enough time for Alacoran to have built an instrument powerful enough to contact the Council on Venus. "The blame is partially ours," the Panadur telepath sadly. "We should have captured Verdugo long ago, but it meant wasting lives to imprison that madman. But now we have no recourse. The scientist and his metal servant will be brought in. It will solve another problem," he added thoughtfully. "This." He indicated the trepanned cranium of the scientist on the operating table. "If you need them, Panadur, you may have every robot in our possession," Mark offered. For an instant, the nearest thing to a smile the two men had ever seen crossed the features of the strange being of Europa. "Panadur thanks you, Terran. But we already have built over 1,000 robots. Half of them have mechanical brains and can be radio-controlled, but the other half, the important one, requires a knowledge of Verdugo's technique for transplanting organic brains to metal men. He shall provide that, personally." "Once long ago," Mark spoke meditatively, "you slew an enemy of mine with a volume of energy like a bolt of lightning. Then you somehow transferred the latent energy of that being to me. Could that have been radiant energy?" He paused. "Could it, O Panadur?" But the Europan had abruptly interposed an impenetrable barrier between his mind and that of the two men. With an imperious gesture, he pointed to the exit of the cavern. Mark and Palanth gazed at each other in bewilderment. Finally, they left in silence. As soon as they were lost to view, the cavern began to be filled by a steady stream of thousands upon thousands of silvery Panadurs, silently filling in from the inner caverns. "What in Phobos happened to him?" Mark thought aloud, trying to understand the incomprehensible conduct of the Panadur leader.
"Don't ask me riddles of this fantastic race of beings," Palanth exclaimed irritably, waving his handkerchief. "What has radiant energy got to do with them anyhow?"
"Just a hunch of mine, Palanth. If the energy they absorb from the minerals is radiant energy, well, we might be able to defy the Terran fleet itself. If." "You speak in riddles, O thou specially not wanted." Palanth lapsed into his usual grandiloquent manner. "At any rate, your idea of fighting the Terran fleet with radiant energy certainly has startling effect on that mysterious biped of yours." He pressed still another offensively perfumed handkerchief to his face and eyed the changing landscape of Europa with distaste. It was a raw panorama of great tracts of vivid red soil exposed by the melting snows. Outcrops of glittering rocks rich in minerals flashed in rainbow hues under the powerful ultravisibility reflectors that were substituting for Terra's soul. In the near distance, gigantic skeletal structures were a babel of sound, and beyond, the mile-high weather control towers fought steadily the numbing cold. "Must I explain in words of one syllable so that dubious intellect of yours can absorb it?" Mark asked mockingly. "Well, while asking the Panadur about radiant energy, I had in mind building thousands of tiny spacers out of some of the spacer transports that brought us here.
These tiny swarms are to be filled with radiant energy and aimed by mechanical robot control directly at the Terran fleet so that they will explode on contact, annihilating everything in their path. Thus, lives will be conserved. But the radiant energy must come from the Panadors. Too many ifs, Palanth replied, unconvinced. However, if we can have a fleet of miniature spacers ready before the Council's butchers get within 1,000,000 parsecs of Europa, but without either your damned radiant energy or some explosive that will do what no other explosive has ever done, or ray either for that matter, the ships will be as useless as a Panadur in a fight. Build the fleet, came the startling telepathic command from the direction of the cavern country. It was in contact? Palanth gazed at Mark Lynn, startled. He always is. Mark held up the gleaming blue star-like gem he carried in his pocket. Probably appreciated your complimentary remark about the fighting qualities of Panadurs, but that's what I wanted to hear him say, he exulted. Hold up everything, Palanth, and throw all our resources into the building of the miniature fleet. Yeah, but let's not forget to get the remaining spacers into shape just in case. I'd much rather die exploding on a Terran spacer than trapped like a Martian desert rat on Europa. Patience, O spawn of unfortunate begetting, Mark taunted his friend with one of his latter's favorite insults. Everything in good time. As their spacer came into view in the distance, Mark increased his speed unconsciously as he thought of Lucero. 8. His eyes were expressionless, his ego inert, but with the incredible dexterity of genius and long practice, Dr. Verdugo transferred the brains of drug scientists to the waiting rows of perfected robots. The bolt of living energy that had dropped the infamous Terran surgeon in the recesses of an European cave had neutralized his will, and his egocentric and sadistic personality no longer dominated his brain. Now his flying fingers manipulated atomic scalpels without hesitation, and one by one scientific brains were short of certain areas without impairing them. Silently, he coupled the organic demi-brains with the mechanical motor organs of the robots by means of nerve tendrils that led out of the brains themselves and were curled into coils about which he placed helixes of sensitized silver wire. That made them virtually transformers, nervous impulses into electrical and vice versa. The miracle that was Alicorn, the super robot, was being multiplied 500-fold as each scientific hostage provided a brain to activate the new super robots of the Panadors. Alcoran itself had been operated upon to remove certain allegiances and memories, and now, under the direct control of the Panador leader, assisted the doctor in the operations. The Panador leader watched expressionless as the work went on ceaselessly, inexorably, until every scientific brain was housed in a metal man. Finally, at a telepathic command from their leader, the Panadors began to carry the cadavers of the scientists away. Their energy potential must not be wasted. The need for energy would be great. And then an uncanny, a hair-raising scene took place. As if felled by a blow, Dr. Verdugo collapsed prone upon the now empty operation table, and Alcoran, detaching himself from among the newly activated robots, grasped instruments and began to operate. Stranger still, a Panador silently lay down by the side of the scientist and relaxed as if in death. Dr. Verdugo's cranium was trepanned and opened. Alcoran deftly extracted the brain, operating with a mastery that had been Verdugo's. Then he opened the brain pan of the Panador and removed certain parts from its alien brain, including the pituitary at the apex, which seemed enormous in comparison with the size of Panador's brain, and grafted it to what had been the brain of Dr. Verdugo. Then, as a swarm of Panadors dragged a robot forward, he inserted the organic brain in the super robot's helmet.
made the necessary connections, completed the task, and sealed the incision. Verdugo's body was carried away. The same swarm of panaders circled the super robot and began to generate energy potential, which they transmitted to the quiescent brain in its metal head. Slowly, the superb metal man rose from the table and with slender, delicate hands grasped its head. Its brilliant barrel eyes of purest, indestructible crystal glowed in the chiseled, semi-triangular face. Suddenly, it raised its head and gazed straight at the Panador leader, as if it had received a command. It bowed silently. Then, with the lithe, cat-like stride of the Panadors, it headed for the exit of the cavern and was gone. An expression of triumph exalted the leader's features. Hereafter, he thought, the energy output to control robots' brains telepathically will not be necessary. They could be rendered telepathic. It was then the leader turned majestically toward the cavern's depths and issued a final command to the waiting legions of his people. The robots with the mechanical brains, nearly 1,000 strong, marched forward, and behind them, rank upon rank of the countless furry Panadors. Once outside in the artificial sunlight of Europa, only the myriad bullet-shaped miniature spaceships flashed in the golden light drew their eyes. The distant rows of tiny waiting ships drew robots and Panadors alike like a magnet, and the immense army of silver-gray beings with a vanguard of metal men swept forward, eerily silent. Within the Stellar Virgin, Mark Lynn paced the confines of what had been Verdugo's chamber. The telemagnum, repaired and rebuilt, could be seen in the small alcove. Mark's face was gray and haggard as he faced Lucero and Palanth seated on a couch against the wall. No word from the Panador leader. And we cannot wait much longer. If my calculations are right, the Terran fleet should be nearing Europa's orbit. We cannot afford to be caught on the ground. Do you suppose the council would listen? It was Palanth, hoping against hope. Try them, Mark. We can spar for time. Then, in sheer desperation, I told you, Terran, those bipeds would never come through with that infernal radiant energy. His features also showed the strain he'd gone through. Even the ubiquitous handkerchief was missing. I will. Mark had reached a decision, but no mercy can be expected from them. I'll have to handle it my way. He broke off and walked to the telemagnum, followed by Lucero and Palanth. Outside, an immense multitude of Terrans awaited orders. Mark Lynn sat down at the console and manipulated the controls. His fingers danced over the console keys until the eerie glow of swirling colors and the ascending whine of the instrument told him that he had the required power. Scene after scene rushed on and off the telepanel until finally Venus City flashed into view. Mark made minute adjustments and increased the potential. At last, the inner council chamber was revealed. It was filled to overflowing with scientists of the highest order. An atmosphere of excitement pervaded it as experts of various categories rushed in and out with their calculations and reports. They were electrified as the scene within the spacer was flashed on their gigantic telepanel. Mark waited an instant before he spoke, as the Holy of Holies subsided into utter silence. Europa, he said with complete aplomb, greets the council. A free Europa offers peace. Soon the Terran fleet will have reached our new world, and that fleet will not return to Venus. Before it is too late, before the interplanetary void becomes the scene of a gigantic hecatomb, we ask you, turn your fleet back before it is too late. There was an interval of stunned, disbelieving silence. Within the memory of all present, such a speech had never been heard. Such insolence was so utterly unthinkable that the scientists stood grotesquely open-mouthed. Then, in a rising tide of fury, pandemonium broke loose. "Traitor!" was the universal cry. "Apostate! Blasphemer!" From among the scientific swarm that had completely forgotten their dignity, a tall, white-bearded scientist detached himself and, raising both arms, roared, "Silence! The master will speak." The pandemonium ceased like a receding storm.
Mark Lynn waited. Contemptuously, he eyed the sleek bodies clothed in costly raiment, the bejeweled fingers and cruel faces. A wave of revulsion swept over him as he remembered what countless millions had suffered at their hands, and as he waited, a deep, magnificently modulated voice broke the stillness. "You offer peace?" Low, sardonic laughter slashed like a scimitar. "Peace I shall grant you, Earthling, in the power reserve. You and that addled female who's betrayed her scientist's oath, and that foppish Martian who even dares to ape my robes, to the rest of the dissenters, conditioning by the controls and rigid supervision for 15 years. Those who are immune to controls shall be condemned to power reserve." He paused as if relishing the effect of words that sealed a planet's doom. Then, "As for those humanoid creatures with silver furs Dr. Verdugo mentioned in his message, we have already planned their orbit of achievement. That is," the satanic chuckle rose again, "for the ones we spare to serve. The rest shall be disposed of properly." The unseen speaker's voice ceased, as if there were nothing more to be said. In the momentary silence, the voice of a robot boomed behind him. "Master, a message from Panador." Mark Lynn whirled and saw a new type of robot, whose delicate features resembled uncannily those of the beings of Europa. Its barrel eyes regarded him steadily as it stood motionless, flanked by 2 robot guards. Then Mark received the telepathic message flashing from the super robot's brain. "I, leader of Panador, have attended to represent my people." For an instant, Mark wondered if the leader had somehow transferred his own brain to the metal man for some obscure purpose of his own, but telepathically he was reassured. "The metal man's brain relays my thoughts only. It is a vehicle, nothing more, and can convey speech when the need shall arise." "War is imminent, Panador," he telepathed, knowing that the council could not receive his thoughts. "Without radiant energy, we're doomed to failure." But from the super robot came no answer. Mark Lynn whirled to face the telemagnum again, and his voice rang true with contemptuous assurance. "You're dreaming, benevolence. My offer was merely to prevent needless slaughter. Your hour of domination has passed. When your Terran fleet reaches the orbit of Europa, it will disintegrate, leaving you and your cruel henchmen helpless to enforce your vandal rule on Mars and Venus. A tidal wave of retribution will sweep you out of the planetary colonies. Europa is and will remain free. Your despotic rule has come to an end. This is your last chance for peace." "You are mad!" There was a terrible anger in the voice of the supreme ruler. "Mad! Do you think for an instant I would send the entire Terran fleet to your puny satellite? A mere section of 1,000 ships will be enough to blast your blaspheming minions off its frozen wastes. But enough of this. In less than an hour, our ships will be above you, and death shall be swift." The telescreen went blank. "I can stay no longer. My men await me." Palanth rose abruptly and left the chamber. He hurried to his flagship that led a section of what remained of the great spacers that had brought them to Europa. "My bluff has failed," Mark said quietly to Lucero, and his face was drained of all color. "Go to the Panador Caverns, my dear. They may be able to provide safety for you. I have only one course of action left." Lucero shook her lovely head. "We began together. We shall end that way." There was unshakable determination in her quiet, husky voice. "Go and give the necessary orders. It, her voice broke slightly, has been a glorious adventure, Mark." He kissed her with infinite tenderness and tore himself away. Once in the control room, his tones were hard as barrelloy as he issued command after command, and the gigantic spacers rose in a crescendo of sound toward the trackless void. He knew the ships had been rendered as formidable as was within their power,
But even that was not enough, and the knowledge that countless millions faced certain death became a terrible anger and desperation within him. The European fleet in battle formation assumed a staggered triangle in tiers of ships that rendered it a three-dimensional wedge. Powerful, super-armored spacers formed the frontal line, while the spacers they had been able to equip with atomic projectors guarded the sides, ready to meet encirclement. At the very apex rode the Stellar Virgin, with Palanth's sectional flagship, the Helicorum, one tier beneath. It was a magnificent sight, and viewing it through the telemagnum, Mark had a momentary lift of pride. "Connect three-dimensional telecast," Mark ordered the robot, and instantly the telepanel showed a scene as if it were an open window on the heavens. In the distance, racing at unimaginable speed, the Terran fleet flashed on majestically. Breathlessly, the watchers on two worlds eyed its inexorable approach. Suddenly, from the vanguard of the Terran fleet, a pencil of livid light speared a European spacer, and the great transport seemed to disintegrate in space. Mark's knuckles were white as they tightened. "Maneuver and blast!" he roared into the radio, and in unison, but with vertiginous speed, the Europa fleet became a single perpendicular line that spewed atom blast in an awesome holocaust. But the Terran fleet came on unscathed. Simultaneously converging beams of livid light shot out from its foremost cruisers, and a score of European spacers crumbled into dust. In desperation, a flight of them hurled themselves suicidally against the driving Terran fleet, and whirls of incandescence illumined the ghastly scene. And it was then that Mark saw several shattered Terran spacers spinning down. "We have no chance," Mark gritted as he saw the European spacers disintegrated in the awful struggle. "Murderers! We'll hurl all our remaining spacers against the Terran fleet. If that's the only way to shatter them, that's the way it'll be." As he was about to give the fateful command, the Panadur super robot who had accompanied them lay a restraining metal hand on Mark Lynn's arm. "Wait," he exclaimed laconically and pointed to the three-dimensional telecast. He flicked a tiny lever and made delicate adjustments. As if seen through an ultra-powerful telescope, a vast swarm of silver specks were rising from Europa itself. With dazzling speed, many times greater than that of the spacers, the darting miniatures grew in size. Presently, they reached the battle scene, and like metal hornets were darting among the intermingled fleets as if seeking their prey. From thousands of projectors of the Terran fleet, a myriad scintillating beams crossed and crisscrossed the void like cosmic fingers, but the tiny ships, in an unexpected maneuver, executed with dazzling speed, had scattered, skimming, darting, swooping like silver hawks, spreading like an immense net over and beneath the Terran ships. Now they aimed themselves with unerring accuracy at the battle giants of the Council. Dozens disappeared into puffs of brilliant light as the Terran beams found their mark, but as the flagship of the Terran fleet maneuvered into position to annihilate the oncoming swarm, a single silver miniature crashed squarely against its nose. As if a meteor had exploded in space, there was a burst of intolerable light blinding the watchers, and just as they were able to see again, a salvo of crashes became a flaming incandescence that human eyes could never record. When at last the awesome scene had ceased, and they were able to open their tortured eyes, the void was empty but for a pitiful remnant, fleeing pell-mell from an enemy that became a living projectile and crashed suicidally against their ships with immediate annihilation to both. A few silver bullets pursued them relentlessly until distance swallowed them. In their European ships, now being tossed like leaves in a storm, no one spoke. There were no words in human throats that could shatter the brooding silence in two worlds. Even the sight of a thin, towering old man, whose despotic face was blanched as he gazed from the balcony above the council chamber, was not enough to bring back their speech. The head of the council, the supreme ruler, had showed himself for the first time in history. "Fiends!"
He croaked in a voice that trembled with shocked unbelief. Demons! What manner of beings have you on Europa that their bodies can shatter the council's fleet? For this your world shall be destroyed, utterly destroyed.
With what?
It was the Panager leader speaking through his robot. Listen, O man of evil. The 500 scientists you sent to our world no longer exist. Their minds activate such robots as you've never even imagined. Verdugo is a robot himself, the robot whose voice you are listening to as my telepathic commands reach its brain. You saw my people hurling themselves against your might and dissolving into radiant energy, which we absorb directly from matter as you absorb energy from food. We can store it in our bodies, increasing it in our potential, which can be directed at will and released with cumulative force. Nothing in our universe can withstand that, and we're willing to die by the millions that Panager may be free. We shall make treaties with Mars and Venus to permit the millions of Terrans to dwell on their planets until we can provide habitation for them elsewhere. In the meantime, take your choice, old man. Your terror reign is ended. We give you the choice of the radiant death or a spaceship to take you and your vermin beyond the inner planets. You will be provided with whatever you need, but the council must go forever. The supreme ruler realized defeat. He had never granted mercy. He expected none. His arms hung limp at his sides, and his head with its smoldering, hatred-filled eyes hung on his aged chest. He gazed at the stunned assembly of scientists below him and knew there was no escape. If he defied Mark Lynn and the Panagers, the Terran fleet would be utterly destroyed, and without that safeguard, Mars and Venus would sweep them off their planets. Everywhere his thoughts turned, he saw only death. And as the power he had held for years slipped from his grasp, he became a gray, broken old man who knew fear. We will go, International. He flung the one final sneer as the hatred of a trapped beast flamed in his eyes. As Mark Lynn manipulated the keys and cut the connection, he found a warm body being pressed against his and a tear-wet face that burrowed beneath his chin. His arms went about Lucero. Crying, indeed! Where is the dignity of a scientist, Dr. Fortune? He smiled with a vast tenderness. Damn scientists! She exclaimed inelegantly and burrowed deeper. All I want to be is a woman, Mark. At that moment, the telepanel lighted, signaling, and Mark connected again. It was Palanth. Mark! Mark! His face was alight with triumph, but Mark did not answer. For a new dawn was rising in his heart, and Lucero's lips were pressed to his. The Martian went silent, scowled for a moment, and shrugged his shoulders, then pressed a square of Venusian silk to his supercilious nose in order to hide a spreading grin. End of section 2. Section 3 of 5 stories by Albert De Pina. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cindy Morton. 5 stories by Albert De Pina. Minions of the Crystal Sphere, Part 1. Like a monster flashing jewel, Plastica hovered over Neptune, and burning at its heart like the malignant sparkle of a gem was the blazing hate of millions of slaves ready to flare into raging battle at the ringing Toscan of Viral Gularan, the man without a country. The vast globe of transparent plastic, infinitely stronger than the most powerful Colombian steel, hung suspended in space, ablaze in brilliant pyrotechnics of light, and as cold and impersonal as the laws of the empire it ruled. Within it was the city of the Inner Circle. Patterned after the city of Plastica itself, it rose within the globe in graduated tiers, but unlike Plastica, there were no graduations of caste.
They were all protectors, these scientists of the inner circle, and above them ruled the legendary figure of His Benevolence, the Protector-in-Chief. 6,000 feet below, the turbulent ocean tossed restlessly, as if resentful of the awful pressure of the stupendous anti-grav beams that kept the glittering sphere in space, sacred, inviolate, invulnerable. Above the ocean's shoreline, set amidst low hills, rose Plastica, entirely enclosed in a shell of the same transparent plastic, and rising tier on tier, each one a small world unto itself, and each barred from communication with the other tiers. Here the millions toiled and loved and died, and entered the portals of blessed sleep. In the vast reaches of Neptune, only this continent, Adamic, was livable, thanks to immense volcanic valleys where constant volcanic activity of titanic proportions maintained a temperate atmosphere in contrast to the frigid, desolate continents to the north and west. And dotting the valley of Plastica like transparent beehives, the 12 jewels of the diadem, 12 cities where 5 million human beings dwelt in each, formed the empire of 60 million descendants of the original immigrants who chose to follow the council in their flight from Venus. There was no other sign of man except among the virgin forests of the volcanic valleys, where the irreconcilables who fled the rigid laws of the protectors carried on a precarious existence, assailed by fierce wild beasts of prey and hunted for sport with lances and longswords by the members of the inner circle and the scientists of the first order. Burdened by the awful gravity of the great planet and without adequate arms to defend themselves, they were doomed quarry. Within the capital, Plastica, and in each of the 12 cities, each individual life had a definite pattern known only to the members of the inner circle. Any deviation from that pattern brought instant retribution. There was no appeal, for each judgment was based on cold, inexorable law. Ever since the great exodus from Earth, when the original council had fled Terra and forced colonies on Mars and Venus, and later, after their disastrous war with Europa, the council itself had been given the alternative of leaving the inner planets or being executed. The members of the council had colonized Neptune with millions who, unable to live without the controls, had chosen to accompany them into space. As the centuries passed and a new ruler of the council had been elected, changes had occurred in the laws. Methods had been perfected. Until now, all Neptune was ruled by the city in the flaming sphere, and to the millions in Plastica and the other great cities, the protectors, as they now styled themselves, had become legendary figures. The law was supreme, and behind the law was the blessed sleep. In the fabulous hall of the palace, where the reeling torches in relief threw faces of ink and of gold, there was a sudden silence as an unearthly voice rose limpid, supernally lovely, in a single ululating note. It was as if a gargoyle were singing with the voice of an angel. But the bizarre assemblage of jaded, pleasure-sated protectors of the inner circle had no eyes for the cadaverous minister of justice, whose distorted features seemed uglier as he directed a stream of modulated notes upward toward the gigantic doors at the top of the jeweled stairs. All eyes, peering through the slit of black and gold masks that completely hid their faces, were directed at the great red doors, shining like gigantic square-cut rubies under the primitive light of resinous torches. Every detail of the masquerade was perfection itself, copying faithfully the conditions of primitive ages thousands of years past. The magnificent costumes of the guests harkened back to pirates and slave dealers, to vanished kings and oriental potentates, back to an era when humanity was young, as if these scientists who had the command of miracles at their fingertips had wearied of their scientific perfection. But Gemmell, Minister of Justice, had conceived the idea, and his benevolence had approved. From the current favorite of his benevolence to the newest neophyte of the inner circle, the masquerade had immediately become a command performance. Only one thing they had no need to imitate, one thing that harked back to the darkest annals of Terra and surpassed anything that planet had ever known, their utterly ruthless intrigues for the favor of his benevolence. Assassinations were a commonplace. Besides, it provided a constant incentive to the scientists of the First Order, for from them were chosen the fortunate ones who filled the vacancies of the inner circle. The audience gave a vast sigh, like a susurrating breeze, as the ponderous doors began to open under the exact tonal vibration of Bejemel's voice, for Bejemel, Minister of State, was the only one who could open those doors, aside from the Protector-in-Chief himself. Within the inner chamber, nothing was discernible as the doors opened, nothing but a vast radiance intolerable to their eyes. As if a command had been given, all of them kneeled with bowed heads. At last, Bejemel's ululating chant ceased, and when they looked again, the jeweled door had closed, but on the dais at the top of the stairs, immediately above them, reclined a figure, a monstrous figure of a man, whose sharp, pale yellow eyes gazed at them with bored contempt from amid folds of bulging flesh. "Benevolence!" The roar of thousands of voices rose in servile tribute, and left hands were flung upwards, fingers extended in salute. His benevolence looked over them with cold, cruel eyes that seemed to miss no detail, and a little smile extended the bubulous lips. Languidly, he waved a massive hand to the masqueraders, noting that none had achieved the bejeweled opulence of his Mandarin costume. And instantly the revelry burst into tumult. The corps of exquisite dancers, until now frozen in motionless attitudes, began a series of provocative movements, while barbaric drums and percussion instruments wove a theme of madness and desire. Over all, the shrill passionata of the reeds and strings winged insistently to combine in a diabolic pattern that plucked at raw nerves and bared hidden jealousies and hates and bared the instincts of the jungle, red in tooth and claw. A group of dancers weaved and undulating in the suggestive rhythms of the Venusian Buddha, passed like an uncoiling serpent before the august dais and burst into bacchanalian frenzy before the sardonic yellow eyes of his benevolence. The fantastic splendor of the scene was heightened by the young, supple bodies of the most beautiful girls in the empire, the virgins of the sacred flame, chosen yearly for that sacred trust. "Well," an impassive voice inquired of a tall, dark-haired guest who stood in the sidelines, stiff and uncertain, his conventional black mask too small to hide the firm, square-cut mouth, his blue-black mane of shoulder-length hair betraying him as a newcomer, lacking, as it did, the curled and perfumed artistry of the other guests. "I suppose it's superfluous to ask your reactions to your first visit to the mysteries of our city." The faint laughter that accompanied the words brought a flush to the cheeks of the newcomer, fortunately covered by the mask. "How did you know I was a newcomer?" the youth inquired in turn. "Simple," the cold, impassive voice replied. "You have no jewel save that ring of a scientist of the First Order you're trying to conceal. Your costume's far too simple. When do you begin your probationary period for the inner circle?" The speaker was below medium height, slender as a sheathed rapier, and dressed in a single garment of tight-fitting silk literally emblazoned in diamonds of the first water. His square-cut mane of red-gold hair was starred with myriad blue and red and yellow flashing stones, but the face was thoroughly hidden by the golden mask. "Tomorrow," the words were spoken with a vast regret. "I'm afraid I don't quite understand. I hadn't expected this. Why, I thought Sacred City was a heaven of achievement of—" He stopped as if words failed him. "Go on." The sexless voice had a hint of mockery in its depths now. "This is merely a preamble. He waved a marvelously slender hand in the direction of the revelers. Later, but then I always manage to slip away before the real feast commences. If you wish, you may come with me. But who are you? I might as well tell you who I am, the youth began, but his unknown acquaintance waved his words aside with a gesture. I know who you are, scientist of the First Order Guardsman. As for me, it does not matter who I am. You will see me again. Soon. He turned to leave. Wait, Guardsman exclaimed. Take me with you out of this welter of vice and... Words failed him in his disgust. Traitor! Blasphemer! A hoarse cry of rage rose above the music and tumult. The swirling dancers split asunder as if a giant's hand had flung them back. In the center of the cleared space, Guardsman found himself facing a stocky, powerful figure of a man costumed in the ancient garments of a pirate, eyes gleaming through the slits of his golden mask. In his hand he hefted a long Colombian sword with bejeweled hilt. Draw, vermin! He taunted the dazed youth. Draw before I spit you on my sword like a spider. On the dais, still reclining as he gulped superb white grapes, his benevolence had begun to show signs of interest for the first time. The veil of boredom had left his yellow eyes. An expectant grin split his lips hungrily. Here was an unscheduled diversion of the First Order. Guardsman wore a long, thin rapier for a weapon. It had come with the costume, or he'd never have thought of wearing it. Nothing like this fantastic nightmare could have possibly occurred to him. Why did they have to choose me? He groaned inwardly, but with a swift movement he drew the blade and stood on guard. He sensed dimly that it was a true weapon, flexible and needle-sharp, not a costume toy. And once he had it in his hand, all his relentless, austere training in fencing and swordplay came flooding into his mind. It was not considered sportsmanlike to hunt irreconcilables with Atmo pistols. Only swords and spears were used, but the end was the same for the defenseless rebels. Dimly, Guardsman was aware of the dispassionate voice whispering in his ear, Watch out for tricks, and win. The penalty will be far less severe. Guardsman wondered if his unknown acquaintance of the frigid voice meant that his rebellious words had reached the awesome figure on the dais, and that by winning he might be shown mercy. But he had no more time to think irrelevant thoughts, for with a cry of drunken fury, his accuser struck without preamble, slashing downward in a mighty blow calculated to have cloven anything in two. But Guardsman smiled contemptuously at the transparent maneuver. He merely shifted sideways and flicked his rapier, and the sword slid harmlessly along the shining Colombian steel rapier. But the pseudo-pirate had no intentions of giving up the initiative. He whirled the saber over his head and again brought it down in a glancing blow that would have sheared through Guardsman. And the young scientist again parried it with such precision that the razor-sharp blade slid off, singing to one side. It was a superb struggle, and his benevolence had directed his palace minions to clear space for his unobstructed view. He now held a gigantic, uncut but polished diamond to one eye, which he alternated with an emerald and then a ruby, watching the battle through various colors. An immense golden platter of vivens and fruits slowly disappeared down his capable maw. Suddenly, Guardsman closed in. His rapier flashed with vertiginous speed, flicking in and out so rapidly that it barely seemed to touch the brawny forearm of his attacker. But when it came away, it left a flowing gash from elbow to wrist. With a bellow of humiliation and rage, the pirate-costumed scientist lunged with a tremendous slash. But his sword point speared the air, and before he could recover his balance, Guardsman drove his rapier deep into the fleshy shoulder. His attacker was silent now. An ominous rage contorted the brutal face from which he'd torn the golden mask. He had but one single idea: to kill, and kill quickly. Laughter and jeering shouts rose around him. as did the acrid odor of blood mingling with the exotic fragrances that cloyed the atmosphere. His own blood. His reaction to the audible scorn of the other inner circle scientists was instantaneous. He came in whirling his saber until it was like a silver vortex. Then he brought it down in a savage slash to shear Garellin's head off his shoulders. But the youth leapt back, engaging the pirate's sword at the same time, and with a strange flicking motion accomplished faster than the eye could catch, he twisted suddenly at a precise instant and sent his attacker's sword flying through the silent hall. It was an all but forgotten, ancient Italian trick whose origins were lost, but the scientist of the inner circle, sweating under his gaudy pirate's costume, knew nothing about Italian fencing tricks. He only knew that one moment he thought to shear his opponent's head off his shoulders, and the next he was disarmed. A look of sheer horror came into his blood-flecked eyes, and next an uncontrollable scream escaped his lips. That sealed his doom. Garellin saluted and made no motion to finish him. But from the fabulous dais, where the jeweled stairs were like a flowing stream of fire, a mocking, infinitely sardonic laugh chilled every scientist present in that room. Our unfortunate brother is afraid. He is tired. Is he not, Bajemel? After such an ordeal, he deserves sleep. Soothing, blessed sleep. Again that demonic, perversely cruel cachinnation that travestied laughter, while the scientist, groveling now, babbled in a frenzy of appeals for a mercy that didn't exist. He was led screaming to a side door, and then once more there was silence in the hall. "Bring the rebel." Once more it was the voice of his benevolence, purring now, silky, filled with anticipatory pleasure. But Garelin needed no one to bring him before the dreaded presence. He walked calm and erect to what he sensed would be his death. He knew that from this soulless being he could expect no justice, nothing but death. But there was to be a surprise in store for him. His benevolence was an adept at wringing the changes of torture on a human soul, and this was a magnificent occasion. "We have heard you disapprove of us." His benevolence's voice was light, cheerful. There was no hint of danger in the silky tones, but Garelin knew that partly developed extrasensory perception that was a part of his heritage was preternaturally alert now. He was not fooled. "I expressed a misunderstanding, your benevolence." Garelin bowed and slowly took off his mask. Above the wide-spaced, deep green eyes, flashing like tourmalines, a tiny tattooed six-pointed star seemed to tremble with the pulsing of a vein. "You see, Bajemel? I told you that perceptives would never do, yet you so persuasively sold me the idea of how useful they could be if their extrasensory perceptive powers were developed." He sighed. "It's that genius of yours for intrigue, but it has failed. We can allow no dissidents to enter the mysteries of the inner circle. Bajemel!" "I kneel before your benevolence." Bajemel's gargoyle features were painfully contorted as he tried to grovel. "In my zeal for service to your magnificence, I have failed. But there's always the blessed sleep for this blasphemer, O symbol of charity." He finished ominously and pondered what a jewel of a victim he would make. But his benevolence gave Bajemel a look of such cold, devastating evil that he should dare to offer a solution, that the cadaverous minister of justice seemed to shrink, pale and desperate against the wall of scientists who watched avidly the Messene scene. No mercy, no finesse. His benevolence again was wearing the mask of merciful forgiveness. "No, Bajemel. Not the chamber of blessed sleep, just—" and he held up two fingers weighted with jewels. Then he turned to Garelin. "My son!" Garelin flinched. "Having been offered the sacred honor of entering the inner circle, you failed to understand your first test of the lesser mysteries. All this pitiful show of human frailty and weakness, this odious travesty in the sins of the flesh was staged to test you. And you. A world of sadness seemed to darken his benevolence's voice. And you condemned us. Instead of seeing it as a mere test and valuing it for what it was worth, you believed that we were such monsters of hypocrisy as to entertain such lives. He wagged his head from side to side in inexpressible disappointment and grief. I would pardon you from the depths of my heart, but the law is inexorable. I can but soften the harshness of your retribution. And so, my son, he held up 2 fingers again, you are not only barred from entering the sacred inner circle, but are demoted from scientist of the first to that of the second order. There is one plastic center where a problem has not been solved. Achieve its solution, and you will be promoted to your original place. And perhaps as you grow older, you may again be considered for the priceless boon and blessed destiny you have lost tonight. A brooding sadness mantled the obese face, lending it dignity and a transitory greatness. The soft echoes of the august voice ceased, and Garland found himself being led by members of the Inner Circle Guard back to the Atmo plane that had brought him here from Plastica. He was too dazed to think. A vast, anguished feeling of defeat and shame filled his mind. The words of his benevolence, whom he had dared to doubt, were etched in acid in his brain. But deep in the recesses of his consciousness, something mocking, something not quite articulate, struggled to plant in his chaotic thoughts the swiftly growing seeds of doubt. Behind him, had he only been there to see and hear, a cataract of laughter had engulfed the great hall, and his benevolence, surrounded by his favorites and the most magnificently beautiful girls of the empire, shook in paroxysms of mocking laughter. But Garland knew nothing of this. His muscles ached from the battle, and his brain was awhirl. Once out in space again, he noted that a great storm was in progress. Hurling under guard through the stormy reaches of space, he idly watched through the plane's transparent dome how lightning danced a drunken saraband. But although Garland strove to redirect his thoughts, the echoes of his benevolence voice were like a sunset gun in his brain. Final, incontestable, a sentence to the obscurity of the second order and problems. He had mentioned a specific problem, and Garland remembered with chill apprehension the sentence for failure to solve problems in the second order. 3 failures brought a warning, 5 a probation, and the 6th, final judgment. The upper air of the first level, reserved for the scientists of the first order, had the exhilarating quality of burgundy. As far as Garland's eyes could reach, the opaline and prismatic domes of the first level's exquisite structures extended in every direction. The light was soft and caressing, thanks to the illumination and climate conditioning of the mammoth weather stations. A soft, lilting melody, reminiscent of the ancient ballets of another age of centuries past, was like a ripple of melodic laughter, enhancing a background of ineffable peace. But Garland knew how illusory all this was for him. Only enough time, a few hours to arrange his affairs and move to the second level, had been granted him. A profound pang of regret was like a dull ache in his heart. He had been trained from childhood to be a scientist of the first order. His mental coordinates had warranted it, so he had never seen any other level but the first. Vaguely, he had heard that the second level, where Spartan simplicity was a virtue, luxury less, where toil was constant, and thinking a dangerous luxury, except where work problems were concerned. And the Colombian steel band around his young heart seemed to constrict more and more. Quickly he finished packing his personal possessions. Nothing else was allowed him. A sentence of demotion entailed complete personal loss. 2. In 27 seconds, an impassive voice, vaguely reminiscent, predicted from the interconnecting catwalk above, the vat will burst, flooding the safety moat with acid. The marvelous tonal quality was startling, for in its depths there was no emotional content, almost as if it were a sexless voice prophesying the most natural thing in the world. With a swift movement that sent the muscles rippling along a Leander-like torso, Viral Galerin abandoned the precision tool with which he had tackled a gigantic refractory coupling. Gleaming with perspiration, his square-cut mouth compressed into a line of fury. He gazed up at the speaker and wondered where he'd heard that voice before. Above him rose the titanic vat of processing acid that treated the materials and converted them into gelatinous masses in the first process. I was a first-order scientist. I'm now an analyst, Galerin said brusquely. Nothing in my tests indicates such an accident. But the whining crescendo of the vat's machinery was threatening in major and minor warning of sudden, devastating trouble as its originally smooth purr changed to a cacophony of sound. 12 seconds, came the placid voice in reply. Care to test my prediction? For an answer, Galerin scrambled up the heteroplastic ladder to the upper catwalk with the agility of dread, his mane of blue-black hair tangled and disheveled, his face white and strained. Galerin towered beside the fragile figure of the scientist, whose wasp-like waist and marvelously slender hands gave him an elfin quality in comparison with Viril's streamlined strength. For an instant, Galerin felt an overpowering desire to seize the delicate body in his own great hands and break it in two. But the luminous violet eyes on the abnormally lovely face, appraising him now as if he were a particularly obnoxious specimen, held him in check with their utterly calm detachment. It was then he remembered where he'd last heard those impersonal tones, that sexless voice that seemed devoid of all emotion. Why, you're the scientist of the golden mask when I was at the... But a cool hand was suddenly pressed against his lips. A vague fragrance, as of Venusian jasmines, was in Garellin's nostrils, and before he could say any more, a livid crack appeared down the length of the vat, growing swiftly until the vat where Garellin had been working on the defective coupling split into two halves with a prodigious hiss like an apple cloven in two. A cataract of spuming acid flooded into the safety moat, while hundreds of analysts and technicians came scrambling up the opaque heteroplastic ladders that surpassed Columbian steel in tensile strength and cycle endurance for unlike metal. There was no fatigue factor. A babble of voices rose above the broken hum of the machinery, and the swirling hiss of the released acid, intolerable fumes taxing the conditioners in the safety towers, burned the membranes of their nostrils and mouths as they gasped for air. And, above the hum of the machinery, the growing turmoil of panic-stricken technicians and tumult of excited voices rose the crystalline tones of the slender scientist once more. Vat 66 explodes in 12 minutes. A desperate look. The look of a trapped animal glazed Galerian's green eyes. If this was true, it was the end for him. The organic acid vat? But that's impossible, he gasped. Yet, inwardly, even as he denied the possibility, he knew with soul-wrenching dread and the certitude of a perceptive that it was true. But he didn't have time to think, to plan a solution of the problem, for already the outpouring technicians were sweeping him onward in a desperate exodus toward the multiple conveyors that reached every section and floor of the titanic structure that was known as Plastic Number 15. Once, as he was being pushed forward by the press of horrified analysts, synthesizers, selectors, graders, and all the technical complement of the second order, who actually transformed all foods, materials, minerals, and in fact everything produced in Neptune, he glimpsed the calm features of the scientist he had first seen at the Feast of the Jewels in the City of the Sphere. and it seemed to him there was a hint of pity in the violet eyes. Galeron's face was white as jadeite as he roared orders in an effort to stem the maddened flood of men. He exhorted them to don their masks of Christoplast and try to hold back the expected explosion. But no one paid any attention. It was doubtful if they even understood him in their growing horror of the dread, corrosive acid that converted organic matter into a secret formula that none but the scientists of the inner circle were permitted to know anything about. They never saw the final product under the penalty of death. At last they debauched onto the conveyors, and Guardsman, among a group of others, was taken to the dispersers, platforms where the ultra-sensitive dispersal machines, sensitized to the vibrations of their individual plastic wristband of rank, unerringly sent them to their proper levels. Guardsman's generous mouth was compressed into a pale scimitar. His odd, slanting green eyes with long, dark lashes were almost black with rebellious fury. Suddenly, he was shunted into a special conveyor and a platform where the conveyors to the inner corridors revolved. "They already know," he exclaimed bitterly. And he was not wrong, for presently a plastic arm, the color and texture of aluminum, but incredibly stronger, gathered him in and gently pushed him into an alcove that immediately became hermetically sealed the very moment he had entered. Guardsman saw that he was in an efficiency cubicle where technicians were periodically tested. Before him stood a towering neurograph, entirely fashioned of several types of plastics, including crystallite, as transparent as its namesake. It was an invention so complicated that it resembled nothing so much as a multiplication of tesseracts. Presently, it became activated by Guardsman's mental frequency, and one of its slender rods moved forward silently. A magnetic current went through the analyst and held him rigid, while another rod clamped a plastic helmet over the young man's head. For several seconds, the almost inaudible sighing of the complex machinery was the only thing that disturbed the silence. Then, in precise, clipped tones, an uncannily human voice began in sonorous tones to summarize his mental and physical coordinates. Efficiency, totally neutralized by intense mental stress. Subject suffering from psychoatavistic retrogression. Paranoid tendencies with delusions of persecution. Immediate fear of death. Intense. There was a pause in which Guardsman had time to remember how many times he had attended councils with other scientists of the First Order, when the readings of the master neurograph on the first level from which he had been ejected had been tabulated from the readings of the various neurographs in the plastic centers and transmitted to the Council of the Inner Circle in the City of the Sphere. Guardsman, his eyes flaming, his face mutinous, awaited for the recommendation. It was not long in coming. Report to Psychiatry 3 for amnesic treatment for removal of superfluous knowledge. Recommendation, reclassify for level 3. Damn them! The desperate rebellion of a man condemned to worse than death rose from his heart as the magnetic rod freed him and the helmet was removed from his head. He began to circle the cubicle like a trapped animal. Level 3! He wailed inwardly. The level of the automatons conditioned to slave labor, dwelling in semi-darkness and squalor, on a diet restricted to barest essentials of energy units, until finally the blessed sleep claimed him. Whatever that was, he shuddered. He'd had 6 failures in his section, plastic number 15, and 6 meant the ultimate sentence. There was no trial, no jury, no opportunity even of explaining or seeking in a rational manner the reason for those ghastly explosions. Inexorably, the law was final. But who was the law? From the high level of the first-order scientist engaged in scientific work that had resulted in the miraculous array of plastics that had made their civilization a thing of undreamed-of power and wealth, he was cast without recourse to the level of darkness. Memoryless, reflex-conditioned, practically mindless except for slavish toil and animal needs. Little had he dreamed, even when a scientist of the first order, that there existed such stupendous extremes as the fantastic splendor of the city of the sphere and the hellish misery of level 3. The neurograph was speaking again in the sonorous purple period that made his hackles rise. Analyst Guardsman, it intoned and paused impressively. You have failed in your allotment. 6 accidents have destroyed enormous wealth and caused inexcusable damage. You had not less than 5 previous repetitions of the same type of accident to study and find a solution to the problem. A problem given you because of your blasphemous attitude toward the inner circle. The 6th explosion was your epitaph. Retribution is the law. You will be immediately conditioned for level 3. Amnesiac treatment will be administered to save needless suffering. We are merciful. A robot proctor will guide you henceforth through the various stages. A protector has spoken. The icy voice was silent. Guardsman wondered which protector had passed sentence. The hum of the machine told of coordinators falling into place as his mental and psychic state was recorded, the amount of energy of his metabolism checked, and the time potential of his servitude unerringly estimated. A livid glow enveloped the strange instrument, and then, silently, a part of the seemingly blank wall behind him slid aside for a robot proctor's entrance. Guardsman knew that the inexorable sentence had been transmitted by remote control through incredibly delicate processes to the machine before him. But who decided on the sentence? Or why the reason for its harsh cruelty? He had no way of knowing. He doubted if the elephantine proctor-in-chief had bothered to pass it. But Guardsman had no time to dwell on this question, for the berry-plastic robot proctor, its non-abradable crystallite eyes gleaming, had grasped him firmly by the elbow to lead him away. It was then that Guardsman acted without preconceived plan. His magnificent chest arched as he sucked in air. Then, with a sinuous movement of vertiginous speed, he twisted free and, swooping downwards at the same time, he grasped the robot by its legs and then heaved with a muscle-wrenching effort, flinging the plastic man with shattering impact into the neurograph. A dry, staccato rattle followed the rending crash. Part of the robot proctor protruded from what had been the machine's crystallite dome, and fragments of delicate mechanism and scintillating shards of priceless jadeite showered on the plastic floor. Instantly, the cubicle was illuminated by a vivid crimson fluorescence, while the opening in the wall began to rapidly close. But Viral Galarian was already speeding toward the closing aperture. Instantly, he was through. Seconds later, only a blank wall showed where an opening had been. A series of alarms and coordinated prismatic flashes flared in every direction, activating the safety machines. Long, crane-like aluminoplastic arms extended from ramps and conveyor heads to trap him. All efficiency cubicles became hermetically sealed cells, and over all, a shrill, maddening whine rose in fiendish wail, insistent, nerve-shattering. Guardsman knew death was at his heels. He dodged the grasping arms and magnetic traps, straining his extrasensory perception to its fullest power without slowing down the killing pace he maintained. Still, he wondered how long he could last against the diabolical ingenuity of the inner circle. If he only had some human to go up against, with atmo-pistols, or the more devastating supernal fire of the electronic flash, forbidden to all but the inner circle scientist, or even the primitive swords and rapiers used to hunt irreconcilables in Neptune's vast forests. But machines? Soulless, cold, plastic machines? His capable hands clenched and unclenched as he flung himself toward the ascending conveyor before him. His breath labored, his chest heaving. "No, idiot! Not that one!" There was an intense urgency to the crystalline voice that speared into his consciousness. Even before he turned to locate the speaker, he recognized the voice. Twice before, in a moment of crisis, he'd heard it. "You!" Galerin breathed explosively. He tensed himself to leap upon the fragile figure at the least movement. But once more, the preternaturally calm gaze from the violet eyes held him in thrall. "That conveyor was purposely set in motion to trap you. It leads to Psychiatry 3, where you would have been neutralized, Galerin. Take the blue, lapis lazuli conveyor behind you to the right. Hurry! We've only got seconds before the chamber is gassed." Suiting action to his words, the slender scientist dashed to the gleaming plastic conveyor that imitated in all its sapphirine perfection the blue glory of lapis lazuli. In an instant, Grelin was beside the scientist in a leap. He grasped the fragile shoulder with fingers that dug into rounded flesh. "If this is a trap, you die with me," he said briefly. "Your fingers," the scientist remarked impassively, "are like Colombian steel. Suppose you await developments before indulging in atavistic impulses? Besides, a real man offers no violence to a woman." "A woman? You?" Corellin's dazed expression was ludicrous. "I thought you were one of those repugnantly beautiful intermediates the inner circle uses for intricate mental synthesis." "Am I repugnantly beautiful?" the scientist asked in cold detachment, luminous violet eyes gazing inscrutably into the reddening features of the young analyst. Galerin gazed at the exquisite face before him and said laconically, "On the contrary." He was too confused for words just now. "My name is Perlac," the girl scientist said without preamble. "Listen carefully. This conveyor happens to be the only one that leads to the aerodome. All the rest have no exit, for although you do not know it, every rest period you are directed to exit conveyors by magnetic coordinators that act on impulses sent by selectors. These selectors are attuned to the mental wavelength of the individual. No scientist, analyst, or technician may leave a plastic center without being tested and their fitness for even limited temporary freedom established, not even to rest. That is why the direction of the conveyors is changed for every allotment period, and no one is permitted to know which is the exit conveyor. Had you remained in the city of the sphere and joined the inner circle, you would have learned all this." Galerin stared at Perlac in incredulity. "But where are the selectors? I've never seen them." "Is that strange? They're in the walls, embedded in the flooring beneath your feet. Oh, in 1,000 places. But we've no time for involved explanations just now. We're nearing the aerodome. Prepare for the worst, but if we get to my plane, we'll be beyond capture." "In a slow propulsion type craft?" Galerin asked unbelievingly. "We'll be captured in minutes, if not blasted out of the second level by robot proctors." Perlac turned and gazed into the young analyst's eyes. A gentle, slow smile illumined her features like a tardy dawn. Suddenly, they were at the vast platform that exited into the aerodome, but where the great section of wall should have slid aside, it remained blank and hermetically closed. It was a definite dead end. Far below them, a greenish opalescence began to rise in tenuous, billowing clouds, and the faint odor of new-mown hay came almost imperceptibly to their nostrils. From the boughs of the gigantic plant, robot proctors began to debauch into the blue conveyor in serried ranks, impervious to death. Grelin gazed curiously at the girl scientist. "Looks like your plan has failed, Perlac. What I can't understand is why you've thrown your lot in with me. I'm condemned. First it was to level 2, then for 6 failures to the living death of level 3. And now that I have rebelled, I have no end but death. You must have known there were 6 failures." "Yes, I knew. That's why I'm here." The unearthly voice was barely a whisper. Ever since the night you were at the Feast of the Jewels and you were appalled at the debauchery of the inner circle, you have been chosen, and my plan has not failed." There was a world of conviction in the exquisite voice, yet she said it softly, very softly indeed. Slowly, Perlac raised her hand, and Gwendolyn saw that it held a tiny, slender instrument, the butt of which was a round ball concealed in the palm of her hand. It was the dreadful electronic flash, and she calmly aimed it at the blank wall, playing it up and down its length. The seemingly impenetrable wall of toughest berry plastic parted from top to bottom under the supernal fire of the electronic flash, as the electronic balance of the plastic's atomic structure was disrupted and literally dispersed into space. There was no flash, no explosion, nothing but a silent widening of the breach until it was wide enough to permit Gwendolyn's Herculean shoulders to squeeze through. Nothing seemed to have issued from the instrument in Perlac's hand. No beam of force, no light, literally nothing, yet the strongest material known to their civilization, surpassing even the heaviest Colombian steel armor, had been riven in seconds. Once out in the immense aerodome, the platform was filled with ships of every description under robot proctor guard, from tiny electrocopters with retractable vanes to a large, powerful cruiser reserved for inspectors of the First Order. The moment Perlac and Galerin came into view, the robot proctors aimed their electro-pistols and atmo-pistols, but Perlac already had them covered with her electronic flash, and their plastic bodies disintegrated in seconds. "The cruiser!" Galerin was exultant. "That's what we need. It has the speed and endurance, and perhaps we can get by the robot guard at the outer gates of the shell and reach the forest." "No." Perlac shook her red-gold mane. "We will take my ship. No time to argue now. You'll see." She was already running toward a blunt-looking four-seater of the electro type usually reserved for scientists of the First Order who were not inspectors. Galerin hesitated, exasperation written in his face. To disdain a powerful cruiser for this slow-going, vulnerable craft was beyond his comprehension. But Perlac, without slackening her stride, made a peremptory motion with her slender hand and shouted, "Follow me! I've been right thus far. Trust me, you fool!" Behind them, through the breach in the wall, a phalanx of robot proctors was emerging, and wisps of green gas was beginning to reach the aerodome. In giant strides, Galerin covered the distance to Perlac's plane and entered its cabin. The die was cast. After all, he owed her his life in a way, but for her, he would be in Psychiatry 3 right now. He had scarcely strapped himself when the ordinary-looking craft shot forward in a dazzling burst of acceleration that pressed Galerin back against the mullioned seat with almost paralyzing force. But even then, his trained faculties noted the sheath of Colombian with which the plane was completely lined, and his ears detected the unmistakable hum of powerful atomic engines. One glance at the complex instrument panel told him that here was a craft that was far more than it seemed to be. But he'd scarcely time to begin to think order out of chaos when a growing nausea born of the steadily increasing acceleration cleaved his tongue to his palate, and his lower jaw slowly twisted to the side. Perlac, an immobile figurine of alabaster, eyes closed, seemed crushed against her seat. On and on the plane sped, slanting upwards, as if determined to crash the transparent barrier that separated them from the next level. And then, as suddenly as it began, their terrific speed slackened and the plane leveled off. The intense agony Gwendolyn had momentarily felt dwindled and disappeared. He saw the girl manipulate what was evidently a robot control, setting it for a new direction and rate of speed, then lock it in place. "Look downwards, Gwendolyn. There, to our right," Perlac whispered. An umbrella of atmoplanes and all the sleek glory of deadly interceptors spread below them in a battle formation. Behind them, the immense plastic pylons that supported the next tier and the crenellated superstructure of level 2 combined with distance to dwarf them into toy-like dimensions. The semi-transparent roof of level 2 was dangerously near. Guardsman saw, and the forest of pylons dead ahead that marked the center of their level was another fatal hazard. But Perlac manipulated the intricate controls with casual ease, leaving the rate of speed and general direction to the robot control. She merely made minute adjustments. We outdistanced them? Guardsman was awed. That anything in the possession of even an inner circle scientist could outdistance the pursuit fleet of the Protector-in-Chief was unimaginable. This Spacer's something his benevolence would give a diadem jewel for, or rather for the secret of its construction. The girl laughed softly. It's atomic, of course, but a variation based on a principle that goes beyond Terran equations. Guardsman gazed wonderingly at the exquisite features of the fragile girl scientist, marveling at the incredible courage of this puzzling being who unaccountably had chosen to throw in her lot with his own. Perlac, Guardsman spoke thoughtfully, I'm afraid today has been something of a mystery. From what I've seen you do to that aerodome wall, the inexplicable accidents of the acid vats were undoubtedly your doing. Yet you've saved my life and in so doing forfeited your own. Why? What interest can you possibly have in a doomed life such as mine? The girl smiled slowly, ineffably, in a mixture of melancholy sweetness and inexpressible sadness. She turned her golden head slightly, and when she spoke, her voice had somber overtones rich with emotion. Do you know what is piped into the so-called organic vats, Guardsman? No, you wouldn't know. Plants, you thought. Beasts and cattle and dead flesh. Dead, yes. The murdered bodies of human beings, such as you would have been. All Guardsman's rigid training rose in protest of the charge against the Protector-in-Chief. It could not be. There could be no murder in Plastica. Duels, yes, honorable combat between men, but murder? He acknowledged that the laws of Plastic Incorporated were ruthless and harsh, and the inner circle had become lax in their supervision until Plastics Incorporated had become an octopus. But to imply that his benevolence would countenance cold-blooded murder? Every fiber of his being revolted from such a charge. And then he remembered the Feast of the Jewels and the travesty of justice in his case, and he was silenced. His benevolence and the inner circle are Plastics Incorporated, Perlac continued imperturbably, as if reading his thoughts. Don't argue now. Strap yourself in and prepare for an orbital fall. We'll wheel in direct ratio with the rotation of the planet, then dive into a concentric spiral that will become tighter and tighter until we reach our objective. It is the only way we can elude the robot Proctor Patrol. Look, they are climbing already. The plane's robot control is set and timed. It will take us there. No human being can possibly retain consciousness to guide the plane in such a maneuver, she explained, pale as alabaster. Before virile Guardsman had time to do else but tighten the broad straps and lean back against the mullioned seat, the girl had touched a series of knobs. Suddenly the craft began to wheel with meteoric speed, then dived with a violence that set the landscape spinning into a fantastic pattern that quickly blurred. Guardsman felt as if the very marrow in his bones had liquefied. An intolerable pain lanced at the back of his brain like an atomic needle, and his face was contorted into a spasmodic grimace he was unable to control. He tried to close his eyes but couldn't, tried to shout, and suddenly plummeted into an abyss. They were diving downward into the outskirts of the immense city, down a secret intercommunicating passage that connected the various levels, past the third, fourth, and finally into a yawning chasm where all was darkness. The hurtling craft sped on unerringly, as if drawn by a magnetic beam. When Guerrillon finally awoke, he found himself in intense darkness. Only his labored breath disturbed the silence. Motionless, his body a living pain, he tried to adjust his thoughts and piece together the jigsaw puzzle of the past few hours. Groping into his tunic, he brought out an Atmo torch. By its discreet illumination, he saw that the girl was quivering like a being in torture. He gently massaged her temples and the base of her neck, then her soft white throat. With infinite care, he opened her mouth and inserted a pellet of alphaline to stimulate her heart, then stroked the gleaming red-gold hair back from her forehead until the girl showed signs of coming to. "Have you any stimulants aboard?" he asked her when Perlac opened her eyes. "I feel drained, but that's nothing to what you must feel, Perlac." She gave him a pallid smile. "There," she pointed weakly, "to the left of the instrument panel." Guerrillon pressed the combination lock and found in the compartment a full kit of surgical instruments and bandages in a superb jadeite case, a priceless flask of sapphiric filled with sterile water, and to his intense surprise, a platino plastic bottle encrusted with tourmalines more brilliant than emeralds and filled with the utterly prescribed sulfolixir. That's it," Perlac gasped, and reached for the bottle in Guerrillon's hand. "But it's deadly!" Guerrillon was aghast. "How can you risk addiction to that dreadful drug?" "You're a victim of conditioning." Even as weak as she felt, Perlac managed a low laugh. "Sulfolaxir is a miracle drug, not what you've been taught to believe." She drank sparingly and offered him the bottle, but Guerrillon drew back in categorical refusal. "As you wish. Now, we must leave the plane." "But where in 10,000 helicorums are we?" Guerrillon's voice was mutinous. "I've been a pawn in a game ever since I went to the sphere and blasphemed. Since you burst the acid vat and exploded Organic 66, by Neptune's moon, I'll be dissolved if I stir another step without knowing what this is all about." His green eyes were wide and gleaming, his handsome face set in rigid lines. "All right, activism. You're on level 5, and you're going to a meeting. I want you to appraise what the amnesiac treatment does to human beings and how the condemned live on this level. The 3rd level is sheer luxury compared to this. You, scientists of the 1st level, have no conception of what happens on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th levels, where life ceases to be even existence and becomes—" But words failed her, and she fell back against her mullion seat, breathing heavily. After a pause, she asked, "Will you come now?" "No," Guerrillon grinned. "I'll lead the way. It was an experience seeing you in a fury. Blessed if I thought anything could disturb you." He stood up and pressed the plane's dome release, and the stale, fetid air of the nether regions of the city swept in. Only the conditioners broke the silence with their constantly iterated and reiterated subconscious homily of simple, childlike thought patterns for the amnesiacs. It was an eternal reiteration of the conditioning controls, which no amnesiac could ever escape, except at intervals when the amnesiac counterreaction set in as their metabolism building up a resistance to the administering drug rendered them impervious, and they regained a measure of their former memories as consciousness returned. That was the period of danger when they were at the verge of any madness in their utter hopelessness. Deliberately, they invited death, but here in the vast catacombs, their end was but a detail, and the organic vats eventually received them. "Listen." It was Perlac's voice, indistinct with indignation. "Listen to the conditioners, Guerrillon." "Sleep. Sleep now. Deep, dreamless sleep. For the conservation of your energy is your noblest effort. So you may conserve your strength for work. Work. You must. You absolutely must achieve, so that you may fulfill your maximum allotment. Maximum. and be rewarded. Sleep, sleep. Endlessly, the fiendish mosaic of lies and psychological half-truths went on and on, embedding itself in the violated minds that slept in the stupor of the utterly exhausted. Guardsman shivered. A malefic aura of death and torture seemed woven into the matrix of the darkness that surrounded them. The very odor of death was in their nostrils as they left the Atmo plane by the light of his torch and faced the narrow, tortuous thoroughfare that wended its way from the wide circle where the plane had come to rest. Perlac pressed close to him, and her slender hand gripped his arm. There were no robot proctors in sight. None were needed here, where no amnesiac ever left alive. No victims were in sight, for the day workers rested, and the nocturnal shift toiled in their prisoning workrooms. Behind them, in front of them, from every side, the conditioners continued their endless chant. Loyalty, obedience, unquestioningly you must achieve, for our glorious state. 3. In the abysmal darkness, their Atmo torch was a pool of light that advanced before them, but Perlac unerringly went directly to a building whose front seemed to be an impenetrable blank wall. She pressed a hidden mechanism near the far corner of the structure, and presently a door slid aside, revealing a passageway to the beam of the torch. Once inside, Guardsman became aware that it was some sort of dormitory, for stretched on rows of cots made of cheap plastic, the amnesiacs slept in their leaden tunics. These were the pitchblende workers who had but a brief life period due to the radiations. In another corridor slept the brown tunics, the organic matter workers, blood-stained from their gruesome labors, their stertorous breathing witness to their exhaustion. Perlac kept on rapidly going from corridor to corridor until she stopped at a door leading to the cellar. Opening it, she scrambled down a plastic ladder, followed by Guardsman, and finally into a sub-cellar gallery that wound tortuously into the very bowels of Neptune. Here were the sightless wrecks who lived in eternal darkness, and whose task was to tend the machinery that air-conditioned and kept reasonably warm the dreadful fifth level. Some seemed strangely twisted and had the loathsome whiteness of fungi. Others mindlessly tottered by like automatons. Guardsman drew aside in a mixture of nausea and profound pity. A welling, terrible anger strove to rise within him at the sight of these horrors that went by like Dantesque shadows of the damned. At last Perlac stopped and made 6 curious rasping sounds at a heavy rocky section of the dripping wall. As if in a nightmare, Guardsman saw part of the stone surface pivot silently inward, and before them was another passageway. But this one was immaculately clean, completely sheathed in neutral gray heteroplastic, and the aura looms diffused a gentle light that was soft and yet perfectly measured. The murmur of voices reached them, and the air was fresh and exhilarating after the fetid, miasmic air of the 5th level and the sub-cellars. "We've arrived, Guardsman!" Perlac gazed at the young scientist as if essaying to appraise his reactions to what he'd seen en route. "You're going to meet the leaders of the irreconcilables. Not those poor creatures of the forest and jungles, but the real underground that has but one purpose: freedom from the protectors. Now, do you understand why you were brought here?" Guardsman nodded in silence. His face was impassive, but the odd slanting green eyes were burning with lambent fires, and his powerful hands were knotted. Within seconds, the passageway led them to an immense cavern. On Terra, it would have been unthinkable, but in keeping with Neptune's bulk, the cavern was a gargantuan retreat. Stupendous stalactites pending from the ceiling defied adjectives, their bases lost in darkness. The walls, as far as the eye could reach, were sheathed in a gleaming plastic new to Guardsman. The floor, too, was resilient plastic, smooth and perfectly laid, as if an army of workmen and machines had labored on its perfection, which indeed they had. Buildings clustered at the far distant end, like a miniature city, and in the very center of the vast grotto, surrounded by an army of scientists and technicians, an atmospacer, super armored and longer than any Gorellan had ever seen, rested in its cradle in all its sleek, shining glory. Testing and repair machines were scattered around the great subterranean chamber, driven by technicians and coordinators who worked feverishly, silently, as if engaged in a life and death race with time. Toward the left, where the cavern extended into another vast grotto, an Ordine plastic building caught Gorellan's eye because of the fact that it was Ordine. That plastic was used only where need for the staunchest material existed. Ordine, an adaptation of the plastic mineral principle, could withstand a siege, was practically indestructible, and Galeran wondered what it housed. Perlac sensed his curiosity and gazed in turn at the great structure. Her eyes, brooding and dark with an emotion he could not fathom, slowly filled with tears. "That's the psycho clinic," she told him. "We try to neutralize the amnesiac treatment, sometimes successfully, sometimes not. Under certain conditions, it can be neutralized. But remember, the amnesiac treatment here on level 5 is an intensification of the treatment applied on levels 3 and 4. They're practically lost when they come here. But our work in the higher levels is too dangerous to be carried out in large numbers. Care to go in and watch the therapy used?" "Yes." Galeran's laconic reply was an index of his mental state. Words came with difficulty in the face of this ghastly drama that had suddenly unfolded before his eyes. He wondered about the other cities, Perdura, Telluria, and the semi-tropical Columbia, with its warm springs and teeming soil where the most exquisite delicacies for the inner council and, to the lesser extent, the First Order were grown. Wondered if they, too, were condemned to this inhuman rule of death and oppression. Perlac made a signal to one of the technicians, and a 2-seater treader with its revolving belt instead of wheels moved out from among the parked vehicles. But before Gorellan and Perlac could enter the swift surface car, a dull roar that seemed to shake the very foundations of the cavern paralyzed all movement. As if in a slow-motion picture of ancient days, a tremendous section of the cavern wall fell in a shower of rock and plastic, and through the gaping breach, rank upon serried rank of intermediates poured through. They wore the inner council's conventional plastic armor, vividly scarlet, with tight-fitting helmets of cystoplast. Silently, they deployed with grim precision and aimed their Atmo rifles. But if they had expected to wreak havoc aided by the element of surprise, they were mistaken. Technicians and scientists working on the super spacer instantly entered the armored ship, while the army of mechanics, graders, coordinators, and workmen who labored on treaders and tended the mechanical appliances and repair machines took cover in and behind their charges. For a second, Galeran had been frozen in his tracks. The thought that flashed into his mind was one of exultation instead of despair. Here was an enemy he could really fight. All the pent-up fury, the terrible anger of a decent man who has had all his beliefs swept away in a matter of hours, who had seen depths of human degradation he had never dreamed possible, was like a bath of cold fire that left him calm, determined, and with one desire: to exterminate. As if she were a doll, Galeran swept Perlac beside the armored treader and without preamble snatched the electro flash the girl wore at her waist. "Keep covered. Let me do the fighting," he exclaimed, impervious to her outraged stare. Carefully he aimed at the foremost leader of the intermediates, and the obscenely beautiful sexless warrior crumpled as part of him instantly dissolved. A vast coruscating sheet of blue atomic fire swept forward from the deadly Atmo rifles of the invaders, and vehicles, technicians, and several machines became a welter of smoking flesh and melting metal. It was then the super spacer went into action with its 2 frontal Atmo guns. the thunderous echoes vibrating with timpani-shattering force, and Guerlin saw a flanks of intermediates vanish as if they were leaves in a wind. Unaware of doing so, Guerlin was bellowing exultantly as he played the electroflash horizontally across another flanks that had succeeded in gaining the proximity of the spacer. They had seen him now, and the survivors aimed their Atmo rifles at the treader that sheltered them from the blue fire. But before they could bring their fire into focus, the supernal fire of the electroflash had decimated them. A few managed to direct the stream of atomic fire on the treader, however, and half of it was a molten mass while the rest was already cherry red and the heat becoming unendurable. Electro rifles, Atmo pistols, the guns from the giant spacer, and a few electro flash weapons were concentrated on the intermediates who, by sheer force of numbers, had gained the center of the cave. And then they were met by a wall of flesh. From the buildings at the further end and from every vehicle and machine, a wall of humanity surged forward, firing ceaselessly, hacking with long swords and poignards, and the carnage under the brilliant plastolumes was without quarter, to the death. Slowly, inch by inch, the intermediates were driven back. Scores had died, and the losses among the defenders were appalling. It seemed as if a Pyrrhic victory was to be the end. And then, like creatures from a nightmare released from depths of living hell, a motley, ragged, maddened multitude came shrieking, shouting, and hurling imprecations from the chaste building Perlac had called the Psycho Clinic. Like avenging furies, they flung themselves at the hard-pressed intermediates. Wounds did not stop them. Atomic fire left gaping holes in their ranks, around which the survivors raced on, impervious to pain and welcoming death. These travesties of human beings fought with the savagery of madness. They were the amnesiacs. Deprived of the hypnotic drug, partly in possession of their faculties and their memories, they remembered. And remembering, they paid back for the torture of a lifetime. End of section 3. Section 4 of 5 stories by Albert De Pina. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cindy Morton. 5 stories by Albert De Pina. Minions of the Crystal Sphere, Part 2. Assailed from every side, the crack inner circle battalion of intermediates split into 2 halves and strove to meet both fronts. But Guerlin, with a cry that would have done credit to a Venusian Calamar, snatched the sword from a fallen technician and raced to where the amnesiacs were tangling in a death struggle. With the electroflash in his left hand, he stabbed and hacked at exposed limbs and through shattered crystalplast, and the battle slowly turned, increasing in tempo until it was a rout that pressed the remaining intermediates into a demoralized race of life. But they were not to escape. Out of all control, all semblance of humanity now, the remaining amnesiacs were a screaming horror that pursued the quarry and pulled it down like the giant calamar of Venus pulls down its prey in the virgin forests, until only the moaning wounded and the dead remained in the blood-drenched plastic flooring of the Titanic grotto. Guerlin never knew when the battle was finally over. His tunic was a crimson stain from top to bottom. A long slash across his ribs to the center of his powerful chest had left a shallow gash that dripped a slow gout of blood. His shoulder was seared by a slanting atomic blast that would have taken half of him had it come any nearer. He became aware of the ghastly silence only when Perlac's marvelously slender hand was pressed to his cheek and her melodious voice was repeating, "Guerlin, Guerlin, my dear." He turned and saw her eyes were aswim with unshed tears. He took her hand in his powerful ones without a word and held it caressingly, while all about them was a shambles of death and wreckage. "My initiation," he said slowly, huskily, with a hint of a smile in his long green eyes. "I knew I was not wrong in choosing you," Perlac replied, and bravely essayed a smile too. But she had reached the end of her physical resources, and with the whispered, "Oh, my dear," she wilted unconscious in his arms. Galerin lifted her fragile form as if she were a precious doll and walked toward the superspacer. A group of scientists who had emerged from its interior watched his approach with a hint of anxiety as they motioned for him to hurry. Among them, a tall, elderly scientist of the second order, whose white mane was like an areola about the pale, sharp-featured face, hurried forward as if unable to contain himself. "Is Perlek wounded?" he inquired with a world of worry in his voice. "Tell me, man, hurry!" "He's," Guardsman answered wearily. "She is not harmed, just fainted. The miracle is that she's been able to stand as much as she has. Have you restoratives?" "Bring her into the plane. We have everything needed, stranger. Praise be the ultimate power, she has not been harmed." Then he drew himself erect as he and Guardsman came abreast of each other and said with quiet dignity, "I am Palan, ex-scientist of the First Order, now leader of the Underground. I saw you fight with us. Welcome, my son." His eyes were as clear and as blue as a child's, but the fires of a profound intellect shone from their depths. "The time," Guardsman was speaking, "is now, not at some supposedly psychological moment logically thought by the board. I'm a new member, true, but it is evident the inner circle has been aware of your activities for some time, or they wouldn't have sent such a well-armed, ultra-trained battalion of intermediates. The time to strike is now, unless you want to await an attack in such force that this cavern will become a hecatomb." "We are already harassing them in every city," Palan said thoughtfully. "Vats are exploding regularly. Amnesiacs are being restored to usefulness, and our forces are increasing day by day. What more would you propose, my son? An attack on the city of the sphere?" All eyes in the heavily guarded and armed board meeting room were upon the young scientist. At the head of the long, exquisite platinoplastic table sat Palan, their leader, and at his right sat Perlak. All down the length of the great table, scientists of the first and second orders, analysts, technicians, and even members of the lower strata, chosen for their value to the movement, sat to consider the crisis. Their underground movement was in the open now, and they could expect nothing but extermination at the hands of the inner circle. "That would be madness at present," spoke a tiny Venusian, not more than 4.5 feet tall, wrapped in his long scarlet wings that joined to the sides of his fragile body, reached from the wrists to his ankles. "Although," he grinned impishly, "I would like to take a crack at them in their holy of holies." Morlock, the Martian, snorted. "Mars will help, but we must have a share of the machinery and plastics of Neptune. A preferred share," he emphasized, gazing disdainfully at the Venusian member. "Equal shares," the latter snapped dryly. "Mars's help is still to be seen, as your excellence is aware." The Venusian drove his point home with emphatic gestures. "We've offered our fleet," Morlock, the Martian member, said stiffly. "Can any more be asked?" Carldadin, the Venusian, shrugged his shoulders. "We don't offer, Morlock. We delivered 100 electro-flash pistols, and it took genius to analyze and copy the design and manufacture them secretly, not to speak of smuggling them here." "Peace," Holland thundered. "Scientist Guardsman is unable to reply to my question." Both the Martian and the Venusian members were silent, although they still glared at each other across the table. The rivalry of Venus and Mars was legendary and had endured for centuries. Little eddies of whispers and conversation came to a standstill, and once more their eyes were turned expectantly toward Guardsman, who stood up from his seat toward the foot of the table. "I have a plan," he stated quietly. His bandaged shoulder and chest were living aches, and breathing was difficult, but a great enthusiasm transfigured his features until, with eyes alight with the fire of a great purpose, he seemed boyish for all his magnificent height and musculature. "Unless we divert the power of the inner circle, I say divert, but decisively, we're doomed. Any army we can muster would be met by the legions of fanatical intermediates who from pre-birth are conditioned and scientifically bred for battle. An intermediate's glandular structure has been modified to heighten unbelievably the combative instinct. If Atmo rifles and atomic fire don't crush us, they'll start using electroflash. Their fleet is Legion, and they have at their command the scientists of the First Order, as deluded as I was, not to speak of the neophytes of the Inner Circle. Don't forget that the City of the Sphere has 2 million scientists, not counting the women. But if we divert their intermediates, cut off their sources of supply, and breed revolt on every tier in every city, their forces will be divided, and we will have a chance to win. When I was a child, I had access to the ancient records which were translated by my father for the Inner Circle. Among them, I came upon a parchment so ancient that it was ready to crumble into dust. After it had been treated for preservation, I read the translation made from that forgotten language by my father. It was about a great city that once ruled most of Terra, and their motto was, "Divide and rule." And that, Guerlin paused, is my plan. He sat down a little abashed when he realized the vehemence with which he had been talking. His eyes sat parallax, and a wave of color suffused his face as he saw the open admiration in the girl's eyes. "Magnificent, if it works," Carladin said with a satirical smile in that husky voice of his that seemed too big for such a small body. "But my friend, who is going to muzzle the calamar? In other words, who is going to breed revolt in every city and tier, and, above all, just how?" "My son, you can't rouse emotions in amnesiacs. They haven't any, even in the higher levels where the treatment is mild. As for the scientists of the Second Order, they'd consider revolt blasphemy, not to speak of the First Order. Unless you have a complete thought-out plan, I'm afraid you've been carried away by your own enthusiasm," Pauline said very gently. "My plan is complete, Pauline, and I have work for both Venus and Mars. I'm sure they would like to share in our victory. Listen." 4. It was not only a garden of vast dimensions, it was an Eden riotous with the most exquisite blooms of Venus and myriad bright-plumaged birds that sang with a complete abandon that bespoke no instinct of fear, for they were sacred. In the near distance, the rose and white Christoplast temple of the Virgins of the Sacred Flame was a triumph in architecture, for here, within the inviolate garden of his benevolence, was the sacred shrine. A muted orchestra was playing, hidden in the foliage, and the incredible recreation of sunlight drew an iridescent aureole from the alabaster fountain that constantly renewed a miniature lake in the center of the garden. Rose-colored garzas and sparkling blue azurines searched for tidbits in the shallows, while a flight of albas, the snowy white nightingales of the volcanic valley, swept overhead in an ecstasy of song. It was idyllic, a spot instinct with peace under the soft hand of beauty. But near the shore of the small lake, idly moving his hand in the cool waters, while with the other he stuffed roasted doves into the red, cruel mouth, his benevolence listened in ominous silence as the chief of the intermediates made his report. Standing behind the gargantuan corpulence of the protector-in-chief, but Gemmel listened too, and his gargoyle's features slowly registered a rising fear that whitened his repulsive face. It was incredible. Had anyone else dared to make such a report, he would have instantly banished him or her to the blessed sleep. But the intermediates, be they either of the warrior class and trained to fight to the death, or of the scientist category, were cold, unemotional beings whose precision could not be questioned. As for their loyalty, that was under control, for their only imperative was Vanadal. Reacting on them curiously instead of drugging them to sleep, compensating them for their sexlessness with an unearthly ecstasy, and Vanadal was under absolute inner circle control, under Bajemel. Only 3 intermediates escaped alive from the caverns under the 5th level, Bajemel inquired incredulously in that magnificent voice that was melody itself. "Silence!" There was nothing lovely in the harsh command of his benevolence. "Bunglers! Should condemn you and your strategist to the blessed sleep, but the quota of jewels is filled. What do you plan doing now? Or are you going to let those irreconcilables become a cancer on the side of the Empire?" His voice became indistinct as he stuffed golden nectarines into his mouth. Magnificence! If your benevolence permits. Bejemel's attempt at a smile was a ludicrous failure, but the sulphuric stare he received for his pains left him wordless and pale. Proceed. His benevolence nodded at the intermediate. The pale yellow eyes were blazing. Our plans are to destroy the cavern immediately and utilize our intermediate scientists to ferret out the dissenters for disposal at your effulgence's orders. The chief of the intermediates replied calmly, evenly, as if his life were not hanging by the thinnest thread. He bowed profoundly, then stood erect, in all the glory of his golden tunic and platinoplastic helmet. Also, a flight of pursuit atmoplanes awaits disorders in every tier of every city, your benevolence. Like overfed blackbirds, his benevolence observed scornfully. They didn't prevent Galeran and that unidentified companion of his from escaping. And that reminds me, Bejemel, his voice changed to a singled purr, I thought you had checked the safety coordination of the plastic centers. Surely with all the safeguards you had reported installed, the machines supplied you by scientists and the robot proctor guard, not to speak of the selector-controlled tests of the workmen, I still fail to understand how Galeran escaped retribution. His lips parted in a smile of sadistic pleasure as Bejemel went green. And... His benevolence held up a hand that flashed with a vortex of prismatic fire from the many jewels. What has become of your daughter, Herlack? I seldom see her any more. Since your benevolence said that her hips were too narrow and her face too sharp, I banished her from your presence, effulgence. Well, bring her back, he snapped in fury. Sometimes I think you usurp my authority, Bejemel. His eyes narrowed speculatively, and the enmity he felt for the Minister of Justice, because of the latter's silent opposition to allowing his daughter to become a virgin of the sacred flame, smoldered within him. Bejemel bowed profoundly, but a glint of savage rage shone in his eyes. Send the virgins, let them sing, the benevolence commanded, and convey my forgiveness to Estrella. She may enter the presence. Your benevolence's favorite will rejoice at the magnanimous decision, Bejemel replied in a soft murmur that was sheer music, but the expression on his averted face belied his words. He hurried away through the foliage of the Venusian jasmine trees and the tangles of fragrant marvellas until he came to the pavilion of white jadeite, so exquisitely planned that in its white simplicity it might have been an idealized Greek temple. Estrella! He called the moment that he entered. Hurry, child! And seeing her curled on the couch worth a respectable fortune, he will see you. Mind you, he's in a vile temper, as capricious as I've ever seen him. But evidently he has need of you. Soothe him from his evil mood, or we'll all suffer. He paused, out of breath. Estrella uncoiled languorously from the sapphirine couch and stood lightly swathed in the filmiest draperies of spider silk that revealed the distracting beauty of her limbs and full, firm breast. The large, brilliant dark eyes, shadowed by curling lashes, were rebellious and scornful, and the flower-like red mouth mutinous. A cascade of pale gold hair tumbled curling about the marble shoulders and sent gleaming tendrils to the satiny throat, encircled by a necklace of star sapphires, rarest of all jewels because of the tremendous difficulties in creating the star in the depths of the jewel. Let him wait. I have had to wait too long, she blazed. Sheesh, even the walls have ears, star of the evening, and remember his saying, a favorite in disfavor is a jewel that has crystallized. He means that literally. I couldn't bear to see you as a ruby on his finger ring. Estrella paled, shrugged her shoulders, and dashed out of the pavilion, out into the garden. She was like a butterfly in the sunlight, a gorgeous creature that came to rest at his benevolence feet. A choir of virgins sang softly and undulated with the rhythm of the music, while his benevolence fondled Estrella with one hand and with the other ate. Meanwhile, in the sumptuous audience chamber, a multitude of protectors of the inner circle, scientists of the first order, the directors of various cities, and even intermediate scientists moved restlessly, pacing up and down the imposing length of the chamber. Their faces were pale and anxious. Some seemed distraught, rehearsing silently over and over in their minds what they had to say. But among themselves they barely spoke. A careless word, flung in a moment of anxiety, might be the beginning of a fatal intrigue. They were taking no chances. The dour, ascetic-visaged Marvali, scientist of the inner circle and chief of Columbia, seemed on the verge of nervous prostration. He wondered in anguish what would his benevolence say when he learned that the warehouse filled with exquisite tropical and semi-tropical delicacies for his table and that of the inner circle had been destroyed by a raging holocaust that had left nothing but blackened cinders, and that the priceless machinery for the vibrapronic farms, which speeded up the growth and maturity of exotic plants and fruits, and a multitude of legumes and vegetables, was a twisted molten mass. He quaked inwardly, and a cold sweat oozed out of his pores. Vidal, chief of Plastica, had a harrowing report, too. Vat after vat of processing acid had split in halves and flooded moats and safety levels until the acrid fumes had made the plastic centers of his city untenable. Conveyors had been disrupted, and even robot proctors dissolved as if they had been made of papier-mâché. All his efforts at locating the source of these depredations were in vain. Meanwhile, the plastic industry in Plastica was paralyzed. That, as bad as it was, however, could be remedied temporarily by the installation of more vats. But an amazing thing was that even the replacement vats had been found damaged beyond repair. But of all of them, Wyman, the butcher, as he was called, was the most distraught of all. Never in all the history of Perdua, his beloved Perdua, where the Neptunian bagazo plant was processed into the drug for the amnesiac treatment, had such depredations been committed. A veritable nightmare of explosions had shattered the intricate machinery of the processors. The receiving vats of the staunchest plastic had been found in shards and slivers, while the stores of the sacred drug had disappeared. An emergency order sent to the nurseries where the plants were grown obtained no response, and investigation disclosed that the nurseries had been destroyed. It was then that he had ordered a search party to go into the semi-tropical forests far up in the valley in search of wild plants, and they were met by a savage mob of irreconcilables. But not the gravity-burdened, frightened irreconcilables he had been used to hunt with lances and swords, but a grim, determined company of fighters armed with Atmo pistols and Atmo rifles who exterminated the searching party except one member who they sent back with the insolent warning, "Stay out of our land." The atmosphere of the audience chamber was electric. A wave of rebellion seemed to be sweeping the empire. When Bajemel, Minister of Justice, entered the chamber, there was a concerted rush to meet him. "Excellency, I request an audience." And from another chief of the city, "Nay, Excellency, mine cannot wait. It is a catastrophe." "I crave a hearing, Your Excellency." Pandemonium had broken loose in the chaste precincts of the audience hall. "Peace!" Bajemel shouted above the tumult and strove to present a calm exterior, but an icy fear constricted his throat, and his usually commanding tones of unearthly beauty failed him. Nevertheless, he stemmed somewhat the rising confusion. "You, Vidal!" Bajemel singled out the inner circle scientist in charge of Plastica. "Your report." "I demand martial rule and sufficient troops to ensure order," Vidal gasped. "Plastica's paralyzed. Most of the plastic acid vats have been destroyed, conveyors in shambles, and robot proctors disintegrated. I know of only one weapon capable of shattering Colombian plastic and berry plastic, and do it without a sound. Those weapons are electroflash and assigned to the inner circle. When an inner circle scientist loses the one assigned to him, he is under penalty to report it immediately. I can't conceive how these weapons could have fallen into the hands of whoever these depredators are, and insufficient numbers to wreak such havoc in such short time. I didn't ask for a diagnosis, and least of all for a cure, Bajemel said frigidly. I asked for symptoms. Your report, Vidal. And Vidal gave it. Freed from the fear his benevolence's presence always inspired, he gave it bitterly in complete detail. And you, Marvali. Bajemel's voice shook a little despite his efforts to control it. From Marvali's expression, he feared the worst. Colombia has been unable to provide its quota of special foods for 48 hours, and all its reserves have been destroyed. In a voice filled with foreboding, he told his story, wringing his hands from time to time, unconscious of doing it. Wyman was next. He gave a minute account of depredations in Perdure. And so, he finished in an anguished voice, we not only have no bagazo for the amnesiac treatment, we are unable to procure any, and even if we had it, the machinery is a shambles. Excellency! His voice ended in a wail. On and on the audience continued, each account adding to the seriousness of the situation. At last Bajemel rose. His face was inscrutable. What a gargantuan indigestion his benevolence is going to have today, he thought grimly. Remain, he exclaimed peremptorily, and strode in the direction of the enchanted garden. He didn't even pause to watch the gyrations and posturings of virgins of the sacred flame. Brushing aside the tall intermediates that stood guard over the recumbent form of his benevolence, he bowed slightly, and in a cold, tight voice explained his mission. Your benevolence. His voice had never been lovelier. The Empire is in open revolt. We are not facing isolated cases of vandalism, nor the underground opposition of irreconcilables. This is a fiendishly planned and perfectly executed strategy of destruction. Unless we meet it with overwhelming force, we will lose control of the Empire. Don't exaggerate, Bajemel. His benevolence snorted disdainfully. A few vats have been shattered. Others can be made. Bagazo has been destroyed. We'll get all we need from the forests, and later have our chemists synthesize the drug. Just issue the necessary orders. I can't be bothered now. Bajemel's smile was feline, and feral lights gleamed in the eyes that gave him such a gargoylish expression amidst its twisted features. No, effulgence. This calls for a meeting of the inner circle. You may not know it, but hundreds of thousands of amnesiacs now deprived of the drug, remember. Death to them is a boon, and before they die, they will be sure to take as many of us as possible. And they are being armed. Let a few thousand die, he exclaimed heartlessly. They'll pave my new hall of rubies. But he knew now that Bajemel was not exaggerating. The great intellect of the evil ruler had grasped the disastrous consequences of such a revolt, and instantly he acted. Very well, Bajemel. Call the council. Hold all witnesses for the session. Meanwhile, mobilize all the intermediates of the warrior order and the scientists of the first and second orders. Every inner circle scientist who is still worthy of his rank, and all inner circle neophytes to be in readiness. Make a survey of robot proctors and coordinate all available defenses. We can at least be ready at a moment's notice and find out how long our present stores of food will last. We should have enough for months. Think you can remember all of this? He purred mockingly. To hear your benevolence is to obey. Bajemel replied imperturbably and left to carry out the orders. A little smile was at the corners of his mouth, and the feral light was still lambent in his strange green eyes. He could hear his benevolence's harsh tones as the latter told his virgins, "Get out!" Only Estrella remained by the side of the obscene bulk. Bajemel pitied her. Once back in the audience chamber, pandemonium broke loose, but with a peremptory wave of his hand and the words, "You will remain as witnesses for a full meeting of the council tonight," Bajemel quelled them. He watched them file out with a speculative gaze. When the sea's disturbed, he murmured softly, creatures from the bottom rise to the top. Then he walked slowly to his own chambers, singing softly to himself, and it was as if the voice of an angel were issuing from the throat of a gargoyle. Only one thought worried him, and that was the protracted absence of Perlac. She had been gone for days. Perhaps he had missed her in his preoccupation with duties of state, he thought. But Gemmell shrugged his thin shoulders and sat down at a jewel-encrusted desk worthy of an inner circle scientist's ransom. Silently, he began to write with an electro-stylus on a sheet of transparent plastic. Nothing showed. It was to Glodamar, whom, to give the full plenitude of his titles, was Chief Guardian of the City of the Flaming Sphere, the leader of the Intermediate Warriors, Chief Strategist, and Scientist of the Inner Circle. As Bajemmel wrote, he thought with part of his mind of the many minor revolts that had occurred when the amnesiac treatment failed because of the defense against the drug that human metabolism built periodically. But nothing like this had ever happened in the annals of the Empire. Plastic Incorporated, as the Inner Circle taught the people to believe, was part of them, and they rose and fell together. It occurred to Bajemmel that he was very old. It was indecent to thrust such a crisis on his fading intellect. The thought made his smile acidly. There was nothing decadent about that Machiavellian mind that enabled him to remain in power through decades of intrigues, pitfalls, and traps, and lately the growing enmity of his benevolence because he would not allow Perlac to become a chattel of his obese effulgence in the temple of the sacred flame. He wondered if he would be able to weather this crisis. Still, he wrote swiftly, invisibly on the transparent plastic, and as he did so, the thought of Venus, great in its first bloom of advanced civilization, of Europa, transmuted into an Eden by the courage of its Terrans and the strange unearthly science of the Panadors. If all else failed, he could seek sanctuary on either one of those two planets. Mars repelled him, none of that grim land for his weary bones. But if he had to flee, he meant to flee along with Perlac, and he had a score to settle before he went. When he had finished, he pressed a button, and a robot proctor entered noiselessly, received instruction, and as quietly disappeared. But Gemmell knew that his robot would deliver the message in person. Nothing could take that plastic message from him short of destruction. 5. Tonight we attack. Galeran persisted uncompromisingly, but his eyes sought Perlac's and found confirmation in her swift smile. I offer the counsel of daring, all or nothing. A roar of approval greeted his words, the echoes dwindling down the series of subterranean caverns that formed a continental link in the bowels of Neptune and was used to shelter the army of scientists, technicians, analysts, coordinators, mechanics, and workmen. They were now under Columbia's 5th level and rising to the Christoplast dome. Each tier was now under the domination of the irreconcilables. But Pollen, the commander-in-chief, arose in all the dignity of his great age. He frowned in disapproval, sighing before he spoke. I fear too great an army has been assembled against us. Plastica, Tularia, Perdura, the 11 remaining cities will have to be conquered, and remember, since we captured Columbia with comparative ease while the Inner Circle's army was engaged in destroying the caverns beneath Plastica, all the other cities swarm with intermediates and the scientists of the First and Second Circle, not to speak of those fiends of the Inner Circle themselves. We have converted millions through the use of the Ethromagnum, thanks to our loyal Perlac, who taught us to use it as the Inner Circle used it to condition the amnesiacs. We have paralyzed the plastic industry, destroyed the machinery for processing bagazo into the amnesiac drug, and we control all the stores of bagazo. We have achieved the arming of thousands of our followers. Surely that is a great victory. I feel that should be enough for the present. Besides, the Inner Circle will want to come to terms with us. And it was true. Hunger and privation stalked the tiers of the great cities, Chaos reigned. Even the great plastic centers now had become a shambles of exploding acid vats. Conveyors bore a welter of half-asphyxiated humanity, gaunt with hunger, and the spasms lack of the amnesiac brought on. Transportation was paralyzed, and everywhere the amnesiacs flared into madness as the effects of the drug wore off. And in a frenzy of remembrance and need of the drug, they attacked all in the ranks of scientists, destroying everything they could lay hands on. Thousands died under the trained precision of the intermediates, the scientists of the First Order, but the casualties they inflicted in the serried ranks of the Chief Protector were appalling. A compromise is not enough. Guardsman was pitiless. We have but one ether magnum here in Columbia with which to carry our message to the second level of each city and the workmen of the third level. True, we have close to 250,000 warriors, but in a war of attrition, they have greater resources. Besides, his voice was acid with scorn. Who wants a compromise? Not I. His great green eyes under the long dark lashes flashed fire, and the generous, square-cut mouth was bitter. He pointed an accusing finger at the legion of men and women that filled to overflowing the immense central cavern. You have asked for enough food to ensure health in your children, and have been told that synthetic patrician will take care of your offspring, as indeed it does, and you never see them again. You who have asked but a measure of happiness and have been giving all you possess in energy, loyalty, and obedience, and are given in return a brutalizing drug that robs you of the will to live? You, who through the intrigues and machinations of the inner circle have been brutally thrust into the second and third, even the fourth levels without a trial, without a hearing, merely to satisfy the sadistic minds that rule us from the city of the sphere. Would you want to compromise? The negative roar that rose in response shook the lofty ceiling of the cavern and was like a whirlwind. When it died down, Pauline stood up again. I resign, he said simply. Younger hands than mine will have to lead you. Perhaps you're right, Guardsman. If so, take my place as commander-in-chief, my son. For a moment there was silence, then another multi-throated roar of approval. Guardsman was silent before the majestic dignity of the old man, and something akin to pity welled out of his heart for the great patriarch. But Perlac was on her feet, her sculptured arms flung above her head, demanding attention from the great multitude. I second the nomination. Her limpid tones carried far. And I, and I, and I. Thousands of voices strove to be heard down into the farthest reaches of the linked caverns, as those who could not see heard through the interconnecting teleradio. Then Guardsman spoke firmly, almost coldly. The Council of War is called to session. We will meet in the Venusian spacer. All troops stand by for orders. Lead, Commander, exclaimed a rich baritone voice. It was Carladin, winged, diminutive, proud that the first session of the Council of War should be held in his magnificent atmoplane, the one that had been repaired in the cavern beneath Plastica. He was proud, too, of Venus's inventive genius in converting the secret electronic formula of the electroflash into a magnification of that weapon to the size of a cannon and raised to the 6th power, enough to practically blast an atmoplane out of space. As for his special gift to the cause, that was an ironic touch that only a Venusian mind was capable of conceiving. For although unbelievably kind, they never forgave. Poetic justice, Carladin had called it, and insisted on the use of his special gift, even bringing a battalion of Venusians to handle it. Telluria reporting. Telluria, 4th level cleared. Entrance to 3rd level forced. Fighting intense. Telluria. The voice of the announcer faded, and the magnified face in the telecast dissolved before their gaze. Guardsman, Perlac, and Carladin listened intently in the control cabin of the Venusian spacer, which hovered like a great bird in the darkness above Columbia. The enormous etheromagnum that occupied a large section of the control room came to life again as an ascending whine warned them. It was Perdura calling. Perdura calling. Perdura? Commander Galeran. Come in, Perdura. Galeran exclaimed impatiently, his nerves taut from inaction, but plans had to be observed. Come in. The shifting swirls of light on the telecast became steady, and a young pale-featured youth could be seen speaking with great intensity. We're on the second level, Commander. The defense has been terrific. They're bringing robots into the battle. One electro-flash cannon destroyed thus far, but we're pushing forward. No further news. It was disappointing. In a concerted attack in 11 cities, thousands of irreconcilables had emerged from the bowels of Neptune, striking upwards from the fifth levels of the cities, aided by crazed amnesiacs who fought with tooth and nail when no weapons were available. But it was Plastica that worried him most. For here was the strategic city they must capture at all costs. Unable to control his impatience any longer, he asked Perlac to contact Plastica. The girl's slender fingers played over the bank keys, adjusting tiny levers and driving home the activating selectors. Swirls of magnificent colors flooded the telecast screen, while the ascending whine of the complex instrument went beyond the auditory limits of the human ear, and presently scene after scene of ghastly destruction showed on the telecast. The fifth level came and went, a shattered welter. The fourth, where the destruction was appalling, showed great rents in the Christoplast dome that separated it from the third. There was fighting still in the second level as isolated parties strove to decimate the remaining fleeing intermediates. The fallen forms of robot proctors littered the conveyors and interconnecting avenues. The carnage was incredible. But it was in the first level itself where the battle without quarter was now taking place. Divisions of ordained plastic robots charged great masses of irreconcilables, only to be shattered in great waves as the electro-flash cannon, gift of Venus, disintegrated their electronic balance. Thousands of lurid flashes from Atmo rifles and Atmo cannons, laboriously hauled to the first level by the attackers, belched destruction at buildings laden with intermediates and second-level scientists. Aerotanks with treads instead of landing gear were attempting to settle on the vast first level, their Atmo cannons slashing at the attackers with great scimitars of lurid blue light. It was a titanic holocaust that would long live in the annals of the universe. For Venus, Mars, Mercury, and Europa had their telemagnums trained on the fantastic struggle. And then the face of the commander of the irreconcilables attacking Plastica showed on the telecast. A great gash over an eye, still oozing a gout of blood that trickled down the left side of his face. Grim, with an awful determination in his young eyes, the commander spoke hoarsely. Commander Galeran, we need aircraft to engage the aerotanks. Plastica is surrounded without the Christoplast dome, and thousands of Inner Circle scientists await the precise moment to enter in their treaders and annihilate us. In reaching the first level, our losses have been too great. Commander! He saluted, and the face withdrew, as if having delivered his message, there was nothing more to be said. Carladin? Galeran's voice was vibrant with pent-up emotion. You've brought with you 800 atmospacers, better than anything the Inner Circle has. If the speed and strength of Perlac's atmospacer is a sample, there is your task. Not mine, Commander. There was an edge of keen delight in the superb baritone voice of the tiny winged figure. I also brought with me a great warrior of space to lead my fleet. I have another task I shall relish even more. In one of my spacers, the flagship, are the hounds of Mother Venus, with which we hunt in the great virgin forests. One to each member of a battalion of my people. On a fragile leash. I shall communicate with my fleet immediately. May I take one of the emergency planes? And as Galeran nodded assent, Carladin was gone. Galeran wondered what the Venusian had meant by the hounds of Venus, but he was too preoccupied with the battle to care. All that mattered was that he was willing to use his fleet in accordance with the plan. Gloriana calling, Commander Galeran. The monotonous iteration and reiteration of the announcer demanded attention. Perlac touched a bank of jet black keys as Guerrerlin said, "Come in, Gloriana. Report. We're listening." Gloriana reports a stalemate. We have gained second level, almost took the first, but the fleet is above the first level. We can't combat it. All levels cleared but the first. Gloriana, sounding off. Other reports came in, but still Galeran waited for the one thing that was imperative. And at last, through an eternity of waiting, Columbia came on the Athromagnon. Then, like bursting flowers of fire, the atomic flashes from the emerging atmospacers of Venus as they launched themselves straight up into the heavens through the vertical funnel-like channel that rose from the caverns, straight up into the upper reaches of the first level. Spacer after spacer soared aloft and disappeared in the direction of Plastica. All but the last. It rose majestically upward and then, describing a parabola in midair, began to lose altitude, its atomic flashes like falling stars. And then began the most bizarre attack in the history of 6 planets. For as the fleets attacked the swarm of atmofires and aerotanks of the inner circle, the last Venusian spacer had landed outside Plastica, and a multitude of Venusians, each one leading a gigantic calamar, the dreaded armored tiger of Venus, launched themselves upon the besieging scientists of the inner circle that awaited the propitious moment to enter Plastica during the battle and destroy the irreconcilables by an attack from the rear. The roar of the ravenous beasts was a crescendo that drowned the wild, agonizing screams of the scientists as mammoth claws ripped through plastic breastplates and Venusian silks, and fangs found fat throats and steaming blood. Overhead, the clash of the 2 air armadas was a holocaust of fire as the 2 armies beneath fought also for supremacy on the first level. What the outcome would be was beyond prediction, for neither side entertained any doubt now but that it was a struggle to the death. There could be no quarter. If Plastica fell, most of the empire went with it, for within it was the very lifeblood of the nation. Plastics. The beginning, the reason, and the end of their existence. For plastics were clothing and shelter and weapons and furniture and even medicines and synthetic concentrates that went under the name of food. Besides, they had Columbia, where the sustenance of the city of the sphere and the first levels was grown and manufactured. Slowly at first, imperceptibly, the battle turned in their favor. Objectives that seemed unattainable were reached by the irreconcilables, and the defenders fell back. The invulnerable fleet, the much-touted and dreaded air armada, as being decimated by the unearthly speed of the Venusian spacers. The intermediates and robots alike fell before the supernal fire of the electro-flash cannon and electro-rifles. Still, the battle wore on and on with such an intensity that it was incredible that anything that lived could endure it. Without Plastica itself, a horror of carnage, blasted calamars and torn bodies marked where the inner circle reserves had been. But Kaladin's spacer was nowhere in view. "The time," Perlac said softly, "has come, my dear." Guerrerlin gazed at the exquisite features of Perlac in misery. He was silent, but the girl laid a hand on his shoulder caressingly and forced him to look into her eyes. "We must face it, Guerrerlin. Unless we do, this war may last for years, and oceans of blood will flow. It is the better way." I know, Perlac, but let me do it alone. I just can't bear to have you risk your life, my dear." Impulsively, he crushed her to him in a fierce embrace and kissed the flower-like mouth. Then he released her. "I will be in less danger than you. After all, I'm Bejemel's daughter. And don't you think that I, too, could not bear to have you go alone? No, dear, we are in this together, for life or for death." As if the gods of war relished the appalling daring of their plan, suddenly the way was open to them. For on the immense telemagnum, the heavenly tones of Bejemel's voice could be heard as slowly his gargoyle face came into view. Hurriedly, Perlac threw the switch, which prevented him at the palace on the sphere from seeing them. Commander Guardsman, Bajemel, Minister of Justice, speaks. There were rich undertones of irony and bitterness, too, in the superlative voice of the speaker. I have learned that my daughter is your prisoner. We have captured important prisoners, too. Palan, your ex-leader, and that misguided Martian who has chosen to espouse your cause. But all this is of no moment. I am willing to ransom my daughter on your own terms, barbarian. Even in his grief, Bajemel was unable to suppress the insulting epithet. What do you offer, Bajemel? Galerin spoke calmly, although a seething maelstrom swirled within him. But make your offer worth listening to. I have no time for barter. 1,000 prisoners of war, and a coffer of jewels, Galerin. Galerin laughed shortly. Your fame for sagacity has been overrated, Bajemel. The jewels? We shall shortly make our own. The ultimate presence knows there will be enough dead when this is over. As for the prisoners, his voice became indifferent. We'll take them, of course. But we have more men than we need, scientist. Offer me something beyond my means, and I'll send your daughter to you unharmed. Speak, dissenter. I am a man of reason. Bajemel's voice was filled with cunning. Speak. Since you are the only one who can open his benevolence's doors outside of the mechanism he can activate from within, destroy the mechanism. Take away his invulnerable robe of force, and then forget to sing. Let him starve slowly in his enchanted garden after he's devoured all his birds and pets. Galerin's laughter was mocking, but within he was tense with anxiety. Would his strategy win? He wondered. One could not deal in a normal manner with Bajemel. Agreed. The celestial voice had risen to limpid heights. The fleets of atmospacers and aerotanks stood poised, withdrawn, marking an invisible aerial lane through which hurtled the slim silver flash of an atmoplane. The most powerful telemagnum in the palace of his benevolence was focused on that ship without pause until every detail of its interior was exposed on the great telescreen at the palace. But its interior revealed only the pale, haggard face of Perlac, inexpressibly lovely in its sadness, and motionless beside her, the gigantic robot proctor of beryl plastic, embossed with the insignia of the House of Justice, and Bajemel's own intricate emblem. It had been sent to act as a guard and bring her unharmed to the palace. Forming a perfect target, a trio of transports carrying 1,000 irreconcilables, prisoners of war, came from the opposite direction, released from the city of the sphere, as per agreement. The vessels neared each other, crossed, and passed en route to their opposite destinations. At last, Perlac's plane reached the outer airlocks of the sphere, where pressure was adjusted and entering ships were guided to their berths at the base of the immense globe, where the machinery of the anti-grav repulsor beams was housed also, and where the glittering tiers rose upward to end at the great hanging gardens of his benevolence, where the palace stood. And then the armistice was broken. Hundreds of swift, deadly interceptor planes, Atmo-powered, dived after the retreating transport. Tremendous aerotanks rushed in for the kill, spewing a blaze of livid radiations. One of the transports managed to dive into the interconnecting, ascending and descending chamber of the city, but the others, trapped, rather than be rayed like sheep, courageously turned and fought, but to no avail. Outside the tropical city of Columbia, they crashed in great flaming gouts like miniature volcanoes. Ahead of Perlac and her robot proctor was the city of the sphere. Majestically, it blazed like a cosmic jewel against the impenetrably black backdrop of space. It grew immense, fantastic, like a minor planet glowing in space, but suddenly their speed slackened as the robot control began to decelerate, and presently they slid with a vast hiss into the first airlock, where the synchronized magnetic fields instantly checked their speed. A terrific force jarred them until their bones seemed to melt. Then doors were opening, voices could be heard shouting orders, and the official pilot entered the ship, and with an obsequious salute to the girl, he took seat at the controls and guided the ship into the second lock. The entire length of both the first and second locks were lined with the titanic coils of the synchronized magnetic degravitation fields, which stopped the vessels in a graduating net of force. But the transparent sides of the sphere gave a curious sensation of lack of solidity, of fragility even, as if they had entered a vast hall of glass. Only those who really knew the secret composition of the sphere were aware of its near invulnerability, even beyond that of the strongest known metal alloys. At last, the long, slim atmoplane was berthed, and the tall, cadaverous figure of Bajemel hove into view. He waited for Perlac, closely followed by her robot guard, to approach him, in accordance with the etiquette of Plastica. Then, unable to suppress any longer the profound emotions that stirred his complex being, he opened his arms wide and rushed forward to enfold the only being he had ever loved, in the fragile embrace of his skeletal arms. A suspicious brilliance swam in the long green eyes, and the ordinarily limpid voice was husky, uncertain, as he exclaimed, "Perlac, oh, my dear!" He could say no more. Perlac was touched. She brushed her lips against his cheek, then she gently pushed him back to gaze into the inscrutable green eyes of the Minister of Justice, who was also her father. Behind her, looming unnoticed as a piece of activated mechanism, was the robot proctor, both servant and guard. "Father," she said impulsively, "don't take me to the palace. I couldn't bear to enter the temple as one of the virgins. Rather, I would prefer to be a prisoner of the irreconcilables." Father and daughter gazed at each other in silence, surrounded by the deep, faraway hum of the throbbing generators as the incredible stream of atomic power fought the gravity of Neptune. Great opaque doors at the far end of the second lock led into the inner chambers where the robot-tended machinery never faltered for a second. Bajemel smiled slowly, ironically, and shook his head. "We're not going there." He waved an emaciated hand at the guard of honor that awaited his pleasure at a respectful distance, and instantly the intermediate officer in charge came forward. "Command," he said laconically. It was the same officer that had reported the defeat of the intermediate battalion in the caverns beneath Plastica. His superbly beautiful face was impassive, but the brilliant eyes were restless, as if the creature's nerves were overwrought. "My atmocopter," Bajemel said as laconically, and then passed a small package to the intermediate. "For you and the entire palace guard," he said softly. "There will be no need of you and your men tonight. We have all but one. Celebrate." The light of hunger, of delight, of the nearest feeling akin to gratitude he could possibly feel, flashed like a flame into the intermediate's eyes. "I bow in thanks, O Lord of Justice," he replied formally. Within seconds, they were speeding upwards in Bajemel's private atmocopter, past tier after tier of the fabulous city of the sphere. 6. Every tier was a beehive of activity, as scientists of the inner circle scurried in every direction, engaged in a multitude of tasks. Atmoplanes flashed through the interconnecting levels on their way to the titanic battle below. Thousands of the neophytes, aided by robots, supplied arms and concentrates to the departing vessels, while other thousands boarded them on their way to swell the ranks of the defenders and take the place of their countless dead. At last they reached Bajemel's private dwelling. He never called it a palace. In the tenebrous depths of his involved soul, there were flashes of genius, and one of them was to have and to rule without ever mentioning the fact. His dwelling was exquisite in proportions. The simplicity of its white jadeite facade, depending on the artistry of its composition and carved decors, not on opulence of mosaic jeweling as was the case with the palace of his benevolence. A repugnance of rococo display was enough to deter him from bad taste. They went immediately into his private chambers, and here Perlac had a great surprise, for reclining on a dais covered with silvery Venusian furs and the priceless plumage of the Martian craw was the one person she would never have expected to see. Estrella, favorite of his benevolence. Once over her shock, Perlac turned and favored her ancient father with a sly smile. "Incredible," she murmured. "Can it be possible?" Bejemmel bridled. "Why not?" He rose to his full cadaverous height. "Estrella and I are going to Venus, child. I have many more years of life, and loneliness is not good for an active mind like mine. That's why I ransomed you from that barbarian Galeran, so that you may go with us. I am going to the palace now. I have one final errand to accomplish well before we leave." He smiled slowly, satirically, as if the most delicious thought in the universe had taken shape in his mind. "Did you take care of His Exalted Benevolence's power screen belt, my dear?" he inquired of Estrella. "Yes," the girl nodded, her eyes filling with hatred at the mention of the dreaded name. "It will never function again." "Then," Bejemmel said emphatically, in the tones he used when he had delivered the final word, "meet me at the emergency outer lock. My ship is there waiting. Robot manned, provisioned, containing fortunes in jewels and priceless things. We will go to Venus and to a greater life," he exclaimed, his eyes shining on the reclining form of Estrella. "I shall expect to see you, Perlac, with Estrella aboard my ship within 1 hour." And to the silent robot proctor, "Guard the women," he said, directing a tiny beam of force from the microscopic mechanism concealed in his ring of office at the forehead of the robot, which instantly sealed the order within the synthetic brain of the metal plastic man. "Guard them and bring them to my ship within 1 hour." The metalloplastic robot seemed to stiffen. His great, non-abradable crystal eyes gleamed, and a powerful arm went up in acknowledgement of the peremptory order. Satisfied, Bejemmel turned and left. It was then that Perlac turned to the towering robot and said softly, "Now." And to Estrella, who watched uncomprehendingly, "Are you ready? Throw something about you and veil your face, Estrella. We're going to the spaceship." "But we still got a lot of time," the favorite protested. "It's true that most of my things are on the spacer, but I want to arrange some personal matters before we go. Wait a while." A tremendous power was in Perlac's voice as she replied, "We're leaving now." Yet she said it very softly. "You're dripping with jewels. Are you taking those things with you?" "But of course, such a question. Have you gone mad?" "You know what they are. Each one represents a life. They're made from organic plastic. Human beings executed by greed," Perlac reminded her. But Estrella shrugged her divine shoulders as she arose. "My not wearing them wouldn't help those slain ones now. Besides, they're nearer to me in death than they could ever have been in life." She smiled with incredible vanity. She threw a robe of craw plumes about her and allowed herself to be led to the atmocopter. Within seconds, they were speeding to the outer lock of Bejemmel's ship. It was there that the robot proctor left them and hurried to the lower chamber where the pulsing generators sang their eternal threadney of unlimited power. Unnoticed, he gained the great metalloplastic doors that divided the vast chambers from the anti-gravity repulsor machinery. Unhesitatingly, it directed a thin pencil of force at the orifice slightly above the center of the great doors, just as Perlac had explained over and over, and the massive portals parted slowly, remaining open. Robots of the lower grades worked among the maze of towering machinery, oiling, testing, doing a multitude of tasks, but the robot proctor, without paying them any attention, seemed to suddenly open at the side. An electro-flash gun of large size, magnified by the Venusian scientists and raised to many times its normal power, came into view from the aperture. Without making a sound, without even a beam of light, the fatal weapon was aimed at the very heart of the colossal motor and generators. Wheel and pistons seemed to warp, shrink, and disappear uncannily. The steady throbbing hum of the degravitator lost its smooth rhythm, and thereafter large sections of machinery disappeared under the relentless action of the supernal fire being directed at them. Instantly, the robots came to life. For a moment they milled wildly, as if this supreme emergency were something they were not able to cope with. And then they saw the new robot in their midst, their synthetic brains activated only to the repair and maintenance of the machines and to their safeguard focused on the attacker, and its removal was instantly their immediate task. They attacked en masse, but the robot proctor eluded them among the mazes of metalloplastic, of berry-plastic rods and generators, and the tremendous motors which were being eaten by an invisible leprosy. With a swift slash of the electro-flash gun, the robot proctor caused havoc among the robots that pursued him. Legs, arms, even heads wavered and disappeared as the electronic balance was completely disrupted by the flash. A tremor seemed to shake the gigantic sphere. By now, the great degravitator chamber was in shambles, and the remaining motors were unable to cope with the awful pressure of the gravity of the giant planet. With one final murderous sweep of the electroflash that seemed to shear like an invisible scimitar through machinery, robots, and everything in its path, retreated as it had come, racing upwards toward the sphere's emergency locks. There was no apparent pursuit. Only the vivid scarlet lights of imperative emergency flooding what had been the degravitator chamber were witness to the destruction. In the coordinating office of the maintenance scientists, the telesolidographs gave three-dimensional accounts of the wreckage, but even there, confusion, bred by a growing panic, caused a delay, losing them their chance of effecting repairs. Suddenly, panic brooked no obstacles. The light of intelligence and logic was flung aside as men and women, becoming aware of the ghastly fate that awaited them, poured out of the various levels in a frenzy to escape. The news of the destruction of vital machinery in the anti-gravity repulsor beam chamber was being relayed everywhere. Already the colossal sphere was swaying gently and settling lower, dislocating the delicate balances that held it poised in space. The stressors on the plastic structures and pylons was tremendous. As the robot arrived in Bejemel's spacer, a dramatic scene unfolded before his huge, non-abradable eyes. Holding an electroflash in her slender hand, her eyes brimming with tears, Perlac seemed to have, for the moment at least, control of the superb ship. She was saying, "We don't leave here until Galeran returns." Her lips were white, but the sheer determination written in her lovely face held even Bejemel, who was taken aback. "Galeran? Are you mad, Perlac? That barbarian's below on the planet's surface." "On the contrary," the robot proctor spoke in a voice leaden with fatigue. "I'm here, Bejemel." Slowly he emerged from the enclosing plastic shell of what had been a robot, then let the huge hollow plastic man fall clattering to the spacer's floor. Silently, he searched the ex-minister of justice, who seemed transfixed by a vast surprise. From under Bejemel's armpit, Galeran took a hidden electroflash and a venom-tipped dagger concealed in a fold of his tunic. Having drawn his fangs, he smiled. "We can blast off now, but not for Venus." Majestically, Bejemel turned to Perlac with an inscrutable smile. He gazed at the girl in a mixture of bitterness and admiration. "You're indeed my daughter," he said at last. Then to Galeran, "What do you propose to do with me?" "Keep you on Neptune," Galeran replied bluntly. "Utilize your vast knowledge of jurisprudence and your personal and intimate knowledge of the thousands of scientists who are certain to surrender sooner or later. Human beings have inalienable rights that we propose to return to them. But unfortunately, it will not be easy to give freedom to those who have never known what freedom is. We will need all the science and power of mind available, so, Bejemel, we must use you. Under our supervision, of course. You see, even the venom of a cobra is eminently useful if handled right." They eyed each other, these two, both powerful, dominating intellects, both capable of profound emotions. It was the older man who, used to the devious ways of the sphere and his benevolence's court, yielded gracefully. Bejemel glanced at Estrella, and it occurred to him that whatever years of life remained to him would be sweet if she were at his side. At that instant, a vast tremor shook the gigantic city of the sphere, and Bejemel's eyes went wide. Seated at the controls, Galeran turned slightly to Bejemel. Give your intermediates orders to open the lock and activate the catapult. We have minutes, perhaps only seconds, before the sphere gives under the gravity pull. Make your choice, or I give the ship full power and crash through the airlock. Bajemel?" Llewellyn's voice was cold, impassive. "I shall give the order," Bajemel assented in a brittle voice. From a vantage point in space, the scene that met their eyes had the memorable quality of those stupendous spectacles of nature that human eyes rarely, if ever, are privileged to see. The vast sphere was aflame with color, dazzling in the vivid coruscations of blue and orange and mauve and yellow lights, spinning slowly. It was a thing of unearthly beauty, a floating starry globe that might have been a toy of the gods. It was being deserted by every type of craft imaginable. Hundreds of planes, copters, electros, every available type of ship that could evacuate the jostling, crying, screaming thousands who had jammed the outer airlocks and emergency exits. Inexorably, the sphere sank lower and lower as the remaining generators fought the awful gravity of Neptune that held the doomed globe in its gigantic grip. Enough power still remained to the incredible sphere to keep it from crashing headlong into the furious waters of the vast ocean below, but at last, as if the ultimate ounce of power were gone, the globe seemed to lurch in a glory of prismatic lights. Then, with terrific momentum, it began the dizzy plunge through space, whirling like a falling meteor. Perlac, Bajemel, Estrella, even Llewellyn himself could not take their eyes from the tragic glory that was the sphere. Suddenly they saw it illuminate the ocean for miles as it neared the surface of the waters. Then, with a vast splash that sent a tidal wave licking the shore hills hungrily, it sank into the cold green waters. "And there it will remain for all eternity," Llewellyn said thoughtfully, "a tomb of evil, that men might live." But Bajemel was silent. The gargoyle's face was softened by a profound sadness. He sighed like a man who has lived too much and at last seeks rest. He turned his back to the scene below as if unable to bear it any more. "An epoch has passed," he said softly in the magnificent voice. But Llewellyn was at the telemagnum, broadcasting offer of armistice to the warring armadas below. "Scientists of the inner circle and the first level," he said with infinite assurance, "your city of the sphere has plunged to its doom, and with it went his infamous benevolence, and hundreds of thousands of your henchmen. You no longer have a haven of refuge, no base in which to refuel or obtain supplies. When your present ammunition is gone, when repairs and food are necessary, and when the men who die must be replaced, there is no spot where you can return. Yours is a certain doom, unless you unconditionally surrender. We offer a pardon to all who are willing to join our cause. Lay down your arms and aid in the reconstruction. A far more glorious future is before us." An immense weariness had etched lines about his mouth and eyes, and his shoulders slumped as if a great reaction had set in. But his eyes could still flame with joy as he saw the deadly fleet of the inner circle abandon the struggle, as he saw the embattled armies cease their carnage, as he turned from the telemagnum to go to the controls and guide the ship to their base in Columbia. He suddenly felt soft arms entwine around his neck and a soft face that pressed close to his. He didn't even need to look. The fragrance of Venusian jasmines was in his nostrils, and a warm flower-like mouth pressed close to his. It was then that Bajemel turned to Estrella and was eyeing him with critical eyes and said sardonically, "Shall we make it unanimous?" End of section 4. Section 5 of 5 Stories by Albert De Pina. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cindy Morton. 5 Stories by Albert De Pina. Keeper of the Deathless Sleep, Part 1. Nardon, the correlator, had banded together the greatest brains of the solar system to battle the menace spawned by Saturn, was leading them into the stronghold of the Energasts themselves. We cannot fight, Adoran said. Not now. We must be patient a while longer. Venus still holds the secret of Vulcan base, and without allotropic metal, our fleet would be so much papier-mâché. He fell silent. In the soft, smoky blue twilight of the great subterranean room beneath the Universium, Bill Nardon gazed expressionlessly at the angular austerity of the council leader's face and remained silent. 3 more spacers today. Anataran sank slowly into the yielding firmness of a priceless Christoplast chair. Disappeared! He paused. Must you have this hellish blue fog, Bill? He frowned in distaste. Bill Nardon smiled slowly from where he lay on a great couch of abastrine, utterly relaxed. Would you rather have a mountain night, a summer twilight, or dawn? His great shoulders shook a little with silent laughter until the mane of dark red hair that hung to his shoulders seemed to twinkle with pinpoints of light. He pressed a series of selectors on the back of the couch, and slowly a rosy light, like a tardy dawn, diffused through the room together with the smell of the sea. Don't look so outraged, Adoran. That Spartan conditioning of yours is a tragedy. The aged council leader shrugged his shoulders. Listen to me, Adoran said brusquely. 100,000 men and women from 6 planets cannot be hidden away like so much plunder. Sooner or later, someone is bound to escape and give away the mystery. Yet months have passed and no trace of them has been found. Correlate that. He sniffed at the marvelously fresh odor of the sea and blinked at the rose-gold light of the static dawn, as if it weren't a scientific and artistic miracle, but something not quite decent. The loss in terms of life and treasures is negligible. It's what it purports in the long run that's serious. Already Venus has clamped down on shipments of radioactives, and Mars has declared limited martial law. No trade with Neptune is possible in the face of their embargo, and the European coalition of Terrans and Panadurs have closed their world. The logical development of this psychological state of nerves is war, Bill Nardon said softly, almost in a whisper that died in the faint sea breeze that eddied about the room. For a long time there was silence, while the correlator played with the selectors on the couch, unaware of doing so in his profound absorption, and the tardy dawn faded into bright daylight, which in turn gave way to the perfumed mystery of a starry night deep within the mountains, and the odor of pines stole about the room. A ripple of music, almost as soft as a sigh, invaded the chamber, gathering in volume and posy of melody like an enchanted lullaby to a wonder child or a woman utterly beloved. When the correlator came to, Antaran had gone. The rain-silver curtain had lifted for some time, over an hour now, Bill Nardon mused. The blinding blueness of the skies was reflected on the satiny sheen of the platinoplastic structures of the spaceport, now glorious in its display of opulence for the benefit of the arriving delegations of 5 worlds. The Terran display of grandeur had been planned to increase with exquisite skill all the way to the Universiarium, which in itself was a piece of effrontery, Bill thought with a sardonic smile, considering that with Earth only 6 worlds were represented, which was far from being the universe, not to mention that each planet was sovereign, jealously and hypersensitively suspicious of the slightest encroachment on their rights and domains. Bill was certainly aware of the fact that the word Universiarium would be a cause for resentment. They were arriving now upon the gigantic atherosclerotograph that covered an entire wall of the spacious room deep in the bowels of the Universiarium. Bill Nardon could see the great interplanetary vessels emerge from outer space, where both space and time have but a remote and relative meaning, and flash like interstellar daggers into the outer fringe of the stratosphere. Warships, all of them, he mused aloud. while the slightly satirical smile deepened, hovering on his square-cut lips, crinkling the corners of long, strangely colored eyes, almost electric blue. Warships, he mused. Bill saw them extend lateral fins upon the icy fragility of the upper air, much as a bird extended its wings, and come shrieking through the tortured air in a mad race to be the first to land upon the expectant earth. In great flawless spirals, beautiful beyond belief, they lost altitude, leaving behind a vortex of clouds boiling furiously at their passage. Venus was in the lead. Bill Nardon recognized the powerful cruiser by its insignia of a serpent biting its tail, fashioned of jasmines, Venusian pearls. Close behind it was Europa, with the insignia of a blazing Jupiter on its side, Neptune, with its emblazoned shield of a tiered city, and little Mercury, with the royal emblem of incandescent soul. And at the very end, aloof, disdainful, the truly magnificent work of science and art that was the Martian vessel, which characteristically wore no emblem at all, and seemed to be content to be the last to arrive, so long as it kept from being contaminated by close contact with the races of other worlds than Mars. A great swirl of ceremonial music rose from the immense spaceport, the cathedral-like architronics weaving intricate patterns upward to the skies as if to receive in an ocean of melody the arriving delegates. Bill Nardon sighed. His task was about to begin. With a slight movement of his right hand, he touched the controls gleaming on the desk before him, and the scene at the spaceport rushed with vertiginous speed into close focus. Still, he was not satisfied, but continued to manipulate the etherosoligraph controls until the emerging occupants of the Venusian ship grew on the screen to life size. With infinite care, he studied and analyzed their faces, their exquisite, fragile bodies with the long, membranous wings, noted the almost imperceptible shadow of baffled apprehension beneath the mask of imperturbability, and found nothing. But that was to be expected. After all, of all the planets, Venus was the least warlike, which was fortunate indeed. The tall, ranging Europans, offspring of Terran colonists with their strange silver-furred Panadur co-rulers, came next. Bill lingered over the Panadur leader, so strangely human in his 4 feet of upright, slender body, completely furred in gleaming silver fur to the very throat line, with a delicate triangular face dominated by immense beryl eyes, strange creatures of a world within a world, drawing their sustenance from the eerie radioactive caverns of their great Jupiterian satellite. The Neptunians were descendants of Earthmen too, but subtly changed by the awesome environment of their gigantic world. The Mercurians were a problem in themselves, for of all the planets, theirs was a ruthless matriarchy. The striding, uncompromising Amazons that emerged from that blunt, utilitarian-looking ship were in themselves a promise of trouble. They gazed about them out of blazing dark eyes, and their metallic complexion seemed to flow oddly like quicksilver with their movements, as if their features were fluid. Only the eyes, hard, suspicious, expecting the worst, retained their unyielding character. When the Martians emerged, tall, tawny-haired, with their immense violet eyes and exaggeratedly narrow waists that contrasted with their broad shoulders, it occurred to Bill that the least accident would precipitate a holocaust that would end in the most gigantic hecatomb the universe had ever seen. He shuddered to think what would happen if the least delegate were to meet with harm. From the very beginning, he had protested against this interplanetary meeting on Terra, and great as his influence was, profound as the respect was in which his unique powers were held, the council vote had been against him. Still, Bill Nardon could not rid himself of the feeling that this was a wild goose chase, that nothing would be accomplished by a meeting of the highest dignitaries of the Interplanetary League. In short, that the great danger of an accident that was being incurred was not only unnecessary but futile, which was far worse. Asprawl in the great heteroplastic chair, his long legs extended, his superb torso completely relaxed, he looked as if his great muscles would never again lift that magnificent body upright. But all the while his unique mind was absorbed in assembling multitudes of details and facts, coordinating and correlating psychological factors and psychic coordinates with the speed of thought into a clear picture which in the end proved absolutely nothing. He was baffled. To the tragic problem which would soon be under discussion in the stupendous Universiarium, expressly built for that momentous purpose, he would be able to bring precisely nothing. For once, he had failed. And Bill damned the cold efficiency of the master neurograph machine that had unerringly summarized his strange mental coordinates. For Bill's mind had the peculiar gift of being able to grasp a series of basic facts and from them deduced with supernal accuracy the individual answer to any human problem. What took the great philosophers in Psychiatry 6 days and weeks and even months to solve, Bill Nardon could coordinate and give the correct answer to in hours, sometimes minutes. There was nothing mysterious about it. Given enough time, Bill Nardon could have explained in detail how he could solve a particular problem in human equations, if he cared to, which he never did. It was merely a mental ratio of activity in the upper part of his brain where the most involved and difficult thinking is done, many times greater than that of the normal human brain. To this was added an intensity and scope of awareness surpassing any neurographic records known. The result was coordination of details, the synchronizing of factors, nay, nuances so tenuous that they were non-existent to even the philosophical minds. As a result, Bill Nardon had been immediately removed from his job as an explorer and transferred to Security 1, answerable only to the very head of the Supreme Council itself. To him, it had been a tragedy. The ecstasy of the vast reaches of space, the illimitable freedom, birthright of explorers, the intimate communion with the stars had been transmuted into a guarded existence as if he were one of the most valuable factors in the security of Earth, which unquestionably he was. Every luxury, every whim even, was his to indulge. He could have anything. Literally anything but freedom. And now he had failed. In his sardonic mood, he was glad that he had been unable to find even a tiny clue. In all that glittering, heterogeneous assembly, Bill had not found even a slight nuance to pounce upon. Involuntarily, he shook his head, and the dark red mane that fell to his shoulders in the conventional style of the day swirled about his shoulders. Again, he shook his head as if some almost imperceptible irritant were annoying him. And suddenly he sat upright. His eyes narrowed and steel blue. In his intense absorption in the scene on the ethrosolidograph, the elfin probing of his mind had gone unnoticed. A profound surprise mingled with the instant pointing of all his faculties as he became aware that anyone could penetrate his mental defenses was unthinkable. Even before his awareness of peril was complete, Bill became a blur of motion that coiled and sprang erect, and the incredible shape that had launched itself with razor-like talons outspread unerringly for the sprawling Terran's throat thudded against iron-hard stomach muscles over which a thin beryllium mesh tunic afforded protection. Almost at the very instant it struck, the creature launched itself again with demoniacal fury, taloned hands reaching with superhuman strength for the bared throat, its taloned feet trying to disembowel the Terran. Bill fought silently, driving a shattering blow to the open mouth with its gleaming fangs, with the others striving to keep it at arm's length. But the thing twisted with a sinuous motion and flung itself to one side, then leapt in again, driving like a tiger for the Terran legs, as Bill sprang to one side, then dived for the flashing creature. Bill caught one of its legs, and instantly it coiled back upon itself and fastened its fanged mouth upon his forearm. Only the invulnerable beryllium mesh saved it from being fanged through. As it was, the awful pressure of those inhuman teeth was excruciating agony. In desperation, Bill aimed another slashing blow at the maniacal face of the being and saw it become indistinct with blood. Using every ounce of strength at his command, the Earthman slowly forced back the face of the thing and with a convulsive movement shattered its vertebrae. When Bill released it, the creature dropped limp on the bloodied translucence of the jadeite flooring. Reeling from fatigue, his body a mass of bruises, Bill methodically examined his attacker. It was about 4 feet tall, humanoid in shape, even as to its features, which were delicate, surprisingly beautiful in the repose of death. It had the face of a very beautiful woman in miniature, but there was nothing lovely about the competent taloned hands with their cording of steely muscles, or about the oddly shaped flexible feet, almost hands in themselves, like that of the now extinct apes of thousands of years back when Terra had been young. The body had evidently been evolved with the greatest simplicity of purpose, and strangest of all, it was sexless. And this was the thing that had been able to penetrate the defense of his mind, almost succeeding in probing it without Bill being aware of it. In coordinating his findings, it occurred to Bill Nardon that this unholy creature was the nearest thing to a homunculi he had ever known. But whence had it come? How correlate such a mind of power with such utterly ruthless, coldly calculating ferocity? Bill shivered a little, and it was not altogether from his recent exertions in defense of his life. Stretched upon the exquisite whiteness of the plastic jadeite flooring, there was an infinitely appealing beauty to its face in the ultimate sleep, as if it were in a welcome repose. The light brown eyes, still open, mirrored sadness. That was the incredible fact. The mind that had tiptoed the shores of his consciousness with sandals of foam was still. But Bill Nardon's mind, recovered from the horror of the unexpected attack, felt even more the icy chill of failure as it sought factors and only found an impenetrable mystery instead. No planet, no world known to me, and Bill had traveled half a galaxy in his time, has spawned this creature, this... He paused, his eyes electric with excitement. Is a manufactured, an artificially evolved being. But who? Not the Martians, surely. The Venusians? The Neptunians? No. No race in the entire 6 planets is capable of creating. In the very midst of his soliloquy, he paused, startled. The Panadors? Only they, with their strange powers, could achieve such a miracle. But would they? In all the annals of Europa, there is no clue to the will to conquer. Besides, to the Panadors, life was sacred. His thoughts swirled feverishly, and impenetrably, the mystery became more and more involved as the glittering assemblage of delegates from other worlds traveled to the great Universiarium. For a timeless moment of absolute silence, every being present stood with bowed heads in reverence to the Absolute. Then they took their assigned places around the immense council table grimly. The crisis was at hand. When Bill Nardon entered, he was late. For the preliminaries, the usual diplomatic fencing and jockeying for favorable positions was over. The smoldering resentment of 6 belligerent worlds was frankly in the open. And Terran, head of the Supreme Council of Terra, presided at the head of the table. There had been no difficulty about that, as was his due as host, but Venus and Mars had been diplomatically seated at his right and left, respectively, facing each other, and with equal honors where they could glare at each other to their heart's content. Neptune had been given the other end of the table facing Antaran, and to his right the Amazonian leader from Mercury. The balance of the delegates had been scattered around the council table, interspersed cleverly with members of Terra's council. Bill saw instantly Antaren's anxious frown as he entered and caught the half-annoyed, half-anxious query at his lateness. Telepathed in their secret code, he merely signaled, "Wait, Antaren," and proceeded to stand behind the Terran leader's chair as unobtrusively as possible. But it had been an entrance. His stately height of 6'5" in the close-fitting tunic of beryllium, the dark red mane of wavy hair falling to his shoulders, allied to the lateness of his coming, gave him an importance in the eyes of the visiting delegates which, just now, he would have liked to avoid. But when Antaren rose, all eyes centered coldly upon the council leader. A sensuous fragrance of Venusian jasmines wafted like an invisible presence as the Martian leader insolently applied a gossamer handkerchief to his nostrils in defense of the odors of the other races, and the tiny winged Venusian ambassador glared with scorn. The Amazonian, being from Mercury, clanked her power rapier uneasily, while the tall Neptunian unconsciously touched his belt. Above them, the cathedral-like dome of the tremendous Hall of Planets rose until the graduating hues of its intricately carved sapphirine plastic walls paled from translucent sapphire to aquamarine, to beryl, to palest mauve, and then only the sheerest rose gold or diffused sunlight where the intricate interlacings of archings was like a cobweb pattern in the distance. "We're gathered here," Antaren began without preamble in his terse, icy voice, "to discuss a problem that threatens," he paused as if not willing to voice the ghastly thought, "to plunge our universe into suicidal strife and engulf the magnificent fruits of interplanetary civilization." Bill Nardon, while engaged in appraising the reactions of those present, couldn't help being amused with part of his mind at the Terran leader's purple periods. "Dearly loves his speeches," he exclaimed mentally in the curious mental shorthand with which he was wont to soliloquize. "Ship after interplanetary ship has disappeared without trace somewhere in transit between the inner and outer planets. That is," he amended, "the known outer planets, which include uninhabited Jupiter and its uncolonized moons, the great centers of civilization, Europa and Neptune. I cannot speak for Uranus, which has only been partly explored, and those two unknown quantities, Pluto and especially Saturn, that planet of maddening contradictions on which no space vessel has been able to land. Thousands upon thousands of passengers, colonists of all races, and untold treasure has vanished into thin air without trace. I submit," Antaren drew himself to his full skeletal height of over 6 feet, thin to the point of emaciation and austere in all the dignity of his 200 years. "I submit that Terra is blameless, that the infamy of this outrage is surpassed only by the mystery of the purpose behind it all." He stood grim and silent with folded arms, his translucent gray eyes searching the faces before him. And pandemonium broke loose. The Martian exquisite forgot his affected snobbishness and his perfumed handkerchief and was shouting, "The floor! Grant me the floor!" While the blazing-eyed virago from Mercury unceremoniously shoved the tall Neptunian aside and was bellowing in senatorian tones, "I take the floor, Terran! I take the floor!" Oddly enough, it was the tiny Panador from Europa who eventually got it. He had leaped upon the council table and stood immobile, sending powerful telepathic vibrations in utter silence, for his race was voiceless. Before the incredible power of that involved mind, the Terrans, the surpassingly telepathic Venusians, even the Martians gave way. Only the Mercurian creatures still bellowed, until Antaren granted the floor to the Panador, and the telepathic flood poured out. The being from Europa accounted for his world in no uncertain terms. To them life was sacred, and the last thing in the universe they wanted was strife. Planet after planet laid their cards on the table. Even Mars, for all their supercilious affectation, made a categorical denial. And as the mystery deepened, mutual suspicion flamed higher and higher. It was Venus that finally gave voice to what was in all their minds. After all, treasure is replaceable. Great as the loss may be, but at least a dozen interplanetary spacers built of the invulnerable metal from Vulcan have disappeared. A few more of such Venusian ships, and whatever planet is responsible will have a respectable fleet of the most deadly ships of space known to our universe. Our interplanetary treaty with Mars and Terra and Mercury gave us undisputed and undivined sovereignty over Vulcan base and the invulnerable metal of its mines, because having in our grasp the conquest of Terra and Mars, we kept the peace. Now, after ages of adhering to the treaty, we are faced with virtual attack. We demand a solution. It was then that Bill decided it was high time to intervene. With a gesture, he signaled to the outer arch of the Hall of Planets, while simultaneously he requested the floor. And Terran granted the request, while a slight frown of puzzlement crinkled the pale parchment-like brow crowned with snowy hair. And into the silent hall came two ordained plastic robots bearing between them a plastic box. They laid it on the floor before the council table and as silently withdrew. All eyes were centered on the plastic box, and the personal vibrations of the delegates were overpowering as Bill strode calmly toward the box and wordlessly opened the lid. With one effortless gesture, he lifted the inert and stiffening form of the homunculi that had attacked him and flung it into the center of the table. Even as they arose in amazement, he swept them with a bright electric blue glare, and with the unsuspected force of his tremendous mind power, he gave them a faithful telepathic picture of what had occurred. They all saw it. The battle to the death. The creature's probing of his mind. All. And there was no doubt as to its authenticity. The proof was before their eyes. And no mind, not even Bill Nardon's, could possibly fake such a harrowing experience and bring before them the corpus delicti, not even through telekinesis. That, Bill Nardon telepathed succinctly, is a definite clue. I do not know of any race in our interplanetary league able to create such a creature. I only have a suggestion to make. Once I was an explorer. I can be one again. Ordinary minds cannot cope with this problem. Terra will have to risk me if a solution to this mystery is to be achieved. I suggest a suicide expedition. If Mars, Venus, Neptune, Mercury, and Europa will join Terra in sending a group of their best, their keenest minds, and their highest trained interplanetary explorers, we may have a chance to relay back to the inhabited planets whatever we discover. I said suicide expedition. I meant just that. A single cruiser armed by the combined science of all planets. Let Venus provide vulcanite because it's invulnerable. The atomic engine supplied by Terra. Those are details. Every etheromagnum station between the inner and outer planets to be constantly on the alert, as far as Neptune. His narrowed eyes swept them briefly, noting the instant negative reaction from the Venusian at the mention of vulcanite. Suspicion lingered, doubts rooted on a million incidents of the past, intrigue so involved as to drive a mind mad, injustices, the last fratricidal war that had set their universe aflame. The stately Martian had recovered his aplomb. The wisp of handkerchief he pressed to his nostrils as he eyed the inert creature asprawl on the table diffused a breath of fragrance, cool as a mountain breeze. He gestured toward it fastidiously, his violet eyes inscrutable. That homunculi or android. Nothing mysterious about it. Superb biosynthesis, I grant you, but Terra could produce it. The last words were like a stab. And so could Mars, the Venusian said wearily in instant contradiction. The point is,
What could any of us hope to gain by war?
The word was out at last. The chill atmosphere of the horror the appearance of the homunculi had inspired became icy, seemed to seep like a breath of death through the lofty hall. In the silent pause, their faces were like masks as the tiny Venusian eyed them with a sardonic glance. Power, perhaps? He continued. No one planet wears the crown of empire. No one ever will as long as Venus holds Vulcan. He said it softly, but with a universe of power in his voice. The slow-eyed Amazon from Mercury stirred uneasily, and the Neptunian delegate seemed uncertain as to the next move. In silence, Bill Nardon waited patiently. A swift glance of intelligence flashed between the rangy European Earthman and his inseparable Panador companion, and then the light arose. He held up a silver-furred arm, perfectly molded, and gestured with his oddly human but thumbless hand. This being could have easily traveled by spacer from whence it came, as easily as we did, the Panador telepathed. A small ship would be practically indetectable. Besides, in view of our coming, even if seen, it would have been taken for one of our ships. It occurs to me that this being may not have been created by another race, but is in itself the very danger we have to face. No, Bill Nardon exclaimed with utter conviction. I caught it exploring my mind. In the instant that I contacted his, I knew it was not independent. It was directed. 3 things only have I been unable to solve. It brought no weapons save its own murderous powers. It was purposely directed at me as if to destroy the only correlating mind in our league. And most mysterious of all, in death, an ineffable sadness overlay its features, where the expression of bestial lust to kill should have been frozen in death. As Bill finished, the Martian delegate stood up. I suppose my government would be willing to release the multi-ergon screen for this expedition, retaining it secret, of course, provided, he flared, provided Venus releases the necessary vulcanite for the whole. They glared at each other from both sides of the council table in ominous silence. The Panador gazed at them with evident scorn. Europa, he telepathed with a curious sort of sardonic benignity, would be willing to supply radiant energy bombs. The nearest thing to a smile seemed to flit over his delicate features as he noted their reaction to the dreaded reminder. And we will furnish plastic such as your world has never seen. The man from Neptune spoke at last. The Amazon merely clanked her awful power rapier significantly. 2. No strikes yet, Bill Nardon said softly, his eyes glued to the electronoscope. Sense anything, Fremmel? Only an outflow of thought energy. Infinitely distant. I don't know, Nardon. It's voiceless? Patternless to me, at least. The Panador leader sounded uncertain, even to his stupendous mind power. The voiceless cessation, alive, malignant, was a tenuous thing, sensed more than felt, directionless. Part of the vast galactic night that engulfed the bait ship in blackness so velvety that it was like smothering charred ash. The gigantic superspacer in the building of which 6 planets had tried to outdo each other knifed through the impalpable vibrations of its endless flight. Back of it, a tiny smoldering disk, like a glowing ruby brooch, nearly 750 million miles away, was the sun. Ahead, Saturn was slowly coming into position, and the great wings of light that were its rings shone with the glory of an eternal rainbow, paling the immense crystalline jewel that was Pluto. The tension within the spacer mounted perceptibly, yet interminably the hours dragged on and on. All screens were down, save those for meteorite protection, as if deliberately inviting an attack. Every member of the heterogeneous crew knew their assigned tasks so that mechanically they would spring to their stations at the least warning. Saturn grew immense, glorious beyond belief, until Bill Nardon was forced from the electronoscope by the intolerable light. It was then that someone laughed. Rather, it was a cachinnation sounding eerily in their midst. Abruptly, Bill Nardon tensed, his preternatural facilities alert. He swung slowly from the eyepiece of the scope and faced the emissaries. Scientists, explorers, all of the 6 planets. It was the Neptunian who had laughed. He was shaking silently now, as if some hidden mirth had convulsed him. "We're close to the last planetary outpost," he observed, "and nothing yet. This isn't an expedition, Nardon. It's a farce. What can you expect to find in Saturn? A frozen waste of solid, glassy hydrogen and helium? An infinite wilderness of hot, solid gases under unimaginable pressure? You know Saturn has an atmosphere of at least 20,000 miles in depth." "I know nothing of the kind," Bill answered evenly with studied calm. "Saturn has never been properly correlated. Liquids and solids don't compress. Besides, even if Saturn were, as you say, a frozen waste with a temperature of, say, 180 degrees Celsius below zero, that would still be too hot for hydrogen, which cannot exist as a liquid at that temperature. I needn't mention helium, which requires a temperature lower still for liquefaction." "You're leading us," the Neptunian hissed through his clenched teeth, "into gales of methane and ammonia, roaring around a dead world of frightful cold, into a frozen hell where, if the atmosphere doesn't crush us, we'll never escape the overwhelming gravitational pull. You fiend!" The last words were a shriek, just as he launched himself in a tigerish leap straight for the throat of the Terran correlator. And Bill sprang aside, his left hook instinctively catapulting to the unprotected chin of the Neptunian, but it failed to stop him. Off balance, slightly stunned by the blow, the maddened delegate from Neptune whirled on the Terran, aiming a staggering blow that whizzed past Bill's head with savage force. Off balance, the Neptunian staggered forward, his lean features contorted by bestial rage and the lust to kill. He was like a man possessed. Bill Nardon was icy calm now. The harrowing training all members of the Explorer class had to undergo had come to the surface, and to the tall Terran everything had ceased to exist but the task at hand. He rolled aside slightly, sending a straight left to the Neptunian's head, driving him off balance again. Bill weaved to and fro, lightly balanced on his toes as the Neptunian came boring back with terrible tenacity. Bill's right arm was a peg on which he hung the blows of the man from Neptune. While lashing like a cobra, his boxer's left, long and weaving, stabbed in again and again. The correlator didn't want to kill the man, for here was another mystery. The attack was absurd from the standpoint of their aims and goals, but he had no time to correlate the facts and arrive at a decision. The Neptunian rushed murderously eager, and Bill let his heels touch the floor, refused to give way. He took a staggering blow to the midriff and went pale from the pain, but with the swiftness of a striking calamar, he countered with a vicious left to the face and a slashing right cross. The Neptunian staggered, uttering a hoarse cry as his features seemed to run like the quicksilver face of the Amazon from Mercury. He staggered and fell to the blood-spattered Ordine plastic floor of the cruiser. Bill stood heaving. Only now was the answer apparent to him, but again his thoughts were cut short, for the Neptunian was far from through. Into the ghastly face a new expression of diabolical fury had appeared, and as he lurched to his feet, his right hand clawed at his belt for a weapon. Only power rapiers had been allowed them individually until a landing was effected, And it was fortunate, for as the clawing fingers closed about the rapier's hilt, an unholy light came into the Neptunian's eyes. Bill heard a thunderous battle cry as a bulky shape sprang between him and the Neptunian, but he swept his rescuer aside. It was the Amazon, her own power rapier drawn for battle. "No interference!" he exclaimed in a voice as cold as outer space. His own blade was in his hand now, the flexible Colombian steel activated by the dreadful electronic fire, the touch of that blade disintegrating flesh and bone and metal even. They were face to face now, confronting each other with the wary savagery of Venusian Ostlandians. The smell of death was in the air, and too, the wordless, tremendous, inarticulate vibration from an unknown source that seemed to hint at inconceivable horror, and ebbed and flowed about them. They could all sense it now as it increased, as if in a crescendo of triumph. And at that instant the Neptunian struck. One moment they were circling for an opening, their ghastly weapons ready, and the next the singing blades met in midair as Bill Nardon parried the slashing bow. And then reason tottered as time stood still. Where the blades had been, a flaring vortex of unendurable blue light sprang between them like a hellish fan of electronic fury opening before their eyes. The Neptunian's blade had disappeared, consumed in the incredible holocaust. Only the neutralized hilt of vulcanite remained in his palsied hand as they reeled aside, blinded and unnerved. Bill's blade swished through the air as he reversed it and struck the Neptunian on the left temple with the vulcanite hilt. The man's knees went rubbery, and without a sound he slumped to the floor. "The screen! Throw on the multi-energon screen," Bill bellowed. "This man was being directed. Someone else may be next." The powerful hum of the inner screen within the cruiser that rendered everything within impervious to every known power arose in the brief silence, and none too soon. Suddenly the cruiser lurched and trembled like a great wounded stallion. Bill had a confused picture of the addled members of several planets clinging to ultra-mullioned gravity seats as the ship began to spin. Every possible aid of science had been lavished on the cruiser, even to the most exacting provisions against physical injury or the danger from an unexpected crash landing in some far-off world. But even their combined science, great as it was, had not foreseen the unpredictable enough to counteract this blow. As if a cosmic hand had grasped the hurtling, spinning ship, it described an orbital parabola, flashing like a living thing through space and headed at an unimaginable acceleration directly into the phantasmal light of the great winged world. Bill's dazzled eyes saw the tiny Panador fight to strap himself to the acceleration seat on which he perched, while frantically he strove to retain consciousness. Everything seemed ringed with prismatic rainbows from the awful glare of the electronic flash as Bill resolutely set his conscious and subconscious mind in alignment to fight off oblivion. But nothing human could withstand consciously the orbital fall of the great ship as it dived into the fathomless abyss of night in a concentric spiral that narrowed tighter and tighter, wheeling in direct ratio with the rotation of the mammoth planet, at which it was aimed like a spear of a cosmic angel. Bill's last comforting thought was the multi-energon screen. Nothing, his superb mind conceived, could possibly penetrate that. A crash was imminent, he knew, but against that they were prepared. He tried to contact whatever it was that had sent the polyglot vibrations and had managed to grip the Neptunian's brain, and only a confused disorder as of many minds abandoning their temporary union came to him, and then the profound, illimitable darkness of complete oblivion. None aboard saw the fantastic scene as the cruiser neared Saturn and was trapped by the hungry pull of the planet. None witnessed the macabre sight of stupendous mountains rising to impale them as they struck its atmosphere. Uncannily, the cruiser began to decelerate as the robot control went into action, activated by the atmospheric pressure. In a great swinging arc, the superspacer settled lower and lower until at last immense lateral fins shot out of its sides and secondary rockets belched forth, breaking the headlong rush. Beneath them, a world of light and shadow shimmered under the unearthly loveliness of the great rings, as if illumined by a sidereal current of glowing jewels. 3 of the 9 moons were in transit, phantasmal in their silent loveliness as they hovered over the parent world. Beneath, the liquid sparkle of an unknown ocean undulated softly, twinkling with myriad star points as if spangled with stardust. At last, the interplanetary cruiser came to rest, plowing up immense furrows in the glittering sands of the shore in a partial crash landing. The robot controls, magnetically activated to decelerate in direct ratio with the proximity of land, had held true. The almost incandescent tertiary outer hull of the ship began to cool to a dull silvery hue. In the near distance, a glorious city of towering spires and prismatic domes was like a fairy scene on a colossal scale, but no fingers of light issued from its towers and domes. No living beings issued from its portals to investigate the arrival of these voyagers of space. Only the querulous cessation of the spumless waves of the great shining sea disturbed the eternal silence of Saturn. The silence of a dead world had enveloped the Terran ship, even as within it, the unconscious members of its heterogeneous crew were wrapped in the silence of oblivion. The wheeling moons, one blue, one palest amber, and one, the largest, like a glowing ruby of the skies, passed on, while time marched on in its endless cavalcade. Bill gasped in a spasm of living torture as consciousness returned in a flood. Slowly he opened long blue eyes that were tragic with pain and surveyed the inert forms all about him in the great control cabin of the ship. To one side, the partially crushed form of the Neptunian delegate sprawled abnormally twisted. Bill knew instantly the man was dead, and a flicker of sorrow touched his eyes. There had been no time to strap him to an acceleration chair. It was their first casualty. To his right, a slight movement betrayed returning life to the Amazonian being from Tiny Mercury. The woman, if she could be termed that, moaned unconsciously and then opened her coal-black eyes with a stupefied look, then widened as comprehension came. The great cruiser was at rest, and through the visiports flooded the jeweled illumination of Saturn's rings. An indistinct croak issued from her throat and was echoed by the "ah" of excruciating pain as the fastidious Martian also came to. With an effort, Bill Nardon unstrapped himself and rose unsteadily, flexing cramped muscles that shrieked exquisite torture at every movement he made, but he managed to reach the emergency cabinet and extract a priceless Neptunian flask of jadeite, jeweled with sapphirines. He opened and satisfied himself that it was filled with sulfurics, then ministered to their needs. The miraculous stimulant was like a draught of life essence to them. Not until then did he ascend to the observation dome. The sight that greeted his eyes was to remain as long as he lived a memorable experience. Behind him trooped the others to stand in awe at the spectacle before them. Saturn, Bill Nardon breathed, for countless ages unvisited by man, and yet a habitable world. In the distance, the shimmering city glowed with 1,000 hues under the illumination of the rings, silent, aloof. Cut multiple screen briefly and obtain atmospheric samples. Bill Nardon broke the spell. I'll want everyone wearing energon helmets for the interval while the screen's off. He gestured to the assembled scientists, coldly efficient. The breathless moment of the matchless thrill was over. The winged Venusian left immediately on his way to the geology lab, while the Martian followed to make atmospheric tests. The Neptunian scientist in charge of chemistry was dead, so Bill sent a Terran subordinate in his stead. At last, only the Panator, whose task was psychosynthesis due to his abnormal telepathic sensitiveness, remained with Bill, who, besides being commander, had the arduous task of correlating findings. "We've landed alive," That is the incredible fact, the Panador flashed. And now that we're here, it seems our enemy, whatever it is, has changed its plans. At least, I sense no peril. Here, Bill replied mentally, handing the silvery creature a flexible crystalplast helmet powered by the Energon principle. Don your helmet. The screen is being cut, and we can't risk any more seizures. He paused while he adjusted his own helmet, then went on. If we are alive, we have the multiple Energon screen to thank, he said slowly. Whatever seized us in space meant to end our journey right then and there. Remember the man from Neptune. That city is human. I sense it, the Panador telepathed, as the impenetrable barrier of the screen was cut off. Odd. The vibration is low, almost imperceptible, where it should be tremendous if it's inhabited. We're plagued by mysteries, Bill replied, exasperated. Well, next thing's to vibrate the news to Europa and Neptune via Astromagnum. Hope it hasn't been damaged. No Ethromagnum could bridge the distance to the nearest planets. But Fremel, the Panador, wasn't listening even with part of his mind. The great shining city in the near distance seemed to have a hypnotic fascination for him. Slowly, he took off the Energon screen helmet and seemed to concentrate its mental power into the highest apex of ultra-sensitivity. At last it turned its glaucous barrel eyes on Bill Nardon, shining with a great excitement, and poured a telepathic stream. There is life in that city, an ocean of life, but it's not active. It's dormant, submerged, helpless. The Panador seemed to grope for qualifying adjectives. Impatiently it went on. But there is one that is not dormant, and it is a mind of power. Into their midst the Martian scientist raced with a wild look in his eyes. The atmosphere! Commander! It can't be! It's a hydrogen-oxygen compound stabilized by an unknown gas that has the properties of living energy. There's nothing like it in our known universe. It's like a sentient thing. Is it breathable? Bill's laconic query. Yes, exhilarating even. But I have to get tests for secondary metabolic effects. For once in my existence, I was too excited to complete the tests. The Martian scientist was abashed. It has one remarkable property, though. Its vibratory conductivity exceeds that of water many times, not to speak of air. That will aid us in sending by Astromagnum, Bill thought instantly, and their attuned minds received the message. Astro Radio will receive an impetus in its passage through this atmosphere we had not counted on. And something else they had not counted on was advancing toward them like a vast curtain of scintillating light. It was Bill who saw it first, covering half the vast horizon, terrible in the unearthly beauty of its swirling vortices and prismatic stars. In a prodigious leap, Bill Nardon was at the conveyor that slid noiselessly into the control room. In those few dreadful seconds, it seemed to him he would never have time to reach the control board as he raced with extinction. When his hand closed over the switch that activated the outer multi-energon screen, a wave of nausea swept him from the intensity of the reaction. And, without warning, the starry swarm struck. Like billions of miniature stars exploding, the ship was enveloped in a coruscating flame, lurid, unbearable in the dazzling glare of the Holocaust, until even Bill Nardon doubted if the mathematically perfect Energon screen providing an infinite overlapping series would hold. Beneath was the invulnerable hull of vulcanite, he knew, but would even vulcanite be impervious to this bombardment once the screen gave way? All scientists at emergency stations, he barked as he telepathed at the same time. Battle crews, man all weapons, and hold fire pending orders. Everyone wear helmets. He himself took over the electro-flash, Neptune's gift to the expedition. In a way, it was the ultimate weapon, disrupting as it did the very electronic balances of organic and inorganic matter. And then, As abruptly as it had come, the terrible grandeur of the living curtain was withdrawn, receding into the far distance like a vast nebula of microscopic stars. Bill shook himself. This must be telekinesis, a nightmare instilled into their minds. It couldn't be real. But the white-faced Venusian that fluttered in, flashing incoherent messages as he tried to telepath, dispelled the thought. Commander, I have checked the graph of power intake of automatic absorber P6, set to absorb cosmic rays for auxiliary power. He passed a tiny, weary hand over his smooth brow, and his azure wings hung limp. I can't believe it. We have more power. More atomic power than when we began this trip. It's as if we had tapped in an incredible source of radioactive energy. Silently, a Terran scientist handed Nardon a developed electrophoto of a small segment of the curtain of fire. Unmistakably outlined were myriad tiny insect bodies, unquestionably composed of some living radioactive substance. The absolute be praised, Bill breathed fervently. No known ship, not even Vulcanite, could possibly withstand a radioactive bombardment of such scope. He turned slowly to where the Martian scientists stood silent in a group. I salute you, he telepathed gravely. Your multi-energon screen is the greatest defense weapon in our universe. Embarrassedly, the tall, violet-eyed Martian stirred uncomfortably. They had a deep distaste for any emotions and suppressed them ruthlessly. Other findings began to trickle in. The nameless interstellar spacer that had emerged from the combined ingenuity of half a dozen worlds, spurred by the ultimate incentive of a brooding and catastrophic peril, all the more terrible because it was unknown, literally swarmed with specialists in every known science. It remained for the special mind of Bill Nardon to correlate all the scientific details and weld them into a final complete knowledge, behind which it was his task to find and solve the primum mobile, the motivating factor that they sought. One thing emerged beyond the shadow of a doubt. Each attack had been characterized by a complete absence of a known presence. The individual attempt on Bill's life on Earth had been carried out by a creature acting outside its own volition. The magnetic force that had drawn their ship to Saturn itself likewise was disembodied. And now this radioactive swarm that would have consumed them but for the energon screen, it too gave no clue as to the final directing intelligence behind. And yet, in their very midst, a great scientific mind had gone mad. The stalemate was clear. Thus far they had weathered the unimaginable behind their energon screen, but they were trapped within just as effectively as long as they were unable to emerge. The sum total of their knowledge resolved itself to a series of bizarre incidents to which it might be added the cryptic thought projection of Fremmel, the Panador. He had mentioned an ocean of submerged life, helpless, had been his final description. Yet he had also indicated a mind of power, far from helpless or submerged indeed, and great as it might be, one single entity was, foe or not, worthy of challenge. The incomplete puzzle in Bill Nardon's mind revolved with all the maddening quality of a picture almost discerned, yet eluding the final composition that would give it recognizable form. The question was, should they correlate all findings and attempt a return to Earth and utilize their meager knowledge in preparation of some sort of defense? Or take the final risk and visit that silent city whence Fremmel had drawn vibrations of intelligent life? Bill Nardon already knew what his decision would be. He would call a conference, of course, but in his mind the determination to confront whatever that mind of power was, alone, had already crystallized. And in another mind, alien beyond belief, in comparison with his, the same idea had taken root. For Fremmel, the Panador, had not told Bill Nardon all he had obtained in that last mental projection of his. A deep, inhuman horror had traveled the incredibly faint thought waves, something ancient beyond calculation, as if the essence of evil itself had come alive, had bridged the gap. End of section 5. Section 6 of 5 stories by Albert De Pina. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cindy Morton. 5 stories by Albert De Pina. Keeper of the Deathless Sleep, Part 2. 3. I see no wisdom in risking your life too, for if I perish, my task falls upon your shoulders, Fremmel. In that emergency, you were selected to command the ship, remember? Voicelessly, the Panador assented and continued to patter softly beside Bill Nardon. I've brought with me the League's ultimate weapons, the red-headed Terran continued. Electro-flash, power rapier. If those were to fail, what else would there be in attempting to remain? Thus, I would make a suggestion. Return to the spacer in the Z auxiliary that brought us to the city. I'll keep in touch with you through the Ethro radio. He lifted his left arm, exposed the watch-like instrument on his wrist. The Panador lifted his great barrel eyes to the tall Terran and telepathed softly, You don't expect me to agree to that? No, Bill smiled. It was the expression of a hope. But tell me this. If, as I expect, there's strife, what can you hope to add in my favor that would be as important as your being safe in the ship were I to die? Fremmel didn't answer right away. It was not hesitation, Bill knew that. But the Panador had blanked his mind. There were things they didn't impart whenever they touched on secrets of his race. Then, a weapon you do not have. He seemed to consider the next thought before he telepathed. You know, my race can store the accumulative power of radiant energy and direct it at will. It's in the legends. That's how we saved the first Earthmen who trod Europa. They were in the very heart of the silent city now, and the lofty domes and exaggerated spires swam in the glaucous dusk that was Saturn's eternal day. Overhead, great stars blazed like flaming roses, and the glory of the rings was a spangled ocean of glowing jewels, shimmering in patternless rhythms of color. Their sense of reality drained away as the full impact of its dissolving magic gripped their minds. At last they stood before the portals of the great building, whose lofty tower was the city's dominant note. For here the vibrations had led them. Vibrations of life, dormant, helpless, and something else, too. Their senses, preternaturally alert, weapons ready, they exchanged one final look. Then Bill Nardon pushed the great portal before him, and it swung silently inwards. And then the great stars, the wheeling moons, the glorious rings that poured down enchantment were forgotten before the sight that gripped them as they stepped inside. For on an infinite series of tiers that filled the lofty immensity of the room lay inert beings. Row upon endless row of creatures that to all appearances could have been highly evolved Terrans, except for an exaggerated refinement of features, an evident fragility of bodies, as if evolved almost to the very brink of decadence. Their marmoreal flesh had the cold whiteness of death, and their hair had grown until it spread in great festoons of yellow and black and silver gray. A fine glittering film of dust overlay their tunics and flesh, and over all, the impalpable feeling of disaster, of a gigantic tragedy, hung like a pall. Cataleptic, Fremmel flashed the thought as he examined the nearest beings. A living death. Rather, Bill Nardon said slowly, a deathless sleep. It occurred to him that the entire city was thus peopled with sleepers in oblivion, the ocean of submerged life Fremmel had sensed. Upward, through the broad ramps of a now motionless conveyor, they ascended floor after floor, filled to overflowing with inert Saturnians, until at last the conveyor ceased and only the polished walls of some unknown substance of what appeared to be an ascensor remained. Nardon examined it carefully before pressing the colored disc on the side of its closed door. Noiselessly, the panel slid aside, revealing a shining quadrangle. Unhesitatingly, they entered, and the door automatically closed. A series of vari-colored discs made a triangular pattern on the left, and Bill pressed the black one at its apex. It shot upward swiftly without the slightest jar. Its incomparable smoothness gave no hint of the extraordinary speed, save for the slight, hollow feeling in the pit of their stomachs its occupants felt. After a brief interval, it stopped, decelerating as smoothly as it had begun, and the sliding door swept aside. And before them opened a great transparent alcove, beyond whose translucent walls and ceiling the colossal theatricalism of the heavens was visible. But Bill Nardon and the Panader had no eyes for the side-reel spectacle above. Two figures in the foreground held their eyes. A girl and what was evidently a man. Two figures, no more. And just now, there was not the faintest hint of belligerent move. Somehow, the sight of that girl seated immobile, with her exquisite hands folded on her lap, and the startling peacefulness of the man at the tower instrument he was playing had a curious anticlimactic effect on Bill. He had not known what to expect, but surely not this. "Beware," came the Panader's warning with unusual force as they advanced at the ready into the center of the alcove. The man at the instrument ceased playing and calmly, casually almost, leaned over to the silent girl and kissed her softly upon the lips, brushing the flower-like mouth with a fleeting caress. And before their uncomprehending eyes, a spectral blue flash lit the alcove with its ghastly glare as their lips met. Instantly, the girl's marvelously tinted flesh, like Venusian nacre superimposed on gold, with the highlights of gleaming through, paled to the translucent whiteness of jadeite. For she was golden. Her eyes, her hair, the extraordinary lashes that gleamed with the age-old patina of ancient gold. Only her cold, remote serenity was as if she were enveloped in an invisible icy sheath. There was no hint of feeling, of emotional force even, until Bill gazed into her eyes and saw the infinite depths of tragedy. As they stood transfixed, she stirred a little and said in a low, magnificent voice, "I am Margalita, the Aryan, transmitting for my lord. If you prefer, I shall telepath." Her deep contralto was glorious in itself, but she spoke as impersonally, as neutral even, as if she were a mechanical instrument, nothing more. And had they known, it could not be otherwise, for her task was to serve only as an instrument of transmission for the telepathic vibrations of the creature at the instrument. Hers was a conquered race, a race sunk in cataleptic oblivion, and she no longer had a will. Her double usefulness made her life secure, for the time being. For the Cinnabarian, whom she termed her lord in keeping with the custom of his race, chose to communicate only through the medium of an enslaved mind, never directly, so that the telepathic vibrations of alien races had to pass through the spectrum of the captive brain and be rendered harmless. The Cinnabarians emitted directly, but received only through the subject being. The incredible effrontery of it! Bill Nardon flashed to the Panader. Has his mind protected against our thoughts and will only communicate through this tragic being? Bill's lips curled in a grimace of contempt, revealing a row of dazzling, even teeth. With such a mind of power, this vampire of life force elects to communicate with us indirectly only. Maybe he fears he might be contaminated. The colossal effrontery! "He's absorbing everything we're thinking," Fremmel thought coldly. For some minutes now, he had been engaged in brooding, the nearest term Earth had for the Panador process of concentrating their energy potential, raising it to its ultimate power. His exquisite silvery fur was an angry silver violet now, and the beryl eyes were brilliant like faceted jewels. "I am Clegg." The telepathic vibration came winging from the man, and even before the girl transmitted, both Bill and Fremmel had received the message. "The divine overlords of Dane have permitted your invasion. If you and your companions would live, you must place yourselves and your vessel at our disposal." He was playing again, the music weaving an unearthly spell in muted minors. It rose and sank in a shower of notes that sped like living winged things under his caressing touch. Only it was an instrument on which no human being could ever hope to play. For Clegg had 4 flexible arms and slender, tendril-like fingers on his 4 narrow hands that flashed with vertiginous rapidity as he probed deliberately with the unholy scalpel of his satanic music the emotional depths of the Terran and the Panador. "Rot! Permitted, indeed. You dragged us here with some magnetic device. Tell your vampiric overlords we acknowledge only one divinity, the Absolute." Bill's eyes were barely open, mere electric blue lines above his high cheekbones, while in his right hand he held the deadly power rapier and an electronic flash in the other. Clegg turned slightly from the piano-like instrument with its 3 separate keyboards with a curiously fastidious motion, and on the strange thin face with its knife-like nose and chill transparent eyes, the barest semblance of a smile parted slightly, the cruel curve of the faintly outlined lips. He let his 4 flexible arms with their slim hands and long sensitive thumbs fall from the keyboards of the instrument and rose to his towering height of over 7 feet in one sinuous motion of faultless elegance. His exaggerated slenderness made Bill's superb physique seem primitive, barbaric. Suddenly, the Cinnabarian's transparent eyes went black, and without warning, a coruscating lance of living energy shot from his lips. But in the infinitesimal fraction of time, Fremmel, the Panador, had acted. The awful energy of potential he'd been generating in the involved process of his being flashed like a thunderbolt of power and met the Cinnabarians in mid-air. The hellish flare of incandescent blinded them as the universe seemed to explode before their eyes. Reeling apart with dazzled eyes, they sensed the emergence of a new foe, and Bill's power rapier wove a vortex of electronic disintegration as he twirled it before himself and the Panador. After a while, although their sight was ringed with a myriad rainbows and prismatic rings, they could see several ape-like homunculi at bay, darting before them, seeking an opening whence they might reach the Terran and the Panador. The Cinnabarian stood back, leaning against the immense instrument, limp and deathly white, as if drained of energy, which indeed he was. He eyed the Aryan girl hungrily, but Bill was between him and the helpless slave. In a frenzy of fury, one of the homunculi made a wild leap and impaled itself on the flashing blade. The sickening odor of its disintegrating flesh and bone was a stench in their nostrils as the creature fell cloven to the floor. Bill Nardon was mercilessly using electroflash on the taloned creatures now as they redoubled their efforts to reach them. As several died, others rushed in, debouching from the ascensor, slithering from under the instrument, until the carnage was appalling. At last, Bill's electroflash went dead. He had no time to recharge, but drew the less efficient and thunderous Atmo pistol from his belt, and aiming it at the foremost homunculi, pulled the trigger. A starkly curious thing instantly happened, even before the last roaring echoes of the discharge had dwindled. The tall Cinnabarian, with an involuntary shriek of mortal pain, doubled over, much like warriors on Terra had doubled up and died when a dreadful radite bomb fell too near and the devastating concussion snuffed out their lives. The vibrations of the Atmo pistol had killed him, although the tall being from an outer space was untouched. And over the embattled homunculi's faces, a curious change came as their eyes seemed to go blank, and they stood uncertain, bewildered, making no effort to attack. With one swift motion of his powerful arm, Bill gathered the unconscious form of the Aryan girl and retreated to the ascensor, followed by the Panador. Unheeded, the Ethro radio on his wrist flashed red and blue as the others back in the spacer tried to communicate with them. They had heard what had happened in an incoherent fashion, but had no way of knowing the story in full. "We've got them now," Bill exulted as he raced down the ramps once they had left the ascensor. "We've got them, Fremmel." "Beware," the Panador flashed again. "They never suspected we of Europa possessed their power. I sensed from the moment I saw that kiss that Clegg would strike in that fashion. Only he drained himself in his eagerness to blast us. The next time, they will be more careful." "The next time I'll do my communicating with electro cannon," Bill exclaimed. "Although, just where are the rest of those Hellions?" What Clegg was doing alone in the tower is a mystery to me. They got into the swift Z auxiliary and started the return journey to the spacer under the lambent fires of the titanic rings, and now the Aryan girl trembled and became convulsed on the seat of the auxiliary where Bill had placed her. "They're trying to reach her, no doubt, from wherever they are. Damn them!" Bill flamed. He took off his own transparent energon helmet and fastened it on the unconscious girl. He was gratified as the convulsions ceased. A measure of color had returned to her wan features, and her heart was beating with greater strength. Bill thought of administering the restorative sulfophyrics, but he dared not risk removing the energon screen headpiece. Fremmel, the Panador, caught his urgent thoughts. Drained of life energy to the point of exhaustion, Margalita might not survive. And she must live. She must, was Bill's intense thought. Behind that albastrine brow lay the knowledge of 1,000 mysteries that must be cleared up. "I will aid her," Fremmel telepathed with a tired sigh. He went close to the girl, and his fragile hand stroked her throat. Then quietly he placed his face close to the faltering heart and transmitted some of the precious energy that still remained to him. Slowly, imperceptibly at first, the exquisite bosom beneath the tunic of a material sheer as dim blue fog began to rise and fall with regularity. Into the exquisite face, the delicate nacre hue with gold highlights crept slowly. Not until then did Fremmel rise. "Danger's past," he telepathed laconically. "Hurry, Bill. I shall need to borrow energy from my people. Soon." And indeed there was a need for haste, for at last the hidden enemy had decided to strike in person. All else had failed despite Machiavellian plans. This time they meant to stamp out of existence these presumptuous creatures that had blasted one of their kind, an overlord. Besides, in the unconscious mind of the Aurelian girl, their hellish secrets lay. Out of the foamless waves of the strangely shining sea, immense iridescent globes floated upward swiftly, gaining altitude and then deploying into triangular formation like an inverted pyramid. It was an awesome sight. In a frenzy for foreboding, Bill gave the Z auxiliary its maximum acceleration. He knew it was a race with time, and time was on the wing. Ahead of them, the superspacer loomed, glistening in the fantastic light, and as short as the distance was, it seemed as if they would never make it in the face of that swooping formation of menacing globes. Out of the foremost sphere, a lengthening finger of livid fire pointed directly at their tiny, hurtling craft. Bill Nardon maneuvered in a wide zigzag, then aimed for the yawning auxiliary lock of the spacer and hurled within to a jarring, crashing stop in the mesh of synchronized magnetic fields that achieved degravitation, arresting mass and speed synchronously. The huge lock clanged shut instantly, and with what breath remained in his battered body, Bill Nardon managed to shout into the communication system. "Inner and outer energon screens," he gasped. "Men all in emergency and battle stations. Prepare to launch. We're going up. Blood was seeping a scarlet thread out of his ears and nose. Fremmel, the Panator, was a limp heap on the auxiliary's floor as energy drained. The sudden acceleration had blanked out even his stupendous mind. Bill pressed the exit lever of the auxiliary and got up stiff and weary, his body a living ache. And even before he got to the exit, Nydron was there, inscrutable as usual, product of several races from the wild days of the last interplanetary war, until it was doubtful if he himself knew his antecedents, or his age for that matter. But Terra counted on only achievement, not racial purity. They had at last learned that much, and Nydron's military genius was, well, Nydron's. He was bowing slightly now, and behind him Bill discerned the juveniles, who, under the direction of a juvenile surgeon, repaired bodies through a rejuvenating therapy that involved an extremely delicate subglandular technique. Bill waved them to take charge of Fremmel and the Aryan girl, and wished he himself could afford the luxury of seeking into the ineffably peaceful, dreamless sleep, which was the first step in the process. But no time for that now. He glanced at the light copper features of Nydron. That might be a modified Martian with a dash of mercury thrown in. I see our military expert is ready for all contingencies. He strove to be light, casual almost. Have your forces been instructed, Nydron? I mean, to meet this unexpected attack? All screens are on, Commander. As per your orders, we're blasting off in seconds. I shall modify strategy and technique according to what information you may give me. The long, lambent green eyes of the man widened briefly, illuming the smooth, narrow face, which, though unlined, gave the feeling of incredible age. As you doubtless know, any enemy has a weak link in the chain, an Achilles' heel? Bill's eyes flicked with humor. Nydron assented with the barest flicker. Everything about him seemed outwardly static, thanks to his amazing economy of movement. Any luck with the astro radio during my absence? Bill asked as they hurried from the auxiliary into the control room of the spacer. If they could only contact even one of the inhabited outer planets. We've been sending steadily. No response. Nydron replied laconically. A convulsive tremor shook the titanic spacer, and the shrill ascending whine of the warning signal rose to inaudibility. Overhead, the inverted pyramid of scintillating globes seemed about to engulf the throbbing ship. Peace, gentlemen! Antaren's voice floated cool and sardonic beneath the lofty transepts of the Hall of Planets in the Universarium. Your charges are, well, ancient history, almost. Of course Terra sent part of its fleet following the departure of the expedition, but would you have had it otherwise? It was not only a measure of protection for our most unique mind, Nardon's, but you must admit, protection also for the other occupants of the spacer. It was exasperating, maddening, that admirable self-possession with a hint of laughter. How do we know that was the sole purpose of your fleet? Flushed, his magnificent tunic disheveled, the Martian ambassador asked furiously. You invite reprisals, a Neptunian was saying. War fleets are banned from space except by unanimous consent. You've broken the law. Or is it that you're scrapping the treaty already? He glared at the head of the Terran Council belligerently, and with the complete approval of half a dozen races. No laws have been broken. Gentlemen, he emphasized the term, you see, we're all party to the deed. Really now, don't tell me you were not aware that Mars, Venus, Neptune, Mercury even, in fact, every signatory to the Interplanetary League made instant preparations the moment the suicide spacer blasted off. Why, there wasn't a planet but had its fleet in readiness to follow. And Terran smiled sweetly into their embarrassed faces. Admitted, the Martian said stiffly, but those were Merely pardonable precautions. Precautions that became immediate action as soon as our fleet segment was discovered in space. And Terran's voice went cold. Like a comet dragging a lengthening tail, each planet we passed sent out its part of its fleet until all of us were represented. Haven't your governments advised you, gentlemen? Smiling still, although inwardly disgusted at the eternal suspicion of the various worlds, he slowly drew an astrograph from his tunic, silencing them as their suspicious curiosity was aroused. As I already hinted, he said affably, I'm afraid all of you are slightly behind the times. Let me read you this message from your planet, Vermal. And Terran nodded to the Neptunian diplomat. It's a message via Ethro Radio sent us copied from the original astrograph Neptune received from outer space. Combined Fleet reports sighting Spacer enters Saturn's atmosphere. Mathematics of orbital maneuver computed will correlate to attempt duplication. Astro radio messages from Spacer indicate planet inhabited. Electrified, their faces ludicrous, they stood before the white-haired leader in silence. Every one of our governments is now aware of this, Terran said in kindly tones. We've had to maintain the utmost secrecy, for if the billions that people the various worlds had learned what we were up against, there would have been panics, upheavals. It would have been the signal for inimical minds among the have-nots to attempt the age-old cycle. Remember, gentlemen, excepting the Panadors, he gazed with veiled admiration at the ambassador of that mysterious race, none of the rest of us have lost their will to battle, which perhaps, he added as an afterthought with a sort of brooding amusement, is just as well. They were still dazed as the tremendous implications of Antaran's words filled their minds. A new planet had been added to their group. A new world had come into being. Inhabited, the astrograph had read, and it was a fabulous world next in size only to Jupiter and the Sun. It would revolutionize their economy, possibly add illimitable riches in raw materials but their minds were too filled with the staggering prospects to visualize just now the stupefying reality of what it meant to open up Saturn. All belligerence was forgotten. Each emissary from the various worlds had withdrawn into his individual shell, lest the thundering ideas that swirled in their minds become common property. The eternal game for favored position would begin soon, and Terran knew, yet Saturn was still an unknown quantity. Opening a new world was far from being as easy as that. Perhaps all their fleets might never return, and other expeditions would have to go forth. He sighed a little, and it occurred to him that perhaps he was getting old. 4. Hurry them! Bill's thoughts crackled at the Martian expert in charge of ordnance. I want no refinements. Give me good, old-fashioned Atmo cannon with the greatest possible concussion. Power them to emit shattering volumes of sound upon discharge. The Martian's violet eyes widened. A complete reversal of all trends, Commander, he exclaimed mentally. But it shall be done immediately. He withdrew, slightly mystified. An intolerable net of violet fire enveloped the spacer as the maneuvering globes enlarged the pyramid to avoid the upward rush of the great ship. Up and up, the flashing cruiser sped through the screaming air and the enveloping net of rays from the alien globes. And suddenly it leveled off and belched its answer. From myriad hidden points, huge dark masses catapulted into space as the spacer instantly rose above them in a burst of acceleration. With frightful accuracy, the ghastly fingers of livid fire that crisscrossed the violet net swung from the globes to meet this new menace before it could shower among them. and the dark masses exploded into a holocaust of sound that sped through the riven air at the frightful speeds Saturn's atmosphere induced. Like leaves in a great wind, the fiery globes tossed and whirled, breaking formation. But again they reformed, maintaining the pyramid with mathematical precision, and the ghastly violet web of intolerable power deepened, intensified until it was a glowing amethyst hue, and the spears of livid fire probed like cosmic lances at the frantically maneuvering spacer. "The multi-energon screen's a blessing, Commander. How long shall we be able to enjoy it is the problem," Nydron observed dryly. "I'm convinced this is a battle where logistics have no value." Bill Nardon's features went taut. The calmer Nitron appeared, the greater the nature of the crisis. He favored his military expert with a long, searching glance. Into the pause, the Martian's aide's thoughts intruded anxiously. Surely the energon screen's not faltering? It was unthinkable. No, but at the rate it's consuming energy in warding off that electronic barrage, it's but a question of time until we're left with a mechanical and mathematically perfect screen, dead from lack of power. And you had in mind, Nydron? Bill was aware the great military expert had something to propose. Only Nydron's strategy was never orthodox and quite often overwhelming. Nydron shrugged his shoulders and inhaled deeply of a pungent Venusian cigarette. "We've reached a stalemate. Those fiends out there," he gestured toward the globes, "can't penetrate our screen, but they can detonate our stratobombs at will. The question is, which source of power will last longer, theirs or ours?" He paused and puffed again. "Every soldier knows death to be expected sooner or later. It's part of our creed. But you've brought a shipful of masterminds, doubtless of irreplaceable value to the Interplanetary League. Now, if these were purely a military expedition..." He left the rest unsaid. "In that event, what would you do?" Bill strove to be as patient as he could, for Nydron was allowing only those thoughts he wanted to trickle through. "Employ the subatomic dispersal beam to penetrate their defensive screen, pick off individual globes, and launch radiant energy bombs as close as possible, and see if that doesn't take care of what you termed their Achilles heel. Of course," he murmured softly, "that might hasten our end by using up our reserves of power all the sooner." "Subatomic dispersal beam?" The Martian went stiff. "Why, that might be an energon reneutralized. What you mean to say that Terra?" "Naturally." Nydron seemed to be enjoying himself. "What else could it be? You didn't think Terra was going to remain wholly helpless. Every poison has an antidote. However, it has not been tried as yet." It was as brilliant and ruthlessly simple a plan as only Nydron's mind could conceive. From what Bill Nardon had witnessed in the Silent City's tower, he had correlated the Cinnabarian's hypersensitivity to vibration. The strange being had died from the concussion of the Atmo pistol. No wonder they even filtered mental vibrations through a docile captive mind before they permitted the telepath's message to reach them. Bill had demanded Atmo cannon with intensified detonative power, but this plan to strip them of their protective screen and spray them with radiant energy bombs, which continued to detonate until the last minute spark was released. If it worked, it was the answer to their problem. The danger was very great, Bill knew, but in seconds he weighed the involved factors and found only one definitive answer. He gave it. "Nydron," Bill said formally, "you're in absolute military charge of strategy, answerable to no one, not even to me. Your plan should make history. Every scientific mind on this ship is at your disposal if needed. I told you which was their weakest link. I think you've found the answer. While you give the necessary orders, I'm going to visit the clinic. The Juvenalian treatment should by now permit my questioning the Aurelian girl safely. There are a few points not quite clear in my mind, he smiled. It would be a dreadful thing to die and never know the complete answer to this mystery. But Nidron was not interested in mysteries. His lambent eyes glowed with inner fires as he bowed in the ceremonial manner to the scientist-in-chief who had placed absolute command in his hands. If there were the barest chance of victory, he would seize it. He knew that regardless of the outcome, the immortality of his name was assured. But if he won, this would be a victory unparalleled in the annals of their worlds. It is a great honor, Commander, he said simply. The greatest I have known. The absolute willing, we shall win. Without wasting a single precious second, Nidron began issuing orders, sharp, definitive. The dispersal beam projector swung into place, and the new radiant energy missiles contributed by the Panadors took the place of the stratobombs. Battle crews awaited tense and grim the initial frightful blast, for neither one nor the other had been tried before, and the combination of the dispersal beam and the radiant energy bombs was awe-inspiring. Meanwhile, the spacer maneuvered with vertiginous speed close to the eastern wall of the globes that formed a side of the quadrilateral inverted pyramid. And then began the weirdest chase witnessed by man. For as the pyramid sought to expand to avoid the hurling ship, the spacer accelerated suddenly and focused twin beams of light that became concentric yellow whirls of disintegrating radioactive energy. It bathed two globes briefly, and simultaneously a shower of bombs sped unerringly to their mark. The stupendous concussion rocked even their spacer as the radiant energy bombs burst in a hellish burst of fire that no human eyes could endure. As if a new sun had been born in the skies. Where the globes had been, nothing remained, and those who had been close nearby and had been touched by the yellow vortex of the beams were spinning, lurching, out of control, in a headlong dive toward the shining sea below. A great cry of joy went up within the Terran ship, fierce and terrible, as the battle crews achieved first kill. But instantly the pyramid shifted globes and closed the gap, and the amethyst-hued net of unimaginable force deepened again until it became almost black. And then a lengthening beam of milky whiteness shot out of the globe at the apex, probing, relentless, and wherever it touched, gigantic tongues of flame licked upwards along its length as it consumed the screen's energy. Nidron knew how limitless was the power of that white beam, and too how close their margin was. From every projector he had the dispersal beam bathe as many globes as possible, and then the radiant energy bombs lashed out. Saturn seemed to reel. The pyramid was riven, even as the spacer was tossed like a rowboat in a stormy sea. A deafening crescendo of gigantic sound flowed over the planet, and coruscating walls of fire enveloped space as if the titanic rings of Saturn had spilled over into the stricken world. And relentlessly, the emerald-tinged yellow vortex of the beams continued to be focused on the Cyndajm globes, while the unbroken salvos of sound went on endlessly until the last fragment of radiant energy was consumed in its own supernal fire, and globes fell like shooting stars.
We've never known what galaxy spawned them, Margarita, the Aryan girl, said slowly, in a vibrant contralto that was like the deepest tones of a violin. She shuddered as some unnameable horror of the Cyndajms flowed through her mind. But ultimately, it was we who unknowingly opened the door to them. They must have been waiting for eons to enter our universe, only they didn't quite know how to manipulate the forces necessary to use hyperspace. We did that for them. The silence in the juvenile chamber was almost a tangible thing. You understand the secrets of hyperspace? There was a universe of awe in Bill Nardon's tones. Our greatest scientists hardly dare experiment with the principles involved as yet. Not
I, of course. Margarita gave him a wan smile. But our scientists, there are hardly a dozen left, at peace in the deathless sleep. According to your time, this happened over a century ago. I had not come into being then, for I was born in slavery under the rule of the Energists. She pronounced the strange word, conveying a mental picture of the four-tentacled overlords. For centuries, my people had listened to the vibrations of your astrographs, faint and almost undecipherable, but as time passed, we learned your languages, your customs, recorded even the ages of warfare that swept your planets like a plague, but we could not reach you. Oh, we knew the principles of spaceflight, but always the gravitational balance of the rings stopped us. It was a sidereal barrier that seemed impossible to surmount. Strange, we achieved the mathematical formula for orbital flight simultaneously with the breaching of hyperspace, and then it was too late, for in trying to reach you by the shortest possible route, we opened the doors on a universe that... But she could not go on. The tangible horror of those alien beings who had invaded Saturn overcame her. Bill Nardon waited until the spasm was over. Then very gently he inquired, "But with a science so magnificent that you could use hyperspace, surely you must have had weapons that would have made ours seem like toys." Margarita shook her exquisite head. "Weapons? The very memory of such a thing has been erased from the race consciousness of my people, Terran. It would be so utterly unthinkable for us to slay anything that I doubt if I could make you understand how utterly alien to us such an act would be. For ages and ages, no Aryan has taken life. Our will, literally, could not function in that direction. We managed to close the gap, for, as you doubtless know, hyperspace is not exactly an energy field, but related to it, and so long as there is matter in gaseous state at both terminals of the orifice, a gap can be repaired in a very brief time cycle. But already it was too late. Hordes of Energists had rushed through from Cinnabar, slaying, drinking our life energy in a horrible thirst for the divine fire. Entire cities were left deserted, drained of all life, while every living thing in our world came under their power. Millions fled to the uninhabited parts of the planet, crossing the immense oceans of lava in a molten state that provided the necessary heat to maintain life, thinking that perhaps the invaders could not follow. At last, my people made their last stand here, in this valley, and built Sonara, the city where you found me, and we made a pact that every Aryan would submit to cataleptic sleep at the first sign of the Energists. But even in that, they defeated us. They took us by surprise, bridging the lava oceans in their globes and enslaving all that had no time to go into catalepsis. Only 3 million remain now, the sleeping ones. All the rest, and the generations that were born to them, perished in the kiss. I'm one of the conscious few, for the Energists needed some of us for telepathic transmission. Vibration, as you now know, is their death. Down in the depths of that great sea, they've built their cities where preparations for the invasion of your planets has gone on for 50 of your years. But couldn't you have made some sort of compromise? Murder on such a vast scale seems pointless, even if they're vampires of life. Bill Nardon was puzzled. Compromise. The tragic smile lifted the corners of the carven lips. Yes, we had our choice. Although to us there was no alternative. To serve as an invading army to conquer your planets, or die. The Aryan girl was silent, as if nothing more need be said. A vast astonishment held Bill mute, and something akin to a boundless admiration. Here was a people so high in the mental and spiritual scale that rather than offer resistance and kill, they had carried passive resistance to the ultimate point, to the ultimate oblivion even of catalepsis. "Would you care to watch the battle?" Bill Nardon asked softly. "Perhaps it will repay you for the agonies you've undergone. I'm sure those 4-armed vampires are going to get a taste of their own medicine they're never likely to forget." A strange light came into the girl's eyes, something like a ghost of an incalculable past, but she sighed, smiling, and shook the golden head that seemed to be crowned with an aura of light. As Bill stood, unwilling to go, held by the glory of the amazing Aryan being, the telepanel in the communications quadrangle glowed into life, and the voice of Nidron himself broke the spell. "Commander, we're about to begin." That was all. It was so characteristic of the man. The screen went blank, and Bill Nardon pivoted toward the door en route to the control room. The broad, shining sea below was a maelstrom of fury, as if convulsed by submarine volcanoes. As the spinning globes hurled into its depths, mountainous spouts of the shimmering liquid seemed to be reaching their descending spacer. Towards the far horizon, the rapidly receding outline of a few surviving spheres raced in pell-mell flight. Silence reigned, but for the tortured heaving of the lashing waves. "Land us as close to the city as possible," Bill Nardon directed, "and cut all screens. We'll need every ounce of power." His face was gray, for he needed no experts to tell him what the battle had cost them in energy output. Still, they were alive. Horribly battered and drained to the point of exhaustion, but alive. That was the miracle. But now he had the horrible feeling of a commander whose base had been destroyed. Where refuel? Where obtain the precious energy to withstand another assault? Bill knew this was not the end. What Cinnabarians still remained in those fathomless depths would never rest until the spacer and all within it was erased from Saturn's face. Bill thought with a grimace of all those interplanetary spacers that had vanished without trace. Without energon screens, without the invulnerable vulcanite or the dispersal beam, they never had the ghost of a chance, he exclaimed inwardly, and his long, vice-like hands slowly knotted at his sides. Beads of perspiration rolled down his cheeks as he concentrated on finding a solution to their problem. The staccato sound of the landing signal swept through the ship as they prepared to make contact. In the near distance, the great city shone under the illumination of the rings, enveloped in the sepulchral silence of its cataleptic legions. Bill's eyes widened as the thought slowly evolved into ordered processes in his mind. The Aryans. Involuntarily, he spoke aloud. Hyperspace. If he could awaken even one of those remaining ancients who knew the secret of hyperspace, he might contact Terra or one of the inhabited planets. Hope rose like an exultant flame, and he hurried to the juvenile chamber where Margalita recovered. At the doorway of the control room, he almost collided with Fremmel, the panader, and it suddenly occurred to Bill he had not seen the silvery psychosynthesist for some time. "Where have you been?" "Under the treatment?" Bill inquired. "Of course not," Fremmel telepathed disdainfully. "What need have I of such crude methods? As soon as I awoke, I left the chamber. My people supplied some energy. I needed nothing else. But you're hurrying." "To the juvenile chamber. We have no time to waste." Bill flashed. "If we can awaken one of those cataleptic Aryan scientists, we may get from him the necessary equations to use hyperspace, Fremmel. It means we can contact our worlds, obtain aid." "Perhaps I can help," the panader thought slowly. "It should not be so difficult to bring them back to conscious life." He followed Bill into the hushed atmosphere of the juvenile, his own mind strangely blanked as he communicated with the other panaders aboard. It was their way, mysterious, aloof, and now that the screens were down, the subtle, all-pervading vibrations of the Cinnabarians had commenced again. They would have to don energon helmets, Bill thought wearily. It was a battle without end. But the sight of Margalita was to him like the sight of an Eden seen from the bleak monotony of desert wastes. His electric blue eyes kindled as the girl smiled, a question in her eyes. She extended a fragile hand that might have been carven of jadeite, and in the husky voice with the harp-like cadences, she said, "I know you've won, and for the first time in my life, I have been glad to know that beings have died." It was as near as she could come to exult in the extinction of the dreaded energasts. "You're improving." Bill's face was illumined by a dazzling smile. "I'm afraid that if you're among us for some time, in the end you'll share our atavistic instincts. Even Fremel here can blast a Hellion out of existence when the need arises," he said with a bright glance to the Panador. "However, we need your help, Margalita. We want to awaken at least one, more if possible, of the remaining scientists in the Deathless sleep. Do you know where they are? Can you direct us to them?" "Yes," she assented gravely. "They sleep in the second tower, where the traction beams that captured the ships of space for the Energests are located. I will lead you to them." "Bring your fellow Panadors, Fremel. We shall need them," Bill telepathed. "This will have to be done with all possible precautions. Any moment there may be another attack." A little pulse at the base of his throat trembled as he gazed at Margalita. The burning roses that were the stars had paled a little before the preparations were completed, and they were ready to leave the ship. Only Nydron and his battle crews, with several of the lesser scientists, were to remain, for this might be the only chance they would have to wrest the secret from the dormant minds. And then there was Margalita. Nothing must happen to her. So Bill Nardon left nothing to chance. Even the austere juvenile surgeon was to go along, and a protective bodyguard of Mercury and Amazons, power rapiers and all, bristling with lethal weapons. These last were the most eager of all. Seeing them in their bulky, serried ranks, Bill Nardon flashed them a clear blue glance and grinned. The mental picture of these ruthless creatures, tangled in mortal combat with the talent homunculi of the Energasts, would have astonished the gods. But all their preparations were in vain, for suddenly the Ethermagnum screen began to glow in the control room, as other screens glowed in the stately central cabin, in the juvenile chamber, and even upon the walls of the battle stations, so that what one saw was the property of all. The sound of indrawn breath sounded explosive in the stillness. An unbearable tension made the atmosphere electric. For one agonized instant, no one dared to hope. An anticlimax would have been terrible to endurances that had been tested to their breaking point. In this planet of contradictions and alien madness, anything was possible. Out of the misty darkness of outer space, the streaks of silver that were ships flashed headlong into the monstrous embrace of Saturn, wheeling over the planet's outermost gravitational limits in awe-inspiring orbital fall. The strange tug-of-war between the pull of the vast rings and the giant planet itself must be neutralized. Swinging in tremendous arcs to lessen the speed they hadn't dared diminish in space, they came in roaring with all breaking rockets flaming in great blasts. Behind them, still more silver streaks came into view. For an awful moment, it seemed as if the forces against them would defeat the ships. They seemed to hang static in space as they turned the night of Saturn red with the furious cataracts of rocket fire, and then, "They're going to make it! They are!" Bill Nardon exulted fiercely. 5. The foremost, a Terran spacer, had cut its rockets and swerved, peeling off in a magnificent plunge from dizzying heights into the atmosphere. Behind it streamed the balance of the Terran fleet, like hounds that had sighted its quarry, and in the nebulous reaches of the stratosphere, the swarm that was still more ships flashed, reflecting the splendor of the rings. The lofty screen divided itself into two parts now. One segment showed the Terran ship come coasting down in great, breathtaking spirals, followed by its sister vessels, while the upper section mirrored the outdistanced and far more numerous portion of the immense fleet of spacers. They saw the Terran ship level suddenly, and from its bomb bays, a shower of black projectiles dropped swiftly towards some target they could not see. It banked in another wide turn, and again its deadly bombs showered down on the maelstrom the first bombs had caused below. And then they saw the cause of the unexpected maneuver. An immense iridescent globe had risen from the shimmering depths of the sea. Another and another rose from the surface like cosmic bubbles rising from the tossing waves, hurrying to intercept the new invaders before they had a chance to land. The sinister violet haze was rapidly reaching out already, like an immense empurpled amoeba reaching out with hungry tendrils. At a sign from Bill Nardon, the great strategist Nydron was at the teleradio, transmitting orders to the Terran ship that now darted and lashed out with its disintegrating rays like a mantis over a nest of rattlesnakes. "Use your subatomic dispersal screen, you fools!" he was roaring. "And then strike! Strike hard with everything you've got!" One hand was pounding into the reddened palm of the other. The balance of the fleet was thundering down now, and they saw the sudden burst of incandescent lighting that was the energon screen as the Martian vessels turned their unrivaled protection on. Then it vanished into invisibility as the screen took hold. And from the Terran ship and its sister vessels that had finally caught up, the great yellow beams that turned into vortices of emerald-tinged power burst out, bathing the sinister globes, enveloping them in their lethal stream, and then the Holocaust began. It seemed as if the liquid depths were spawning hundreds and hundreds of the great spheres, while overhead the sullen skies were black with the flashing vessels of the Interplanetary League. A great Venusian ship caught in the empurpled fog described a parabola as it plunged out of control, and a milky white beam from the globes caught it as if on a spear, and it plunged headlong into the sea below. The titanic struggle was so appalling that even strong men accustomed to the vicissitudes of battle trembled at the sight. There was no quarter now. Extinction of one side or the other was the ultimate outcome. There could not be any other possible answer in that fantastic hecatomb. "How much power have we?" Bill Nardon asked quietly, and his eyes, shadowed with the knowledge of the awful burden he was about to take upon himself, dwelt briefly on the expectant ones of the military strategist. "Enough for about 6 hours, if we use the energon screen." Nydron said it quietly and with eagerness that was like an expressed hope. "I think we can chip the balance, don't you?" Bill glanced for an instant into the screen where the shimmering globes and the League ships were falling into the tossing, exploding chaos that was the sea. He thought of the Martian fleet protected by the energon, but powerless to neutralize the Cinnabarian defenses without the Terran dispersal beam. Of the Venusian ships helpless in that Holocaust, despite their invulnerable vulcanite hulls, and with a catch in his throat of the gallant Terran vessels, able to draw the fangs from the spheres with a dispersal beam, but open to the lethal power of those hellish white beams of the energasts, because they did not have the multi-energon. But organized, they could wreak untold havoc on the enemy. "Give battle orders. We are going up. The Martians, under the protection of their energon screens, to get as close as possible to the globes, ready to hurl their bombs, while the Terran ships behind them, screened by the Martian fleet, aim their dispersal beams to neutralize the violet power screens. Keep the Venusians and Mercurians as reserves. That, roughly, should be our strategy. Modify it as needed. Nydron, we'll lead." He gazed up into the flaming clouds where the League's fleet and the Energasts had swept upwards in coruscating swirls of intolerable radiance, and then his gaze came to rest on the golden glory of the Aryan girl. "Margalita," he said softly, as if there were an ineffable magic in that name. "Almond blossom," he murmured softly to himself, as if in those few last tragic moments he would stamp forever the imprint of her loveliness in his heart. There was no sound. The tortured atmosphere of the planet regained a measure of peace. Only the sea remained monstrously convulsed, as if striving to spew the shattered globes and spacers now sunk beneath its waves. And on the windswept shore, only a fraction of the Interplanetary League's great ships had come to rest. Of the Energasts, there was no sign. Not a single violet globe remained in all that vast expanse, under the blazing glory of the eternal stars. But the victory had been almost a defeat. Countless vessels from all 6 planets, and still more countless dead, would lie forever beneath Saturn's shimmering sea, but the relentless fury of the Energasts had been stilled. And yet it was not over. The enemy was helpless for a while. He must not be given time to strike again, for beneath those billowing mountains of translucent liquid that seemed to be strewn with flashing stars, cities, immense cities filled with Energasts, what remained of them, had not felt their power as yet. The Absolute only knew what fiendish plans even now were being framed while the victors strove to recover a measure of strength and sanity. In the great central cabin of the spacer, where scientists and experts had collected to lighten in a measure the awful tension of so many hours, Bill Nardon suddenly looked up from the piano, the only real luxury he had requested for himself, and said softly, as if thinking aloud, "So many cities lie in ruins. So many nations have been bombed. But this will be the first time in history that a great sea is bombed from shore to distant shore until not a single shard remains of their structures." He looked at Nidron. Nidron seemed to swim up from a great weariness and become tense, alert. "You mean we'll project the dispersal beam into the depths and systematically bomb mile after mile of sea with radiant bombs?" His eyes were awed. "It might take years." "Precisely," Nardon nodded with superlative calm. "Even if it takes a century, until not a single Energast remains to pollute Saturn." He smiled coldly, and his long, narrow hands evoked a melodious ripple from the keys. "Among my studies in correlation are the appraisal of the methods of the ancients from immemorial times. There was one nation, in reality a city, which was perilled by the rivalry of another great metropolis, and in their war of extinction, one city, Rome, evolved a ghastly slogan which guided its treatment of its enemies. The slogan was, "Delenda est Carthago." And if it takes a century, we shall be able to say, "Delenda est Cinnabar." He fell silent, and in the momentary hush, his hands began to weave a mesh of beauty as they hovered over the piano keys. It was a magical undulation of the B-flat tonality, a divine lullaby to a wonderful child, a girl utterly beloved. End of section 6. Section 7 of 5 stories by Albert De Pina. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Cindy Morton. 5 stories by Albert De Pina. The Silver Plague, Part 1. Like a tide, the horror of the Silver Death was sweeping to inundate the inhabited worlds, with only Varon to halt its flood, and he was already marked by the plague he fought. Fairman, the arch-mutant, had risen before dawn, and in the garnet-colored light that passed for morning on Ganymede, repaired to the magnificent austerity of his cloister, where he received an endless series of reports. He had been reading Seville Lorca, the previous evening, delighting in the incredible pages which had been the great historian's dying contribution to their worlds, and to which he had every intention of adding an ironic anticlimax of his own. He sat in an austere jadeite chair, basking in the archaic warmth of an open hearth, and watched whimsically for a moment how the darting flames reflected a bright patina on the fur of the somnolent Fellerine at his feet. There was a chapter on the Jovian societies he wanted to reread, not for the brilliant, facile style in which Seville Lorca presented the distilled chronicles of the Jovian moons, but for that deeper purport which is the notation of the heart. Slowly, Fairman became absorbed in the photoplastic record on the stand before him, unrolling in synchronized timing with his own reading speed. It seems natural, I suppose, human nature being as it is, that the mother planet should maintain an attitude of supercilious aloofness. But then it is axiomatic we can never quite love those we have wronged, and the history of colonization of the major Jovian moons is anything but exalting. When at the close of the Great Unrest, as the 23rd century is popularly known, it was definitely established that the ratio of mutants to the grand total of normal populations was becoming an increasingly dangerous potential, they were given their choice of a charter to a newly explored Jovian moon, a magnanimous gesture which ignored with Olympic indifference the fact that at least one, Ganymede, had already a civilization of its own. The fact that mutants were the direct result of malignant rays and fiendish gases to which their ancestors had been exposed during the endless wars that ravaged Terra until the 22nd century, thus damaged and modified their chromosomes until mutants began to appear in increasing numbers, was beside the point. Terra was not interested in origins, it was only interested in conclusions, and that the sooner the better. For these silver-haired mutants, the color of old ivory, with the piercing silver-gray eyes, were a constant reminder of a recent barbarism, of fratricidal wars so damning that the new apostles of the Great Peace would rather avert their minds. Besides, and this was the deciding factor, the mutants' infinite capacity for intrigue bid fair to upset Terra's idyllic apple cart. For in a world devoid of want, where strife had ceased under scientific control, where obedience was taken for granted and robot labor performed an endless variety of tasks, the blessed mutants found ways and means of fomenting discontent with admirable logic. Had it been confined to their own ranks, it would have been no problem at all, for as yet their numbers were negligible, scarcely 1 million. But the perversity of human nature is sometimes appalling to behold. Thus, under the persuasive eloquence of the mutants, great numbers of the population of the world state began audibly to long for freedom. What manner of freedom they longed for was a little difficult for the World Council to establish, for surely in the face of universal plenty, freedom from want had been accomplished. Since the government was a benevolent bureaucracy staffed by scientists, oppression was unknown, and in the absence of a need for labor, thanks to robots, anyone could and did pursue such bents and careers as best suited them within certain limits. Even pleasure palaces, rejuvenation centers, and pleasures had been socialized. The government furnished cinemills, mild stimulants, even more esoteric delights to all who performed a minimum of work per day. Of course, we now know, thanks to 300 years of perspective, what the world state failed to perceive, that the human beings need not so much freedom per se as the conditions of freedom. For in a social order where everything is provided without effort, effort itself is hopelessly circumscribed. Where the will to achieve is subtly neutralized by an established way of life that precludes friction, such a will becomes atrophied and progress stagnant, just as resignation is an inadequate word to describe the psychic exhaustion of a wounded soldier who contemplates with indifference the immediacy of death, so is exaltation insufficient to describe the spiritual change that came over large segments of the world state under the fine ivory hands of the mutants. Fortunately, the Terran government had the wit to sense an impending explosion that would have scattered their precious peace to kingdom come. Thus began the hurried exodus of both mutants and malcontents to the Jovian system of moons. The mutants went first by unanimous decision of the council. They demanded to be taken to Ganymede, where with a sigh of infinite relief, on the part of the world state, they were deposited bag and baggage. Then the malcontents were taken to Callisto, to Io, to Europa, and some even to one or two of those smaller moons hardly bigger than asteroids. Even in exile, however, the parental hand of Terra followed its strange and wayward children. For we can suppose without fear of error that the stately world-state government felt much as an old and weary hen that has hatched a particularly bewildering brood of ducks. Deep in its heart, Terra felt a guilty sense of blame, and had anyone been able to reach that cold and battered throne, he would have discovered the angry pity and vast misgivings with which it undertook the colonization of the moons. But, as usual, they failed to take into consideration the unpredictable, that cosmic accident that recurs always in the lives of men. Thus, the world state never even dreamed of what were later to be called the societies. Fairman, the arch-mutant, paused meditatively in his reading and wondered with faint amusement if Seville Lorca, peering from the summit of some remote nirvana, could see the stupendous drama that was being enacted in the moons and write on the spectral pages of a book a new addition to his annals. But his sardonic reverie was suddenly arrested in mid-flight, for at his feet the great golden fellaine had stirred with a preternatural awareness of a feline, its immense green eyes feral as it sensed. 1. O moon of my delight, that knows no waning. Terra, 19th century. In the semi-darkness, the vast crystal-plast observatory was deserted, for the 15 tiers devoted to the feast overflowed with the celebrants who observed the 300th anniversary of their landing. All Io seemed devoted to the chief preoccupation in their lives and had managed to make of an historic fact the excuse for a planet-wide bacchanalia. Julian Varon removed his black silk mask and stepped to the wide balcony overhanging the plains. The frosty air was like a benison on his narrow, high-cheekboned face, and the silence was a greater blessing still. Vaguely he remembered the lines of an ancient poem of the 20th century which, by one of those ironies of fate, had been preserved when far greater masterpieces had faded into oblivion. The brandy's very good. Blue space before me, and no sign of man. Meditatively, he raised the fragile bacca glass to his lips and sipped the fiery liquor that Ionians distilled from the fragrant stems and leaves of the cavallo plant. For days, his mind had whirled in hopeless circles, and he wondered with a curious sense of detachment whether he wouldn't be better off to leave the problem to the scientists. Only it was his duty, as much as any scientist, to search for clues. Julian raised his eyes and gazed at the great tiers of stars that glittered above the towering purple crags of the Malar range. Throughout the hours of the Ionian night, the skies had been peopled by the singing of these constellations, but there had been none to hear it, for despite the ravages of the silver plague, the inhabited moons of Jupiter had gone mad with revelry, as if they would distill the last drop of pleasure from each passing hour that brought them closer and closer to extinction. I wonder, Julian spoke aloud, why decadence always hastens the temple of pleasure? He smiled acidly as his own voice sounded strange in his ears. Below him, the blazing tiers within the transparent envelope that was Atalanta, capital of Io, the great Galilean satellites, sparkled polychromatically in the night. In the utter silence, a stream of music, faint and far away, like a tiny goblin orchestra, reached him, as the icy wind plucked with elfin fingers at his cape. And something else reached him, too, that sent blood racing through his veins as his hypersensitive awareness of danger translated the sound of stifled breathing behind him into a signal for action. He whirled with a speed that was an index of Jovian training, for in the vastly lighter gravities of the moons, his muscular coordination was breathtaking. Before him stood a mutant in the act of crouching for a leap. He was huge, squarely built, his silver mane standing straight out as he sprang with a murderous rush. Julian stepped aside with calculated ease, and his left hand moved like a piston into the mutant's face. There was no time to seek the hidden electro under his armpit, and power rapiers had to be checked before entering the pleasure palaces. The mutant bellowed with fury and rammed a right deep into Julian's ribs, then brought up his left, and Julian tasted the claret in his mouth. The silver-haired, silver-eyed being was obviously fighting to kill, and suddenly Julian's vast amazement changed to a cold fury that turned his blue-gray eyes to a smoldering black. He slid 2 sharp jabs into his enemy, then crossed his right and felt bone give under his fist. He moved in, blasting with both fists like rocket exhausts, and heard the mutant's breath explode from his body. The mutant, with supreme effort, tossed a fist grenade at him, but Julian had caught the rhythm of the battle and swayed away with it. He made the assailant miss again, then with all his dynamic power sent his right hand crashing home. He saw the mutant, face askew, slide drunkenly to the blood-patterned floor, then cool hands were on his wrists, on his brow, and sanity began to return again. "Darling," Narda said in a husky voice that was distilled music, and drew down his golden head against a priceless gown that was all blue shadows and pinpoints of light to staunch the blood from his cut lips. Her violet eyes were bright with unshed tears, but in the odd, slurring melody of her haunting voice there was no tremor as she asked, "What on Ios happened? Were you recognized by any chance? And a mutant?" "Hardly think so. Still, oh, forget it. This is not a night for problems. Did anyone ever tell you that your eyes are in heaven?" He grinned irresistibly with a charm that made him seem younger. "No, none of your... What was it your barbaric ancestors called it? Blarney." It was then she noticed the telltale silver flood at the roots of his yellow mane, and her heart stood still, the silver plague. Carefully she lighted a cigarette and blew a perfect smoke ring into the icy air. She brushed an imaginary tobacco speck from lips that were like red roses, and when she spoke, Narda was perfectly calm. "I came to find you because they're going to play the Extansiana with a dative orchestra from Ganymede. The muted viols and flute-like instruments, and those weird violins of that strange race. We danced it the first time we met, remember, my dear?" Her eyes were radiant as if all her tears were concentrated in her heart, leaving only their sparkle behind. He nodded silently. He was too full of the racking knowledge that all his dreams had been destroyed by this alien malady that turned the hair to gleaming silver and rendered them sterile. That, and his terrible love for this exquisite, gallant being who had consecrated her youth and brains and loveliness to the only ideal in the chaos of their lives, the Decca. And as they turned to go, the tiny telerad on Julian's wrist began to flash a pinpoint of light in a complicated code. They both watched, instantly alert, translating the urgent message with the ease of years of experience. The message was peremptory, final. They were to repair to Decca's ancestral hall without delay for a plenary session. The laconic order ceased as the instrument went blank. Julian Varan looked at Narda for a long moment, then he shrugged his shoulders. "We'll have to leave right away. It may be an emergency." Narda nodded. "We'll barely have time to change in the spacer." From below, the strains of the Extiana rose to engulf them in a flood of melody. She laid a sculptured hand on his arm. She was silent. She was waiting. The Decca's summons brooked no delay, for this was no game of mere intrigue, but a gigantic fight, instinct with the overwhelming drama of the unseen. The huge mutant on the floor groaned and rolled to one knee. He had the strength and courage of a fellerine. He got up and rushed with scorn and hatred written on his features. He came with all rockets firing. Julian stood there in the battering storm and fought back. He dug his left into the flesh of the mutant, inches deep, then ripped a hook to his jaw. In the clinch that followed, he could hear Narda's sobbing breath as the mutant's laces pounded low. He countered with secret, murderous tactics of his own. Then he pulled the trigger on his left hand, aiming with precision at a vital spot. He let it go. He heard the mutant crash against the floor and lay still. Julian stood for a moment with his tongue on fire, his lungs heaving like bellows with the effort. He bent down and forced himself to search the man, but there were no clues on the giant. From above, Atalanta was a gargantuan bottle left behind by some god in his cups. Narda at the controls brought the intra-moon spacer spiraling down expertly to a landing behind the concealed rampart of rock. Ahead of them, a black, basaltic cliff reared its jagged crags, its boulder-strewn base seemingly impassable. Nevertheless, the two masked and cloaked figures hurried their steps toward the desolate barrier. "We're probably late," Julian observed. "We seem to be the last to arrive." He drew his dark fellerine-lined cloak closer about him and led the way forward. "Small loss if we've missed the preliminaries," Narda replied. "I wonder how much longer the Deca's going to wait. For 50 years, mutants have been appearing in our midst in small numbers, changed overnight, rendered sterile, and the scientists did nothing about it. Lately, it has become a plague that threatens the moons with extinction, and we're still fumbling in the dark. Oh, Julian." Her voice rose in an ascending scale of grief. "Don't move." Julian whispered harshly and froze into immobility. He'd detected motion, something that had stirred among the boulders to his right. Instinctively, his fingers groped for the handle of the tiny weapon under his armpit. No bigger than a toy gun, its electronic stream was devastating at close quarters. He aimed it at the spot where he had sensed movement and fired as a darker shadow catapulted out of the gloom. The spectral blue gleam of radiance from the weapon met the creature in midair and melted a jagged hole in its side. There was a fiendish scream of agony, then briefly a muffled tumult among the boulders. "What on Jupiter was that?" Narda stepped forward to investigate, but Julian stopped her. "No time now." It mattered little what manner of beast had waylaid them. The Jovian satellites, even frigid Callisto, had teemed with life of their own before colonization by man, and since the Terrans had preferred to build stupendous cities with thin, transparent, barely-plastic shields shaped like bottles, there had been small point in the systematic destruction of native fauna. The cities were largely self-sustaining anyway. All commerce and intercourse was carried on by air. Only adventurers and fools would venture into the wastelands. Adventurers and fools, and perhaps members of the Deca? As they reached the base of the cliff, Julian glanced back at Narda and smiled. "Be alert. I'm forcing issues tonight. Inaction's killing me." He was like a Martian eagle poised for battle. Narda, sensing his mood, smiled thinly in the shadows. She wondered silently what new macabre mission would be assigned to them this time, and hoped that the summons meant something far more than the usual battle between rival societies striving to milk the venom from each other's fangs. For on at least 3 major moons, Io, Europa, and Callisto, men and women were struck by an invisible foe that left them trembling with fever, and when that dwindled away, a tide of silver rose from the roots of their hair, and even the eyes became luminous with a deadly patina. Nothing was known of Ganymede. It was hard to tell in the absence of reports, for Ganymede, aside from its own native civilization, had been colonized by Terran mutants who could and did procreate, thus perpetuating their race. But the victims of the Silver Plague were left sterile. It was hard to differentiate. Meanwhile, the moons were dying. And yet, A stubborn feeling in her heart kept insisting that perhaps the plague was something man-made, and like all poisons, should have an antidote. She glanced at Julian and shuddered with anguish. There would be no progeny for them. Her own term might be next. What a fiendish weapon! If it was a weapon, she thought. The ultimate in refinement of warfare. A refinement that in their moons had been going on for 300 years. Narda shivered again, increasingly cold as she let her mind rove briefly over their past history and their centuries of spurious peace. For nothing as crude as open physical warfare disturbed ever the equilibrium of the various moons. On the surface, the various governments maintained the most cordial relations, idyllic almost, but underneath, that was a different story. The most ruthless strife had never abated even for an hour. It might take the form of secretly systematic destruction of vibraphonic farms of a world desperately in need of food, or perhaps the categorical embargo of essential supplies non-existent in another moon, or the proselytizing of vast members of colonists from a sister world by means of economic lures. The loser always paid enormous ransom in whatever it was the victor coveted. Thus, the subterranean warfare was carried on by secret societies, much as hitherto the ancients on Terra had employed secret agents, members of the powerful intelligence. Only that on the moons, the societies had much greater power than the laissez-faire governments themselves. Each moon had its society, disavowed, legendary, invisible. They maintained secret armies of astro-operatives and space navies always in readiness for any eventuality, or an initial open break that none of them had the courage to be the first to start. But more important still, in their vast secret laboratories, armies of scientists and technicians toiled ceasingly on new techniques and inventions, delved into intricate psychological data that was a miracle of ingenuity, calculated always to prepare as far as possible against the unpredictable. The murmuring wind of Io swirled among the stones and laved them with its icy caress, and Narda trembled violently again. This time the spasm failed to abate, and she whispered through chattering teeth, "Please, Julian, hurry. I'm chilled to the marrow, dear." "You're what?" His voice was suddenly a rasping in his throat. Julian straightened slowly from where he kneeled at the base of the cliff, where he'd been activating the mechanism of the concealed entrance with the wrist transmitter. He eyed the convulsed form of Narda, then touched her burning forehead. He noted the tendons corded at her throat. A cold sweat of anguish beaded his brow as he said casually, "It is cold, darling." And then he punched carefully, precisely, and cried with agony as he felt his hand touch her flesh. He caught her tenderly as she slumped in his arms without a sound. He kissed her cold cheek and sought consolation in the fact that she would not suffer the first harrowing convulsive fever of the plague. It would last for 2 hours. How well he knew from experience the course of the disease, and he hoped Narda would not come to before then. Quickly he retraced his steps to where they had left the ship and deposited her inert form in the control room. Then he prepared a note, which he placed in her hand. It read, "It was the kindest thing to do, darling. Wait until I return. There's hope." He finally adjusted the wrist transmitter to the exact wavelength required to open the entrance to the Decca's Hall of Sessions, raced swiftly toward the cliff like a disembodied shadow. In the distance, a golden fellerine wailed its banshee love call, urgent, savage as the burning agony that stifled Julian's breath, and as primordial. 2. For this is wisdom, not to love and live, but to question what fate or the gods may give. Terra, 20th century. I, for one, have no intention of being sterilized by, shall we say, remote control. The sardonic voice paused for emphasis. That would be Astron, Julian thought as he entered the great hall, vast enough to encompass an army. The satirical tones were all too familiar. He had heard them many, many times during the years he had risen from a mere astro-operative through the successive stages of Facet, Section Facet, Arch Guardian, Technostar, and finally had become Control Facet, representing the flat, topmost facet of the stupendous jewel that hung above the dais of the Deca. "Decans," the voice continued, "despite my great age, I can think of less inglorious ends than to die impotent." The flaming glory of the immense diamond cut in the shape of a 10th points double star veiled the speaker. "Perhaps we're not facing a conscious enemy at all. That is, none that we have been able to discover," Astron amended with a dry chuckle distilled of acid. "And believe me, the resources of the deck are anything but negligible. However, it may be that through a weakening of our race as a whole, because of our existence under a different environment than Earth, we have succumbed to a microorganism native to these moons, which originally were too alien to fit in mankind's metabolic process. But now that through centuries of adaptation we have subtly changed, it, whatever it is, filterable virus, microorganism, or whatever, has had a chance to take hold. All of you know the effects of the disease. Hypertrophy of pigmentation glands, silver hair and eyes, as well as its one single deadly result, sterility." Astron paused on the ghastly thought and let it sink in. "Our scientists have been unable to isolate the germ. It must be a filterable virus. That is their problem. But if, as I suspect there is, what was it the barbaric ancient Romans called it? A deus ex machina behind it, then by the perdurable glory of our moon, gentlemen, I pledge a holocaust that'll dwarf Jupiter's red spot into insignificance." The capacity for destruction in Astron's cold, dispassionate voice was awesome. In the ensuing silence, Julian's mind, trained to the apex of its wide awakenedness, felt the horror vibration that swept the audience of Decans. He saw the coruscating streamers of living fire that blazed from the stupendous double star, and with a feeling of shock saw that ahead of him an astro-operative's mask had slipped imperceptibly to one side, enough to expose a telltale silver tide that had reached half an inch above the hair roots. Casually almost, Julian moved with his strange, smooth elegance over the ethereal blueness of the saffrioplast floor, and the imperturbable gaze of his frigid eyes probed into the suddenly startled glare of the man. Without warning, his hand flashed out and came away with the torn mask, a wealth of hair that had been tinted gold but showed unmistakable silver at the roots, and parting cascaded to his shoulders. The narrow face of the mutant, with its thin, high-bridged nose and silver eyes, flushed crimson as he was exposed, and the long, claw-like hand darted to his side, groping for the deadly power rapier that was de rigueur. All in one sinuous motion, he lunged with a weapon that described a silver vortex under the fulgurant star in the utter silence Julian, too, had drawn. The breath of all present seemed to pause for a startled second. Then their ranks split to give them room. There could be no interference in a duel. That was the law. There was courage in the mutant, a fanatical valor that was mirrored in his eyes. He knew his life to be forfeit, and he intended to sell it as dearly as he possibly could. Only the singing impact of the blades was heard as the darting swords parried and cut, swirling streamers of unleashed power. And suddenly the mutant seemed to recoil upon himself, as if gathering all his reserves of strength. Then he launched himself forward in a vertiginous fury of unholy speed, and that was his undoing. For Julian, trained under Jovian gravity, could more than match it, and the mutant, staking all on speed, had had to sacrifice his guard. There was a soundless flash, like the glare from a gigantic glass, and where the mutant's chest had been, there was only space lit by the spectral blueness of the Deca star. The body fell a charred and twisted thing from which the watchers averted their eyes. The peculiar odor of disintegrated flesh stung their nostrils. For the first time in living memory, a spy had contrived to enter their midst. Julian didn't care to think what would happen to the units who guarded and activated the neurographs that were posted the length of the entrance corridor. Still, it was obvious that only a mind of great power could have had the satanic ingenuity to plan an invasion of the Deca's Hall of Sessions. Julian Veron bent over the mutilated form, suppressing an impulse to retch. It was unmistakably a true mutant from Ganymede, where the dark flower of their civilization had reached obscure heights. The features of the man were unmistakable. As he straightened, Julian raised his left arm, exposing the tiny double star at his wrist, symbol of his rank, and belatedly reported to the Deca. "A Ganymede mutant, Serenity," Julian spoke, facing toward the dais where he knew Astron stood behind the veiling curtain of light shed by the diamond star. "This dubious honor is the second one tonight," Julian said with a mirthless laugh. "I've fought one barehanded, the other with power rapiers. I should like the next encounter to be with electro-cannon. However, perhaps these two encounters are something of a clue. Surely," he paused and swept the assembled Decans with his eyes, "they must form part of a definite pattern." "Please continue. Control facet." Astron's voice held a note of suppressed excitement. "Simply that it has occurred to me that while we on Io, the dwellers on Europa, and even Callisto have been ravaged by this hellish disease, Ganymede has failed even to mention the scourge in their reports, even taking for granted their genius for silence and intrigue, their aloofness from their sister world's affairs. Such a catastrophe as this plague should have blasted them out of their shells, if they've been ravaged too. If not..." Julian paused deliberately, and into these words he put all the dynamic, irresistible power of his trained voice. "We should investigate regardless of consequences." "Investigate?" Astron's voice held a grim sardonicism. "If what I intuit is true, we, the Deca, are prepared to underwrite Jovian history for the next 100 years. Julian sighed with a sudden feeling of exultance, and he knew why. Wryly, he was aware that what Astron termed intuit was an integer of vastly complicated cerebrogeometric figures, graphs of brain power, coordinates, and emotional integers whose tendrils, root-like, delved into the innermost recesses of the human mind, and Astron was perhaps the greatest cerebrogeometrician of them all. Quite obviously, the scientists of the Deca had been far from idle, and the expose of the mutant spy had been like a piece in a jigsaw puzzle falling into place and revealing the beginnings of a pattern of some sort, but as yet not clear. "Quorum!" Astron's voice rose imperatively. "Astro-operatives and facets clear the hall. All others remain." The real session was about to begin. Julian Veron knew it all by heart, the endless series of individual reports on every nook and corner of their worlds, so that each member of the Deca present would be acquainted with the sum total of their individual experiences. Still, they remained masked. A great multitude of lesser members surged toward the exit, while those chosen to remain grouped forward under the flaming diamond star, whose light veiled the 10 members of the Deca. For the 10 leaders of their order, of whom Astron was the foremost, might be known by their names, recognized by their voices, but they were never seen. There was a saying that all others could enter the light, but could never touch the flame. All the waning night, while Io reveled in a fantastic carnival of pleasure, they gave their reports in minute detail, and the 10 minds on the dais that formed the Deca made calculations with infinite patience and fed them to the neurographs by their desks. Complicated cerebrogeometric figurettes were set up and woven into the matrix of their problem. the possible influence of certain key figures of the societies of other moons whose intelligence, emotional stability, and intellectual attributes were known was reduced to high-level variables and again fed to the marvelous machines together with relevant data culled from the members present. Astran was like a raging juggernaut, asking questions, prodding laggard memories, directing the other 9 members of the Deca. He was tireless and pitiless. How at his great age he could accomplish it was a mystery, but it had been that boundless energy and stupendous will that had been responsible for the greatness of Io, not to speak of the Deca. He must be over 200, Julian thought with awe, recalling dimly the memoirs of an earlier historian whom Astran had commissioned to compile a history of Io, and in so doing had managed to bedevil that poor man's life to such an extent that the historian had counted the cessation of Astran's visits as among the compensations for dying. That had been 50 years ago, when already for a century Astran had led the Deca. At last, the neurograph machines, marvelous as they were, could do no more. Out of that welter of figures, endless reports and calculations, one master mathematical conclusion remained. The answer lay in Ganymede. It suddenly occurred to Julian just how ghastly was the irony of their position. For their ancestors, in gaining all the conditions of freedom, had gained far more than they had bargained for, including this epidemic of mutations that, in rendering them sterile, sealed the doom of their moons. Had Terra known it, this was the perfect answer. A few decades and all of them would remain only as a Mars-dry chapter in history. They had sown the whirlwind and were reaping extinction. And Julian found a kindred feeling in the vast capacity for sheer destruction that Astran had hinted at tonight. If the answer lay in Ganymede, with its dual civilization of Terran mutants and their descendants, and the original Ganymedean race, he meant to visit that stupefying world of cabals and intrigues and unrivaled luxury. Julian stood alone, at last beside the spacer where lay Narda's unconscious form. He glanced up into the ultramarine skies, blazing with myriad fiery roses, and gazed at the red ruby that was Ganymede, reflecting the great red spot of the parent world. Finally, Julian entered the spacer and tenderly raised Narda's head to pour sulfolexer down her throat. First, he had to take her where she would be cared for, and then, with a sigh, he took the controls and set the drive. In seconds, he was soaring above the deserted plains. End of section 7.